The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Fireworks were on the boards at the 2022 U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. Top players from around the country have brought their A-game and are ready to compete for a national title. The juniors came out swinging with nearly every game in both events ending in a decisive result. The seniors, however, leaned on experience, taking a much more cautious approach to the opening round, all except Igor Novikov, who with steady play was able to defeat Vladimir Akopian for sole lead in the senior tournament. Things are just getting started with tons of epic matchups on the way. Round 2 of Heart Racing Championship Chess coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 2 of the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Chess Championships held at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start the day in front of the outstanding St. Louis Arts Museum with pieces spanning over 5,000 years of culture and genres. Well, today the players are going to express their artistic creativity over the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and find out who's going to come on top.
Hello everybody and welcome to St. Louis, Missouri, the capital of chess in America. We bring you 3 national championships, the U.S. Junior Girls, and Senior Championships here from the St. Louis Chess Club. To bring you all of the action, I am Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez with my good friend, Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Alejandro, as always, a pleasure to be with you.
Absolutely. We had a great start to these tournaments yesterday. Everything we wanted from this event.
Absolutely. Yes, we did indeed. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us and sharing your day. Yesterday, Andrew Hung brought some world-class preparation to his game. It was simply astounding, sparkling chess through the 3 events. Let's take a look at the standings. Alejandro, do the honors, and how about the girls to start with?
Let's take a look at this section. First, we have 3 leaders. Thalia Cervantes, Sophie Morris-Suzuki, and Ellen Wang all won their initial bouts, but they are chased by 2 powerful competitors, well, many powerful competitors, yes, as Jennifer Yu and Alice Lee, seeds 1 and 3, faced each other yesterday and split their point.
And in the junior section,
we had many decisive games, a total of 4 wins, all of them with the white pieces, puts Christopher Yu, Andrew Hung, Justin Wang, and Balaji Daggupati all at the top of the leaderboard, 1 out of 2 points.
And to see Awonder Liang, our tournament favorite, losing its first round, that's interesting. And in the legends.
In the legends, we had a quiet affair. Everybody drew except for 1 game. Igor Novikov with the black pieces actually bested rating favorite Vladimir Akopian, who came in with a scintillating prep, seemed to know exactly what he was doing, but he just went wrong in his opponent's Najdorf.
Absolutely. And there we just see the seniors getting ready as big Larry Christiansen at the board. He swings a mean club. And there is our reigning champion, Gregory Kaidanov. Without the beard, I'm not used to it. I love the beard look. And of course, our formats.
Our
for
format
all 3 events.
For all 3 events is a 10-player round robin, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and 30 minutes for the rest of the game. So classical chess, of course, that includes the 30-second increment that you get from move 1. You get no draw offers before the 30th move. We actually went pretty late yesterday.
Sure did.
And 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, no points for a loss, the traditional scoring system.
And our schedule, Alejandro.
Simple enough, 1 round a day, except for Tuesday, July 12th. That'll be our rest day, and every single round, including round 9, starts at 1 p.m.
And I love that they're going to have playoffs. And we have Christian in studio. Good to see you, my friend, as we get ready for our gladiators.
It's great to see you guys and great to be back in the studio casting the games of the best juniors as well as best legends that we have living on American soil. There are so many stories, but one story that I'm definitely having my eyes on is that of young Carissa Yip. Only 18 years of age. She could have played in the US Junior Girls competition, but decided to take on the challenge and fight the best juniors in the country in preparation for her Olympic debut later on this month. She's 18 years of age, hailing from Boston, Massachusetts, and her invitational rating stands at a whopping 25-14. She's also the 2021 US Women's Champion. But let's take a look at Carissa through the years. Well, she's had a lengthy career already and she's only 18 years of age. She beat her first Grandmaster at the tender age of 10 years and the youngest American woman to reach national master status at 11 years of age. At 18 is the second highest rated chess player among women in the US after Irina Krush, the 8-time national champion. And she also won the 2021 US Women's Chess Championships here in St. Louis last year by beating the top-rated 8-time national champion Grandmaster Irina Krush, the only Grandmaster in that event. Needless to say, she has already an incredible career and so many years ahead of herself. One of the big stories in this event, but we have so many others.
Thank you, Christian, for that. And Alejandro, what can our viewers expect in the pairings today? Let's start with the ladies.
Let's start with the ladies indeed, because we have a huge matchup in this one. First seed of the event, former women's champion Jennifer Yu is going to be playing against Thalia Cervantes, and that means that we have a battle between seed number 1 and seed number 2. That's one way to kick off this tournament. Jennifer Yu starts against both Alice Lee and Thalia Cervantes. That's going to be, for me, the game of the round.
Absolutely. I'm seeing Alice Lee at the bottom there against Ellen Wang. Also, very exciting games between Rochelle and Morris-Suzuki. And in the juniors, and here's little Alice getting wanded, making sure no cheating. No cheating, Alice.
Yeah.
Aw.
That is adorable.
Wonderful. The juniors.
And in the junior section, we have also such good pairings. But in my opinion, this one between Andrew Hung, who really impressed us yesterday.
Oh, did he ever?
What scintillating prep he brought to the game against Brodsky. Just absolutely amazing. He's going to be playing with white again against Balaji Daggupati. So both players won their games yesterday. This is a big one.
And for me, Awonder Liang there too. Can he bounce back against Christopher Yu as Awonder goes down, our #1 seed in the first round? That will be a game to watch. And of course, last but not least, the legends.
Definitely not least. Take a look at these pairings we have for you. A lot of fun ones. If Vladimir had won yesterday, I think Shabalov Akopian would have definitely been the pick.
Exactly.
But with the results that we have, I'm going to go with game of the day being Nick de Firmian playing against Igor Novikov. Igor repeating black.
Right.
But man, was it successful for him yesterday.
Absolutely. And if he can get through the challenges of these first 2 rounds, Igor is going to be looking good as a favorite. And there you see.
And that's the matchup we are talking about.
Exactly. Nick de Firmian, the California cool. Usually his chair would be a little bit leaned back at this moment, as he's getting ready for the duel.
But I have to say, yesterday, this California cool, did not help him because he had, I would say, almost a winning position. And unfortunately, he made a few too calm moves in the process and managed to lose the advantage.
Yeah,
there's our star
in the juniors, the Carissa Yip. That's not the cap that she got, right? When she did the drawing of lots?
No, that's a different.
No, what's up with that? She's not representing the juniors. Come on. And of course, they're fighting. They're fighting very hard for lots of money, Alejandro.
Oh, absolutely. Take a look at the prize fund. This is for the junior girls. This one was actually doubled for this year. Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club. $6,000 for first place. Second receives $4,000. Third, $3,000. Not bad at all.
Absolutely.
In the junior section, we have a total prize fund of $40,000. First prize is $12,000 and a $10,000 scholarship to college. We're going to talk about that later in the show at some point.
Yeah, Dwayne Barber and USCF. Thank you for stepping up for them.
Yeah, $8,000 for second, $5,000 for third. So that's definitely a big one. And for the legends, wow, that is a very handsome prize fund, $75,000. Total $20,000 going for first place. Yasser, what are you doing here next?
Yeah, exactly. Patting the IRA, I would say. Take off the microphone, coach. Let me in there. let me throw some patties at these guys as we're enjoying the new and improved St. Louis Chess Club that is going through a massive expansion. And there you see new looks for the playing hall.
Absolutely. We are expanding here in St. Louis. We have a lot of new projects coming and a lot of new playing space as well. So we have some temporary solutions, let's call them, for playing halls, and this one is one of them. As we see one of the key matchups in the girls section, Alice Lee versus Ellen Wang.
Now, Ellen won yesterday, so that puts a little additional pressure on Alice. Alice having a double white to start because Alice made a draw with Jennifer Yu, and a fortunate draw it was.
Fortunate draw it was indeed.
Exactly. Now, Max, there you just saw, he's kind of smarting. He let Dmitry
go yesterday.
Yes,
I
did.
agree. Max was totally in control yesterday. He's a very strong player, very fast player as well, and it seemed that he had all the tools to finish his opponent off, but it fizzled out.
He sure did. All right.
Absolutely, and in my estimation, this is definitely the match of the day in the senior section because Kaidanov, I have to say, a very slow start for him. Yesterday, he was in big trouble against Larry Christiansen and Max Dlugy. On the other hand, he was completely winning. So there's definitely some disappointment left from yesterday, at least for Dlugy, because his position was just so dominant from move 15 upwards, and he wasn't able to convert.
And this will be our marquee matchup game as Jennifer Yu, former U.S. women's champion, drew her first game, and she's up against Thalia Cervantes. Thalia winning yesterday with the black pieces, gets the double black. Welcome to the national
championships. Yeah, no easy pairings here for sure, but Thalia is a very experienced player. They've actually played each other before, not just in U.S. Junior Girls Championship, but also in the U.S. Women's.
Right.
As both players have not only qualified, but Jennifer actually winning the whole thing.
Exactly. Now, Thalia, I mean, it's kind of, they're early in their career, so they kind of mix their defenses around. What will Thalia choose against Jennifer should we see a c4? Will she go for a Queen's Gambit decline?
An accepted. She's an accepted type of player. She's a QGA player. She's defended this against pretty much everybody.
Okay.
I believe that her best win ever was in a QGA against Alex Lenderman. So.
Whoa, she took down one of the U.S. champions, U.S. Invitational champion competitors as black.
As I believe he was black, yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, and Jennifer, well, she's been playing d4 forever.
Right.
But she's not a strictly theoretical type of player. She's not the type of player that just throws 20 moves of theory at you.
Right.
She's going to do anything to avoid.
And that's what she just did. I thought that was a cagey move, knight f3. So if you play knight f6, it does give white an opportunity, maybe go into a London and kind of sidestep whatever you had in mind as far as your Queen's Gambit accepted is concerned. We see knight f6 on the board, and as we keep an eye on this game, I'd love to throw it over to Christian.
Well, a lot of theoretical battles, guys, and this one might not be one of them, but this one, the battle between Andrew Hung, who essayed some incredible preparation yesterday, world class, preparation. I think it was something along the lines of 20-plus moves, going into a completely devastating position for his opponent. I think it was +5 or +6 at the end of his preparation, completely winning. Now he's facing Balaji Daggupati, who, by the way, used to be a student of mine as well when I was living in the Bay Area, and he's also very well prepared. Nevertheless, he's in his last year of high school, getting ready to apply for all the colleges, so maybe he doesn't have as much time. Actually, they both are in their last year of high school, getting ready to go to college. So it definitely seems like Andrew Hung is well prepared. Let's see if Balaji is also well prepared, because right now they're playing a super sharp line. Let's take a look at what happened. The Sicilian, knight to f3, e6, d4, take, knight f6, knight to c6, the con variation, knight takes c6, e5, knight to d5. We've seen this recently essayed at the top, actually, quite a number of times. Knight to e4 is one of the lines, the main line, which was played in the game. Knight takes d5 is also an option, but definitely you don't want to strengthen the pawn structure in the center for black. So knight to e4, by far the main line. Also getting ready to kick this knight away with the move c4. This is a typical idea. This knight on d5, it's too good. Let's kick it away at some point. f4 first, we have to defend the pawn on e5. Queen to b6, bishop to b4, king to e2. We've seen this, and we know there's some developments in this line. It very much depends on who's going to be better prepared. And if I'm not mistaken, we've seen this during the candidates as well. I'm trying to remember what
I think it was Richie.
Richie with the black pieces.
Yeah.
He likes to play all these sharp ideas. Let's have a look at this one. We're going to have to keep an eye on this, because we know this is going to be a theoretical battle. Whoever has the better theory is going to win the battle and is going to dictate the remainder of the game.
Nice. I love these theoretical battles, because I really think that with the engines, right, the players can look so deeply into a position. I just turn our attention to the game between David Brodsky and Carissa Yip for just a moment. And we're seeing at the highest levels the Joko piano, the two knights played by Carissa against the Joko piano, inviting knight g5, a move David declines, with the move d3. Now, again, I mean, there's so much theoretical groundwork to cover, but h7, h6 is really a very recent development, for me anyway, that I'm witnessing, and I kind of like this move. Somehow it really does fit. And after castles d6, a2, a4, I noticed that Carissa went into a thing. And I was thinking to myself, well, what's she thinking about? Everybody just plays bishop e7 here, castles. And I started thinking, well, if you're going to play d3, and if you're going to play a4, it means the move d4 is not coming so fast. And maybe she should play g7, g6, and just fianchetto her bishop, and then castle. And I think this move a2, a4 caused her to rethink her prep. And she realized also that, wait a minute, you're not putting any pressure on me. I'm going to play g6. What do you think about this move by Carissa? Is she taking advantage of the moment, Alejandro?
I think it's considered to be one of the two main lines of the position, g6.
Okay.
The other line that is played pretty commonly is the move g5. A more, let's call, aggressive approach, trying to determine the same thing, that d4 is not coming.
Exactly.
Especially not now, because d4, g4 might work.
Oops.
So it just puts a little bit of more pressure on black's, on white's center.
Okay.
Whereas the move g6 a little more sedate, but it leads to positions that are a little more long-term. And here you see that white's tried everything: rook e1, a5, knight c3, c3, h3, knight bd2. All of them are moves.
Okay.
And we'll just go into one of these Joko pianos that never seems to have an actual end.
Just ongoing.
It just keeps going, yeah.
The never-ending story.
The never-ending story of the Joko piano. This is what we're going to call it.
There we go. Knight c3 on the board. We'll keep an eye on this one, too. Over to you, Christian. Any other theoretical battles going on?
Well, I'm still trying to understand what's happening in this game and where the theoretical battle is headed. And I was looking through the variations. Queen to a5 is also a move, but generally black decides against this because after knight takes f6, g takes f6, the pawn structure and the ensuing king's position on the king side after you castle is going to be quite weakened. You don't want to see that. And the queen on a5 is not necessarily best placed. It's going to be hit by a3 followed by b4 later on in the game. So queen to a5 is the second best move, the second most played move in the position, but queen to d8 by far seems to be the best option. Now, of course, if you do take on f6, I'm going to recapture with the queen. I'm going to keep my pawn structure intact, and black is going to be perfectly fine. So knight takes d6 makes a lot of sense, right? We're going after the bishop pair, and we're trying to take advantage of the fact that you have so many dark square weaknesses around the king. Also, you don't have the right to castle right now because this queen is doing a tremendous job at stopping you from doing that. And after bishop to b7, king to d1 was played. Rook to d1 is one of the top moves. King to d1 as well. Trying to take this king from his usual spot on f2 after h3 and then g1 later on to c2 all the way there. Now that the position on this side is simplified, there's no more queen hanging around here. So you want to put the king on c2. Quite an interesting idea. c5, queen takes c5, bishop to e4, and by the way, these players are blitzing out their moves right now. So they're definitely still within their theoretical preparation as well as their understanding of the position. Bishop to e4, taking away the c2 square from the king. Also the d3 square from the bishop. So right now I'm just trying to stop you from finishing your development because I know if you get your king to c2, rook to d1, make the connection between the rooks, well, you have the two bishops. Also, I just sacrificed the pawn, so that's not a lot of compensation. Queen to a3, clear threat. I'm trying to go bishop to d3. If you do take on g2, I'm going to follow it up with rook to g1. I'm giving you back my pawn. Nevertheless, I'm gaining a lot of initiative in return. You still cannot castle. So queen to e3, queen to a3. I really like this move. They're still following two games from 2021 and 2020 respectively. And I'm looking at the names, and I do think that these are correspondence games. So queen to a3 seems to have surprised young Daggupati Balaji right now, thinking and trying to understand the position, trying to understand what the plans and nuances are going to follow up in this game.
Wow, thank you for that. I'm just kind of stunned by this queen a3 or the idea of bishop.
Engines, no?
Wow, it's just amazing. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of Rochelle Wu and Sophie Morris-Suzuki, because I understand this.
Congratulations.
Yay. I mean, this is what I did. When I was playing competitively, I really liked the same-ish variation. That's with f2, f3, and a bishop e3. And in my days, we work really hard on this very, very specific position that's coming up, bishop e2. And in Inside Chess Magazine, I actually think I even did a what we called it at the time, a survey.
A survey, an opening survey.
Opening survey of this variation with the early h4. Now, what I prescribed was getting the knight off of f1 immediately, and only after a7, a6, including the move a2, a4. Rochelle took a different tack. She played a4 right away, takes, and this was a real question. I think in my survey, the idea was you would wait. You would wait for the knight on f1 to first move to d2 before playing the move h3. Why? Because after the move h3, we would play g4, players would play knight h7, and you gave white the choice of being able to play knight g3. If you start right here with the move knight h7, which I think was the theoretical move, then after knight d2, h3, and let's say you no longer want to go, you no longer want to play this move because bishop h6 could upset you a little bit. You'd end up having to play g3, and then after f5, it was considered that black got a very decent game out of the opening. So it's nice to see one of the old lines making a comeback. You know, today they play the neo what have you been calling
The Neo Vienna?
Yeah, the Neo Vienna, and everything's polished and new. I like to see these old variations. H3, G3 nonetheless. Okay, so one of the reasons for G4 is because knight H7 and F5 is on black's agenda. And sometimes when you get to play G4, maybe you can be the one who's using the G file, especially with your knight coming to G3. She did play G3. And I'm expecting knight H7, knight D2, F5 as the game's most likely continuation. Again, white has a very nice space in the center, and black is usually looking to counterpunch with the move F7, F5. We'll keep our eye on this as we turn it back to Christian. Or did you have a game that caught your eye, Alejandro?
I'm just going around the horn a little bit. We haven't talked too much about the seniors.
Well, speaking of the seniors and old school lines, let me catch up with this game, guys. The game between Alexander Shabalov and Vladimir Akopian, who had a very rough start yesterday. He got a completely winning position out of the opening with the white pieces against Novikov, and unfortunately, he got lost in the middle game. Unfortunately for him, also the 40th move. That very, very tense situation at the 40th move where a lot of players falter, and that's exactly what happened to him. In this game, he's playing the black pieces, and we're seeing this very old school line. The double, I think it's called the double Spanish, according to the Lichess database. Maybe you guys have a better understanding of how this particular line is called. Castle, castle, D3, bishop takes C3. And why am I saying it's old school? Well, I'm looking at the top game in this position, and it's one Spielmann versus Karpov from 1992, 1 year after I was born, and I was.
They were mixing it up.
that puts it in perspective, and let's take a look at how that went. Knight to D8. Of course, we understand now. In the absence of the knight on C3, the queen on E7 is quite safe. There's no more knight landing on D5. So queen to E7 is not getting off the pin, but I'm getting ready to transfer this knight from C6 to E6, a much better position. And let's take a look at how this game panned out. Bishop takes F6, queen takes B6, knight to G4, with a wild battle ensuing after this one. It does seem like white got the better outcome out of the opening. So let's see how this one is going to develop. Queen to E7, knight to D2 was played. And this is a game between Kasimdzhanov and Bachulun from 2017. So they're still following some sort of top games. But let's see, once again, who is going to be more aware of the nuances and ideas in this position.
Nice to hear Kazim's name being tossed about there. Thank you for that, Christian. I just want to turn our attention to the game of Nikita Firmian versus Igor Novikov. Again, Igor was the only winner yesterday in the seniors, and he's playing against Nikita Firmian. Now, of all the players in the field, Nikita Firmian is the most theoretical. Why? Because he's the author of the Modern Chess Openings books. And he's played this move, bishop b5 check, to sidestep the knight, or boring. Takes, c2, c4, and Igor said, you know what?
Takes with the knight is like the most old school way of playing this line. When you go back with check, when you go back to the check, bishop b5.
Yeah.
I think everybody's playing knight d7.
Knight d7
almost automatically.
Right.
Some people play bishop d7, but in the few cases that they play bishop d7, most of the time white is going like c4 or a4. They're avoiding taking on d7.
Right. I've seen a lot of those. Yeah.
And but they do take on d7, every blue moon.
Right.
And then taking with the queen is automatic.
Right.
It's like you automatically take with the queen. I've been taking automatically with the queen since I was 9 years old.
I remember the game Garry Kasparov
Rest of the World,
right?
Yeah,
with this whole queen g4. And that was great stuff.
That was a great game.
Right? Gary wrote an entire book
on that,
of one game and how it impacted his summer. Anyway, knight takes d7.
Okay, Igor is Igor.
c4. And knight e5.
And
he's basically saying, hey, look, if you want to double my pawns, guess what? Yeah, feel free. I'll end up playing e6, and you'll never get in d4. Nick said, you know what? I'm going to take a strategic risk. I'm going to accept the double pawns and reach this position, which, I mean, I've been around, you know, I've seen things. But really, how can this be good for white? I mean,
white?
How can this be good for white?
How can this be good for white?
Why? On what planet could this be good for white?
This can't be good, right?
I mean, right? You go knight c3, the guy goes g6. I mean, this is like one of the best dragon/Maroczy binds.
It's like equal with the pawn on g2, right?
Right?
The pawn on g2 is just like, you already traded 2 pieces, which is a bad thing.
Right.
In a Maroczy. The reason we say it's a bad thing because white has space.
The bind.
You have the bind, you have the space. When you have this much space, you leave a lot of weaknesses behind. You don't want to see pieces disappearing.
So I'm just sitting there asking myself the question. We have not seen g6, by the way, and we haven't seen knight c3. Just asking myself the question, how does a player like Nick de Firmian, who's done so much work on the openings,
This can't be good.
accept this position and say, I'm willing to play white?
I'm not sure if he accepted or if he prepared it. This is a game between Anand and Nepomniachtchi.
Wow, look at that. 2 huge names. And
2014. Of course, Nepomniachtchi with black just completely destroyed it.
well, thank you for that.
I'm not 100% sure what happened. Knight to c3, g6 followed by c5. Try to simplify the position on this side. Take advantage of the fact, well, later on this pawn on c4 would be a target, especially in the absence of the light square bishop. So you want to get rid of that. I'm not even sure if this was some sort of a blitz game or anything of that nature, because of course, white doesn't seem to have gotten anything out of the opening. In fact, it was black who was putting the pressure, managed to corral this pawn on d6, recapture, and actually later on get a better position and win the game. So this was played before. I have a feeling that he's not aware of that game. So let's wait and see whether these players are going to follow that game with c5. Okay. If he does play the move c5, which in my estimation is not necessarily an easy move to make if you don't know it in advance, then if he plays c5, then we know that he knows this game, he's aware, and potentially has come up with an improvement based on that.
It might be a wonderful pawn sacrifice for black, but why sacrifice the pawn at all, Christian? Why not just take the pawn on c5? The queen will recapture, I assume.
Time out.
What?
h4.
What?
This cannot be a good move.
What?
He played h4?
No way I believe in the move h4.
No.
h4. Yasser, take it away, Yasser.
What?
What?
Makes no sense.
No.
That move, what?
Okay, Nick is definitely being inspired.
Okay, but
Very inspired, yes.
That's what we're going to call it. No, we also use the word interesting.
Interesting.
When we don't know what's going on.
But what is the refutation? That is the question, right? Because obviously black is going to try to go g6 later on in the game.
I would play e5 so fast.
I think the move h4 is really directed against the move g6.
Correct.
And you're trying to, I don't know, shut it down like this. So, Alejandro...
No, keep going.
Oh,
g6,
sorry.
I think, is still the best move. And actually, after h5, you have e5. Which just wins the pawn,
It's
right?
just absolute greed.
Perhaps this is
love it.
what...
I love it, actually. Because the knight wants to go to h5 anyway.
And
Maybe that's what he
occupy
missed.
the nice f4 square.
And you can sacrifice your exchange, but nobody believes that.
How much time did he spend on this move, h4?
Nice.
h4.
5 minutes.
h4.
Yeah, no.
I like it.
This is not preparation.
You know what?
Inspired.
Inspired. I love it. It's not the candidates who get to see some fun chess.
Exactly.
Whatever. Let the guy play h4. Love it.
Well, and by the way, I just wanted to go very, very quickly to the reigning U.S. Seniors champion, Gregory Kaidanov. Again, we're seeing this lines of the Sicilian, bishop f4, queen e3, bishop e4.
Bishop e2, castle e5, knight h7.
This is all the regular
theory.
stuff.
Yeah, knight e4 and h4 are the moves here.
Knight e4. Wow. Can we just take a quick gander at that one, because I'm a pawn grubber. I want to get out of the way. I want to take. Am I losing to some bishop h6 business?
No. I think it's just a3. At least the only game that's ever reached here was A3.
A3.
I know it's not Queen A5. That's the end of my theory.
You're my top agent on these matters, you know.
That was it. I am not a classical Sicilian player with white or black.
Right.
I've analyzed it because I have to. But this particular version of knight takes c6 and bishop f4,
yeah,
it's an old school line. I mean, we keep saying this about the legends, but
And
they
look,
really are using what they used to use.
In their dusty library days. I get it. Okay, wow. Okay, knight e4, what the heck?
Let me take you to the juniors, because I feel the juniors are in a sacrificial mood, and I kind of like that. In the game between one of our winners yesterday, Justin Wang, with the black pieces, he's actually playing against the lowest rated player of the event, Pedro Espinosa. And he said, let's go, baby.
Now I know why you directed us to this game.
We got a Benko Gambit.
We sure do.
We don't get this at the candidates. We don't even get that at the U.S. Championship. Let me get it at the junior, at least.
Of course. For those that don't know, Alejandro has made a very, very good career on the black side of the Benko Gambit.
Put a lot of food on my table.
You furnished your entire house.
Outside of Benko Gambit.
Queen A5. This is actually a move you like, because I think it was one of your videos with ChessBase where you were explaining why the move d7, d6 is maybe a tempo that you don't want to throw away, and you made a very compelling argument for Queen A5. Take it away, Alejandro.
Yeah, actually, there's only one reason I'm mad at this variation.
You're mad?
I'm very mad at this line.
Oh my.
I've been playing the Benko Gambit my entire life, since I was a kid. You know, excellent results and stuff like that. But at some point, Magnus Carlsen played exactly this variation.
Okay.
And I was like, wow, Magnus Carlsen is playing
my line.
My line, and it was against Boris Gelfand.
Damn.
I was like, this is great. I can't wait to see this exciting battle that starts with the move Bishop D2, if we can go to your
Yes,
your position.
absolutely. Bishop D2.
Bishop D2. And I've played tons of games from here. I've played dozens of games from this position, know a lot of theory.
And?
Instead, Gelfand played Bishop D3.
Bishop D3?
Yeah, against Magnus.
Okay.
And that move actually straight up loses to knight takes D5.
Ooh, and you don't tell me Magnus didn't.
No, he saw it, but I was like, I've been playing Benko Gambit forever. Nobody has ever played
allowed you.
Bishop D3.
And you would have gotten a free point like that?
A free point like that? I got Gelfand as a pairing. I get a free point.
Oh my goodness. And the whole trick is knight takes D5 as opposed to knight takes E4 doesn't allow the bishop to move.
Right.
So after bishop takes C3, queen takes, white ends up having to lose back his piece.
Something, yes. And it's actually really bad.
It's real. I can
You don't
imagine.
get compensation, yeah.
So Magnus won a game for free.
Something like that, yeah.
And you're like,
where's my free? Man.
I knew this.
Yeah,
I could be doing this. Oh my goodness. So, okay, what happened in the game though?
In the game, I think they went
Bishop
D2
D2
and Bishop takes A6, which is the main line of the position.
And tell us about this position for a second.
It's actually rather sharp. White has a couple of ways of trying to get an advantage. The moves E5 are a little bit too hasty in this position.
Probably you have to go here.
You have to go knight G4. It's not the end of the variation. There's some games here.
Okay.
It goes on and on.
Gotcha.
But the main lines here are both Bishop E2, which I think is the better of the two, and the other one is Bishop takes A6.
Bishop E2, prepping castles.
Just prepping castles looks very logical.
Nice. But Bishop takes A6, doesn't that fall into black's plans?
A little bit, yeah. You take back
takes?
with the queen. It's important not to take back with the knight. It looks tempting to develop with the tempo, but it's actually much more important to prevent castling.
Castles.
And the weirdest thing about the Benko Gambit, as opposed to most gambits, is that the queen trade actually favors black.
Isn't that interesting?
It's one of the weirdest things in chess, I think.
Right.
It's a gambit variation in which black is actually the one trying to exchange the queens.
Exactly. And when you gambit, the normal routine is you're gambiting, for active play and attacks. And to trade the queens after making a gambit, especially as black, and yet those endings are where black embraces.
The black really thrives this ending.
I like this ending. A pawn down. Interesting game. We'll definitely keep an eye on it as we turn back. Oh, sorry.
Well, because Awonder also sacrificed a pawn. I don't know if it was accepted in one of the key matches of the day.
Absolutely. Again, everybody, Awonder Liang comes into this tournament with an unbelievable rating, 2,700. He's played in U.S. championships. That's what he's aspiring to do, is to win the juniors. Everybody give me the title so that I can take my rightful seat in the U.S. championship. What happens? He loses the first game.
Yeah.
First round, pardon me, yesterday. And can he bounce back against Christopher Yu, who actually won his first game?
It's a big game for Awonder.
How did we get here, by the way?
I don't actually know. And here we have Awonder Liang, age 19, from Wisconsin, actually a student at University of Chicago.
Right.
Where he does not only study, he actually has taken his team to a lot of success.
Congratulations to Awonder. And by the way, is it something in the air today? Because Benko Gambit?
It's
How
like
do you-
it's a Benko-ish, right?
What is that? B4? Like
I
what?
like it.
I mean, is that known? I
Yeah,
assume
it's known. It's known. It's an idea.
What do we call it?
I don't think it has a name.
Christian, jump in here.
Good question.
Everything
Why
has
does
a
everything need
name.
to have a name?
Everything has a name.
I don't think it. I mean, I can check on Lichess to see if they do have a name there. Let me take a look at that. It's called
Yes.
the English Opening Symmetrical Variation 3 Nights Variation.
Get lost. I mean, that's
Exactly.
boring.
Nothing
That is the
spectacular,
worst.
guys.
That's the worst opening name I've ever heard.
There's
paid this
nothing
guy?
spectacular.
I know. He's supposed to deliver some goods.
I'm trying to see. This
I mean,
before
if
has
you
been
had
played
said
before.
the maniacal attacking orangutan,
There we go.
I like it.
3 nights
Let's
symmetrical
rename
English.
it.
Come on.
Let's rename it. I
Three
mean,
nights symmetrical English. Get lost.
but
Get out
the
of here.
thing is, B4
what
is
is
the
the-
main line in the position. In this particular position, B4 is by far the main line, and it's quite well known. It was
Yeah.
played at the top level. Nepomniachtchi played it. Artemiev played it recently. Anton Guijaro, Leko as well. Leko and Nepo, we know that they're working together. So there's definitely some understanding based on that. This one will definitely be interesting. But I was having my eyes on this game. The game
Yep.
between Andrew Hong
Which you
and
mentioned.
Balaji, because we stated that this guy, Andrew Hong, yesterday came up with some monstrous preparation, and he's doing exactly the same today with the white pieces. He's maximizing his initiative given by the white pieces. Queen to A3 was that move that we didn't really understand, but it is the computer move, and it is the best move in the position. And right now, the battle is about to begin because Black needs to find a way to castle, right? And he needs to do it fast, because if you give me one more extra move, so for example, if you play the second best move in the position A5, try to set up a potential queen to B8, queen to B4, and cut the action of the queen on this diagonal, well, now I have time to go king to E1. Quickly go king to E1, and now there's no more castle. If you try to prepare castle with the move D6, rook to D1, and you're a move too short. You're too late to do the castle. So unfortunately, after rook to D1, you're actually much worse. Now, he knew that, it seems like, Balaji. After like a 3-minute thing, he played the best move in the position. That is D6, still following the 2 games that we were discussing. And after bishop to D3, we looked at this as well. Bishop to D3, try queen to A3 had a double threat. That is to go king to E1 and rook to D1, but also bishop to D3 and get the square available for the king on C2. So after bishop to D3, castle, rook to C1 was played. D5, C5, still blitzing out his moves.
Wow.
1 hour and 34 minutes on Andrew Hong's clock. 1 hour and 16 minutes on Balaji Daggupati's clock right now. And he's definitely struggling to find the best path forward, which is, by the way, not easy. Right now, in one of the games, the only game in the position, bishop takes G2 was played. Not an easy decision. And after rook to E1, knight to G4 was played in that game, and I think C6 was the follow-up. I do predict that at this point, Andrew Hong has an improvement, and I think that is perhaps this move, bishop to G1. We will have to wait and see whether he's going to come up with this move or queen to A6, another very intriguing move, targeting the pawn on E6 immediately and asking the right questions. This is going to be the weapon of choice for the white side. If I manage to get this pawn to C7, the game is over. You cannot allow me to get that pawn to c7, but it's not going to be an easy task. Well, I have to say, incredible preparation once again for Andrew Hung, and he's not even sitting at the board right now. He's just like strolling around, putting the pressure from afar on his opponents.
And just to clarify for a moment, Christian.
Yes.
90 minutes that Andrew started
More than
with,
90, yes.
And after playing the first dozen moves, he has more time than what he started
1
with.
hour and 34 minutes. He's just blitzing out. He's just blitzing out every single move. We're at move 21 right now.
I want this guy on my team, you know, Coach. I mean, it seems to me like this guy comes with the prep. I wanted to turn our attention back to the game of David Brodsky versus Carissa Yip, because Carissa Yip is going to face a challenge. We left it after the move g7, g6. We just saw David play the move knight c3. Bishop g7, h3, all very nice and good. Bishop e3. Knight h5, a move that Black often likes to play. Carissa anticipates bringing her king to h7. She could have done it in, I want to say, the style of Levon.
Levon? Okay.
Levon Aronian. King h8, knight g8, and f5. Carissa said, no, I want to go knight h5, queen d2, king h7, bang. G4. And now here's the challenge. She can play knight f6 and just say, okay, are you going to come and get me? I mean, how aggressive are your intentions? I will play defense while you play offense. Or she could offer a pawn, knight f4, and say, I want to counter your attacking game with a pawn sacrifice of my own. For example, bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, f5. And I'm going to try to play for the initiative.
I like this approach, actually.
How do you like, which one do you choose?
I like the knight f4 approach.
And be aggressive.
It's just a lot. I'm getting here a little influenced by the juniors. A little sacrificing their pawns. I think I can do it too. You know, like,
yeah, that make you feel young, don't they?
young again.
Right? I mean, to be so careless. No, like go ahead, go sacrifice your pawn. So, Christian, jump in here. You're the coach of Mizzou. Do you tell your guys, don't be a punching bag? Throw some patties of your own. What do you advise?
Well, definitely throw some patties of your own, especially if your opponent is surprising you in the opening. So I do like that idea with knight to f4, give up the pawn and just hope that you're going to get enough initiative. Nevertheless, from what I'm seeing in that game, I think David Brodsky hasn't spent any of his time.
That's true.
Carissa, unfortunately, is closing in on 1 hour on the clock, so almost 30 minutes spent so far. 1 hour and 32 minutes for David Brodsky, so he's definitely ready for that move, knight to f4 that you guys
He has
offered.
to be.
Yes, I mean, it's a difficult moment for Carissa. It looks good. This g4 looks a little bit rash, but again, he knows his theory, it seems like. And David Brodsky, I know him, and I know he's a hard worker. That's one of his strong suits, his theoretical knowledge, and he's showing it today. I mean, he must be upset about what happened yesterday against Andrew Hung. And we saw a face of desperation yesterday as we were watching him going down to his last 5 minutes and seeing 2 queens for his opponent on the board and having to resign. He's upset about that game. He's trying to take revenge and bounce back as soon as possible against Carissa.
Right.
And Carissa, well, an easy draw yesterday against Abhi with Black, I have to say. She maybe was a little bit worse out of the opening, but she calmly refuted over the board Abhimannyu's preparation, and she did that in a great fashion. And at some point, I have to say, maybe she was even slightly better. So definitely showing good shape in the event up to this point. Nevertheless, her first big test seems to be today.
Exactly. Wanted to turn our attention to the game of Jennifer Yu and Thalia Cervantes for a moment, because after the KG move, knight f3 on move 2, I thought she was going to do something like a bishop g5, a bishop f4, and to avoid a queen's gambit accepted. No, Jennifer went c4. Immediately, Thalia showed her preparation. Queen's Gambit accepted with knight c6. When I played it, I was an exclusive a7, a6 player. I saw recently, well, not recently, but I've seen Magnus Carlsen also prefer the line that Thalia plays, knight c6, and they quickly got into, boy, I got to tell you, I played this ending on both sides so many times. I mean, the Queen's Gambit accepted, ending 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2. In the candidates, we saw Dean Laren in a crucial last round game, actually getting the best of Hikaru Nakamura when he had nothing.
Yeah, he had nothing. It was one of those games where you felt Hikaru had it in the bag.
Right, he was just kind of slipping.
Yeah. This one move that he was.
Bishop
Rook
D8,
D8, he was just, it was within a drawing range.
Hikaru was probably even better at some point in that game. Slightly better with the black pieces.
Well, but as it is, Jennifer, you playing exactly that same ending, maybe not the same position, but the same ending. We'll keep our eye on that one. I also wanted to say, just a second, where are you? Zoe? This was the game. Anna, Marie, Zoe? No, there was another one. Sorry, it was this Rochelle.
Game is what
it
you
was
guys
this
want to
game
look
that I had been talking about
Rochelle
with
and Sophie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, and that was I had expected as an answer to h3 the move g2, g4, because in those cases the knight can pop back to g3, something like g5, and you can really have a lot of fun as white. She played g3, a6. Knight d2, bishop d7. Wow. I mean, my move a5 would arrive on the board so fast. I don't know what would have stopped me. Castles?
You don't have to think too hard. It's still theory.
I know. But now I feel like black's getting more play on the queen side.
Well, Sophie hasn't spent a single second, so I'm assuming that
this is all
theory. I'm looking at your database. There's 8 games played from this position.
8.
So still nothing new. We still see strong preparation in every tournament. It's really been outstanding what the players have been bringing in terms of opening knowledge and opening theory.
Yeah.
In every section, I would say that in the Legends, it was more impressive that it's old stuff coming back in.
Right.
Still cool.
Trying to resurrect the old lines.
The old lines, but the U.S. juniors and U.S. junior girls are really bringing in when it comes to like straight up deep line theory. We saw it yesterday in Alice Lee against Jennifer Yu. We're seeing it today in this game between Rochelle and Sophie.
Exactly.
Where the black player has spent zero time to get here.
Yeah, okay, very cool. And let me turn it, again, very, very nice
Beautiful
views
shot
of the St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center here as we're opening up a new bay for tournament competition. And all the 15 players are kind of mixed. It's not like you see the girls section on the left and the junior section on the right. No, they're all intermixed.
And let's take a look at this game, guys. The
Which
game
one?
between Kaidanov and Maxim Dlugy. And we did
Yes.
say that the seniors are bringing old school theory back.
Yes, they are.
Nevertheless, I'm looking at Gregory Kaidanov, and I know he's coaching a lot. So he's definitely up to speed on the trends, the new trends, because he needs to be. As a coach of modern chess players, he needs to be. And this is exactly what we're seeing. And this is also his style. On the left, you can see Gregory Kaidanov in deep thought. Also, Maxim Dlugy in deep thought right now because he's under a tremendous attack and this position could explode anytime soon. He had a very good start to the tournament, Maxim Dlugy. Unfortunately for him, after getting a winning position after the first few moves, he was unable to convert yesterday. But let's take a look at what's happening on the board today. So I think you guys left it somewhere around this moment, after knight to h7, and you were mentioning knight to e4, queen to a5, and a3. He started off with a3. Okay, decide what you want to do with this bishop. Do you want to sacrifice to exchange it for my knight on c3, or do you want to keep it close to the king side by setting it up on e7? He decided to go to e7, knight to e4. Finally came on the board. And the positions that are going to ensue, I'm very curious what's going to happen after bishop to d7, because at least from a visual perspective, this move knight to d6, which is proposed by the engine, looks very dangerous for me, because after bishop takes d6, e takes d6, I have a couple of ways of cutting the defense of this pawn from the bishop on f4, either with f6 followed by e5 or with the move rook to e8. Now, f6, at least to my eyes, is a bit more intuitive. h4, e5, it looks like I have a very nice center and I'm going to be able to corral this pawn d6, bishop to e6, and you're going to have some difficulties defending it. The thing is, about the position is that white will have a way to open up and force this pawn to go to e4 via f4. My next move is going to be f4 as white. That's going to force you to either exchange, which I don't think you want to do, open up the center with two bishops on the board. This knight on h7 a little bit out of play. I don't think you want to see that. And if this diagonal opens up, this pawn on d6 is going to be a thorn in black's position. So you have to keep the diagonal closed as much as possible. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like there's a way to do that.
We do have a move, however.
We do.
We do.
F5.
We have
F5.
Boom.
That's the second option, but once again, knight to d6. Now after bishop takes d6, take on d6, this bishop is going to land on e5. It's going to get some...
Whoa, G5, man. I want to win your bishop.
G5?
No. Put your knight on D6.
Oh, I see.
Let me
I
take
see
your
what you're
bishop,
saying.
you know?
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
let me
game over.
Oh, man. That's disappointing. How
Is
come
it
I
so
didn't-
easy?
Sorry.
That's disappointing. I thought you were going to play bishop G3.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Now, you have to sidestep this action with king to h8, but then my bishop escapes, and then h4 is going to come on the board.
Yeah.
This is the problem. Your knight on h7 is not really going anywhere. I'm
Just
going to go h4, and if you cannot stop me from opening up the position, if the h file opens up, you're checkmated.
If I go F4, you're going
Yes.
to go queen C3.
Yes.
And I can't take twice on D6 because
No,
my king,
no.
which had been on
There's
G8,
a
is
king,
now
you're
on
also losing
H8.
c6. This is not looking good.
A weird position. 96
Sorry,
is-
so F5. Sorry,
F5.
I apologize. Tell us what you were thinking the main line should be. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not 100% sure what the main line is, because bishop takes d6, at least to my eyes, doesn't look good for black.
No, I
I'm going to
don't
be
want
able
that.
to cement this bishop on
No.
e5 with f4, and then I'm going to open up the position whenever I want with the move g4 on the king
I
side.
like the computer suggestion there of knight G5.
Knight g5, yes. Knight to
Makes
g5,
sense. You
and
go
I keep going.
Knight F7 or knight E4.
Knight f7, the thing is I just take, and now I have a free attack.
True.
I just simply have a free attack. On the king side, I open up with g4 whenever I want, and you don't have anything on this side. You're way too far.
Yeah.
Way too far.
I
By the
think-
way, at this point, the engine is saying 3.5 advantage.
Whoa.
Humongous advantage. Probably there's some sacrifices
Stop the
coming.
engine.
Bishop to h5, rook h3, rook g3, and then you're going to have to contend with the fact that rook takes g7 or bishop takes h6 comes on the board. It's not looking good. Not looking good. So you have to maybe go to e4, but then once again, I can take, you have to take with the f pawn,
Yes.
and then I open up once again the position whenever I want to, and maybe right now, f3. It just seems like white has a goal, a sensible goal in the position of what to play for, and black doesn't. At least this is how I feel about the position.
Nice points. And by the way, some tricky tactical play there. I do like that. Apologies, I wanted to go to see how Nick de Firmian had followed up on his inspiring play. Inspiring play. The inspiring play went h4, g6. Igor said, I don't believe you. Go ahead and kill me. Knight to c3, not inviting h5, e5 as you wanted, like give me the pawn. Bishop g7, bishop g5, queen a5. Okay, I think that stops c5, e5. It also stops h5. Don't hang your bishop. Rook c1, rook c8. Where is white putting his king?
White's position is just bad.
White's position is bad, right?
Yeah,
Right?
just
I
bad.
mean, this is bishop d2.
This is a symptom. Come on.
An attempt to
Bishop g5, bishop d2.
Right, an attempt to maybe
Man.
invite a queen trade. No, I'm not.
I think White's almost lucky that his position's not collapsing.
Right?
Like a move like Queen H5 is close to winning.
Exactly. Gift me the pawn, and ask White what he intends. Something like Queen E3.
But Queen E3 drops C4.
C4.
And if you go Queen D3, you go Knight D7.
Which is a dream come true,
Right.
of course, because you start thinking, oh, what lovely tempi.
What beauties, right?
This bishop.
Oh my God.
Wow. I mean, for Igor, starting the tournament with 2 blacks, winning this first game as black, this would be.
He's got a great position
I
already.
know.
Yeah, I know, right?
He's wondering,
what?
did Christmas come early this year? And Christian, what other games have you been looking at?
Well, I was looking at this game, actually. I was following your
Also,
ideas.
yeah.
And actually, bishop to d2 seems to have been an inaccuracy. What the engine was supporting was king to f1.
Genius.
Keep the bishop on g5, specifically for the reason that Alejandro mentioned, not to allow the queen to get to h5. Quite an interesting idea. You're not going to castle anyway, right? You just played h4. You want to have the rook behind the pawn, potentially threatened to go h5 if this knight moves away. And then the king on e1 is not greatly placed, right? Because the knight on c3 is on the pin. So you want to put it on f1. This seems to have been the better choice in the position. I'll keep an eye on everything else, what's happening, and I'll get back to you guys.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to go to the game of Igor and Larry Christiansen for a moment. Because, I mean, okay, I know these, what do they call it? The Alapin C3? Alapin in Sicilian with C2, C3. And a lot of strong players have at various times in their careers approached the Sicilian this way. But it's kind of strange. I'm aware of this move, knight a6, knight a3 takes. Knight takes?
I'm not aware of knight c2 at all. I thought the move was knight c4 to take advantage of the fact that b6 is weak.
Right, that you've provoked.
That you've provoked. Yeah.
A6, so that you can now.
And then I know they go like knight bd7, and I think you go. I think there's knight e3 or bishop b2. I don't even remember anymore.
Oops, excuse me. That was supposed to be bishop e2, but knight e3 certainly looks
move.
like a tempo. But knight c2, and I was really surprised by this decision, knight takes, because it almost invites e5. And I didn't know if we were in theory or not after, for example, knight e3. That it's a strange impression that the white knights are having bouncing all around, but I didn't know what to make of this position.
I don't know it at the very least.
No. Okay,
It looks
definitely.
fine for black. No?
Yeah, I mean, I'll keep an eye on this one, as if you do go queen to c5, queen c7. Christian, jump right in. What's your database and engine telling you?
Well, that position after e5 is more or less equal, but I was checking this game again, Andrew Hung versus Balaji, because, I mean, Andrew is just coming up with brilliant preparation, and I have to keep an eye on it. Bishop to d3, c5, d4, bishop to d2, queen to d5. It looks obscure. It wasn't one of the top engine lines for black, that move d4. But Andrew is still within his preparation because he's blitzing out his moves. Rook to e1 was played instantaneously. Queen to f5, once again, he stopped for like 30 seconds, and I was looking, okay, king to c2 looks like the best move, but then I started understanding that after rook to c8, you have to defend like this, and it does seem like after a5, black is getting a lot of counter chances. It didn't look good for white. The engine is still saying that it's better for white. Nevertheless, from a practical perspective, I don't see it. So I was thinking about the position, and I thought that black, Balaji that is getting his chances. After queen to f5, immediately bishop to a6 came on the board. Still 1 hour and 34 minutes. For Andrew, this is move 24. Dropping below 1 hour is Balaji Daggupati right now in a difficult position, difficult also from a practical perspective. Look at him. He's just walking around. Wow. No worries in the world. Happy that he got his preparation in once again. Maybe another shower, another cold shower, came up with this type of brilliant ideas. Deep preparation by Andrew Hung. I have to say I'm mightily impressed with what he's bringing to the table in this tournament.
Wow, but that move Bishop A6. I don't know, Coach. If you got a student, you're doing a summer camp, and you're saying to your students, "Show me your best games," so we can analyze them together. And your student plays Bishop A6. Your first instinct is, dude, think about your king. Like now you've left your king trapped in the middle of the board. And then you get the cold shower. But Coach, my 3600 chess engine says Bishop A6 is the best move.
It's hard to argue with the 3600 chess engine.
Do you ever get that? Did you ever open your mouth to criticize a student's play, and then you get hit with, "But Coach, that's what Stockfish 28,000 says."
I mean, we're full of witty
Happens all the
retorts
time.
Are you kidding me?
Happens all the time.
The engines know nothing. Misunderstanding. Yeah, but it's not a practical decision. We have tons of witty remarks against it. Don't you worry.
To save face, you have to find a way to save face when you get hit with that.
You can become national champions for reasons. Very good, Coach. I mean, of course, you have your whole repertoire. Wanted to turn quickly to Carissa Yip.
What a move.
David Brodsky came with the heat, played the move G2, G4. It was a very direct challenge to Carissa. Carissa's been slow playing it, but she did go for the knight F4 pawn sacrifice, right?
Wow.
Oh, no, pardon me.
She went for F5.
F5.
She went completely crazy.
All right, good.
Good.
Well, I do see F5, F4. She's winning back the piece to begin with. I mean, it's not like it's a piece sacrifice. It could be a pawn sacrifice. It could be a double pawn sacrifice. But F5, Coach, what do you think?
I don't know, man. Let's go down the line, because it's kind of forcing.
Tell me the
right?
line.
You have to take the knight, otherwise this doesn't make any sense.
Why did I play G4 otherwise?
I guess you play F4. I don't see why you play this.
Okay, and for sure I'm going to toss in check, because that's what I got to do. I guess you're going back.
Really?
You want to put your king? You want to lead with your chin? Yeah, I don't know.
You don't have a lot of pieces, right?
I might. King. I'm gonna
King H7. I don't have to take this bishop. I think it's a nice point for black
to keep
the
tension,
right? So you never know when you want to take on E3.
So King H7. So you think that this pawn on G6 is otherwise kind of annoying?
No, the thing is, I'm not sure I get it back.
Bishop F7.
That's If the bishop F7 didn't exist, I would just sidestep it. But
right.
I'm not sure I get it back, and if I don't get it back, that's a problem.
Okay, so let's go down the line, down the rabbit hole for a moment here.
Let's pause.
Okay,
right?
Yeah, exactly. That is the pause moment right here. As I'm looking at Rook G1, and Queen D7. No, I have Rook G4 at least. So okay, let me secure the open file. Christian, jump right in if you feel like we're blowing it.
No. You guys are doing well. Actually, King to H1 is a bit more precise to leave that square for the knight, because very often with the king on H2, one of the main ideas for black is with the bishop on C8 to go queen to D7.
Right, yeah, we saw that much.
And then the knight might be better placed on H2.
Exactly. It's all about white forcing black to take on E3. So I have to make a move later on, queen to E2 potentially, depending on what you do right now.
So
how do you continue after king to H1?
Yeah, it was the greed factor as far as I was concerned. I was trying to protect the pawn on H3. King H7.
King H7, queen E2.
Queen E2. Now I'm
forcing. You're forcing to take.
And now I take with the pawn.
Okay.
And again, now you're having huge problems, it seems like, with your king. Let's say
Black is having huge problems?
Yes.
Rook F2 or Rook G1?
Well, let's go Rook G1. Yeah, I think I have a big threat right now, and that is Knight G5.
Uh-oh.
I think Knight G5 might be a problem. So you have
to be careful. It's a big of a threat, huh?
Suddenly,
maybe I can also start with
who's getting mad here?
Yeah, who turned the tables on
me?
Yeah, you're the one having problems with your king. That's the situation right now.
Okay, and
pawns are equal, by the way.
Yes, of course. A quick question for you though: King H2.
King H2 is fine as well.
Yeah. How did the engine evaluate Rook G1, just so that we can get Zen of the position?
So the position after King H2, right?
Yeah.
King H2, King H7, Rook G1.
Yeah, Rook G1, still a very decent advantage, but actually Rook G1 throws some of it away after Queen to D7.
Okay. So not Rook G1.
Not Rook G1.
Right,
Queen
right. Rook
D7
G1 is not necessary. Once again,
that's your Queen E2 move.
Queen E2
then.
or Queen to D1. Queen to E2 is not as precise in this particular moment, once again because of Queen to D7. And the problem is if you go King to Knight to G1, I have F3 coming with tempo. A lot of details in the position that white and black will have to understand later on. F5, I have to say, it's a gamble. She doesn't know.
Gamble.
She doesn't know the position.
Is that what we call it? An interesting move? A gamble?
It's a gamble.
Intriguing.
A gamble.
A gamble. All right.
I mean, first impressions were F5 and Carissa was being ornery and fighting back, but now you're calling it a gamble.
It's a gamble.
It's not a good sign.
It's not a good sign. And by the way, just another question for you, if you don't mind. After F5, I'm noticing that this knight on C3 really doesn't have a great square. So, for example...
No, take on H5. Take on H5. You cannot do that.
What?
You cannot do that.
No, I wanted to take
now
on...
you're already much worse. Now you take on H5, but then I go F4.
Yeah, and I've left myself the square E4 at the end of the day, right?
But you have to get ready to jump there. You cannot go knight to E4 because of D5. So you have to lose another tempi with bishop to D5 first, which will get hit by knight to E7. So it's not really working that well. King to H1, F takes E3, and it already seems like black is getting a decisive advantage. Close to decisive advantage.
Wow, okay, well that's too bad. I was trying to get a nice square for the knight. Didn't work out, Alejandro.
It's tempting. It's tempting, though. It's tempting.
I know.
But you have to keep those two pawns on E4 and E3 to control all the squares.
All the squares. Yeah, that
makes
sense.
Yeah, it really does.
It does make sense.
Instead of a pawn on H5, put it on E4. I'd be happy.
Yeah.
I'm
That makes a lot of sense.
Yes. Okay. Very good. A couple of games we haven't seen. Just again, just taking a quick look at the Awonder Liang game for just a moment. Again, I'm really curious to see how this great superstar of tomorrow, Awonder Liang, maybe even today, I should say, is going to handle losing the first round. And will he bounce back? After the move bishop b2, by the way, queen g6, obviously a tickle against the rook, as well as trying to keep the bishop honest, not developing because of the g2 pawn, bishop b2, c4, and h4. Are we in, how shall I put it, novel territory?
Novelties were like long time ago.
A long time ago. We don't know where they came.
But we got this mess on the board.
G3.
It's one of those games, right? You try to explain to your students, and you're just like, everything that you're supposed to do in chess, you've done wrong.
Right.
You put all your pawns on dark squares as white.
Yeah.
Your opponent put all their pawns on light squares. I mean, this bishop on b2 is a monster, but you don't have development as white. You're not castle. You're not close to castling.
But the queen is weird.
The queen has moved. How many times has this queen moved?
I have no idea, but
like
a lot.
3 times?
Yeah.
3-4 times?
Right. And I am tempted by the move bishop h3. I love developing with the game of tempo. I don't mind knight takes c6 and bishop g2 either.
Yeah.
Jump in here, Christian. First of all, where did the novelty come? Second of all, has Christopher overplayed his hand?
So it seems like already queen to f6, as early as after b4, queen to f6 was a novelty. C takes b4 was by far the main line. c4 also an option, and the engine's evaluation as the best move. Queen to f6 came on the board. And by the way, this is one thing I noticed about Awonder, where I know Awonder from when he was 11 years of age, and he was much more of a conservative player. He was playing tighter openings, and he wasn't taking as many risks. As he grew older, he's becoming more of a gambler, and I like it. I love to see that. He's coming up with this type of sharp, intriguing ideas, such as b4, and now it does seem like he does have a slight edge in the position. Nevertheless, the position remains extremely, extremely complex. Bishop to h3 is one of the lines. Queen to a4 is another one of the lines. Very, very complicated battle ensuing right now in this position. White needs to finish his development. Black will try to do that as well, but you have to be careful because once you move this bishop from f8, you're going to have some problems on the long diagonal with that cannon on b2 looking at the g7 square. So definitely a very complex battle. You know, Awonder, after losing with the black pieces, wants to come back.
Exactly.
I'm the rating favorite. I want to bounce back. I want to get that title back to the University of Chicago because, and by the way, Alejandro, you were mentioning something very poignant at the beginning of the show. He has been leading his team, the University of Chicago, to great successes throughout the year since he was there. I think there's another grandmaster at the University of Chicago. We've seen him in the championship last year. Remind me his name again.
Ravin Balakrishnan.
Yes, Ravin Balakrishnan, another great grandmaster from the University of Chicago. I think he is 21 right now, so he doesn't have the right to play in this tournament. But what I was saying is that he is leading that team without scholarships. So they're not attracting players with scholarships, but they are attracting the players with the greatness of the university as well as the greatness of this team that he's leading.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for that. I'm just looking at the game between Alice Lee. I just love her. I love telling about her video channel. Alice's Upon Palaces. I mean, 13 years old, you already have your own hit show. Get out of here. This is amazing. She's up against Alan Wang, and we've just seen e4, knight takes e4 on the board. I don't think Alice really is coming out of this opening with anything to be proud of. I mean, knight takes e4. If you take with the rook, bishop b7. I actually prefer Black's position in that case. Queen takes e4. Help me if I'm missing something here. But I'm seeing rook b8. I'm seeing knight f6. And I'm thinking, why isn't Black doing well?
Looks fine for Black, right?
Exactly.
It all depends. This is one of those tempo-dependent positions where if White has this one tempo to get in, a dangerous knight g5, a dangerous d5, a dangerous bishop g5, something that actually
hits and hurts.
Hits and hurts.
Yeah.
But if you don't have it, Black is but a tempo away from consolidating position fully.
And getting a tempo
on
herself. Bishop b7, knight f6, c5 takes d4, and actually ending up with a better center.
My first impression is that Alan won the opening battle.
Okay.
I don't think that White has anything here.
Exactly. Also, the pawn on a3 makes a bad impression.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's there.
Sometimes c takes d4, the pawn on c4 could
A
stick
bit
out
weak, yeah.
just a little bit. But as we get prepared for a break, I just wanted to say, do we have... I remember yesterday, Q Boutique was offering like something ridiculous, right? 75% discount. Get out of here. Get out of No way. 5% maximum. Friends and family.
What we got today for you. We have a magnetic, a travel chess set from QBoutiqueSTL.com. Take a look at that.
Very nice.
Very, very nice. Yeah, you can find this at QBoutiqueSTL.com.
I love the manicure.
Right?
Right, very nice. Hand polish there.
Tyler's hand's looking better and better every day.
Boy, I tell you, he's such a charmer.
He really is.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we'll take a quick break, and we will be on the other side with still 15 games remaining.
Hey St. Louis, the Ascension Charity Classic, presented by Emerson, is back this September. Don't miss the excitement. When the PGA Tour champions best compete again, all for charity, September 9th through the 11th at Norwood Hills Country Club. Pro-Am spots, hospitality packages, VIP tickets, and more. Available now at AscensionCharityClassic.com.
St. Louis University is celebrating its 200th anniversary. Offering world-class education in the heart of St. Louis, SLU attracts students and professors from around the globe. In 2015, SLU partnered with the St. Louis Chess Club to start a top-tiered collegiate chess team. On the very first year of the team's inception, SLU obtained second best university at the Pan American Intercollegiate Chess Championships. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. everybody, as we are in round 2 of the U.S. Junior Championship, U.S. Girls Junior Championship, and the U.S. Senior Championship here in St. Louis, Missouri. Let's take a look at our pairings for this round, as we have a huge matchup in the Girls Junior section. Jennifer Yu is currently playing against Thalia Cervantes with the white pieces at number 1 seed against number 2. And with a draw already in hand by Jennifer yesterday, that means that she's playing catch-up.
Absolutely. Alice Lee at the bottom of the pairings there against Ellen Wang. Also a game that we're keeping our eye on, and in the juniors.
In the junior section, we had 4 decisive games yesterday, and we have a lot of fun games today. Andrew Hong brought the preparation yesterday, and he's doing the same today.
Sure is.
Against Daggupati in a wild Sicilian between the only players with 1 point facing each other.
Exactly, and Andrew's preparation has been awesome. He's just been playing move after move, but also the game that we're also marquee matchup, Awonder Liang versus Christopher Yu. Can Awonder, the number 1 seed, snap back after a shock loss yesterday? And in the seniors.
In the legends.
I wanted to say legends, I couldn't think of the word.
There you go. We have a bunch of cool games. Kaidanov against Dlugy, I think, is really cool. Shabalov Akopian is very cool. But still, game of the day, I think, has to be the Firmian against Novikov, just because of the standings. Novikov won his game yesterday against Vladimir Akopian. He's the only one sitting on 1 full point, as he was the only decisive game of the round. And he is now repeating his black pieces against the Firmian, but we like his position.
Absolutely, we do. I'm just looking at the game of Awonder Liang for just a moment against Christopher Yu, and I think Christopher has just mangled his opening. The more I would look at the position, the current position after knight takes c6, b takes c6. Again, I'm just seeing that, first of all, this pawn really means that it's going to be difficult for black to ever find kingside safety. That is to say, you want to play bishop g7, you want to put your king on the g8 square. You're not going to the queen side, and you're not going to leave it in the center for too long, because at a certain moment, the moves d3 and e4 for white play themselves. In addition, black structure. The pawn on a7 just it's a very compelling target. Let me play moves like bishop d4, queen a4, rook e1, and e4. I like what Awonder has done. I think Christopher is going to have some challenges to solve.
I agree, and even though black has, I think, more resources than are apparently available, for example, he could play the move bishop e7, I don't see a punish.
You mean I can't take?
You cannot take on g7. I mean, you can, but the game ends immediately.
With a perpet. Like I post up nicely on the d4 square, and you go, whoops.
Whoop. And yeah, I don't think there's any hesitation towards taking the draw.
And that's a perpetual check indeed. So,
I'm
okay.
assuming there's not more than the perpetual.
Yeah, exactly. It might be. You always look for
You always look for them, right?
King d7, what the heck, right? So maybe
winning.
the g7 pawn is taboo.
Yes. But you're not threatening to castle, on the other hand, because
h5, that's a real pawn.
That's a real pawn. So you have time to play something like you mentioned, bishop d4. You never know when bishop c5 is useful. It prepares d3 in some way. You could play d3 immediately.
Right,
It
but
does.
then I'm not tickling h5.
That's the only reason I wouldn't want to play it.
Right.
But the resulting structure at the end is so favorable for white anyway.
Maybe I'll just pause a moment, rook e1. I don't know, because you're not castling. Maybe I am threatening to take on g7 if you don't have the perpetual. Okay, something to keep our eyes on for sure. And we're going to turn it over to Christian and say, Christian, what's caught your attention?
Well, just to say, in the junior section, I was keeping an eye on the game between Andrew Hong and Balaji, and I was trying to understand what has transpired and what changed in the last few moves. We left it out after queen to f5. And bishop to a6 came on the board, and we were mesmerized by this idea, because king to c2 made much more sense, at least to the naked eye. Just try to get the king to b1 as fast as possible and escape this onslaught that is coming, especially if the pawn lands on d3. For example, black is like 2 moves away from checkmating, right? If you do play any sort of like a natural move such as this one, queen to g4 just finishes the game. So after after d3, you have to do something, right? Rook to c4 does seem to make way for the king to go all the way to b1 quite nicely, actually. Not only that, but after you remove this bishop from e4, I'm going to be able to transfer this rook on the d file, put a lot of pressure on the d3 pawn, and unfortunately for you, I'm going to corral that, I'm going to capture that, I'm going to have two bishops, a safe king, all the way to b1, and that's just game over. So you cannot do that, you cannot hurry with the move d3. He played the move queen to h5 check, bishop to e2, of course, has to come on the board, queen to d5, and now it does seem like this is the position we have on the board. If you do want to repeat, you could go bishop to c4, force the move queen to h5, and then we're going to see the repetition. Bishop to d3, again, allows queen to h5 and a potential repetition. So the only way I see for white to continue this game is bishop to f3. You cannot defend the pawn by moving it because, well, unfortunately, after d3, it's resignation time. You don't have an extra tempo to get this rook off the c file to go off the c1 square to go to c1 with the king. If you go bishop to f1, bishop to f3 is going to come. That's game over. We don't want to see that on the board. So the only way to defend this pawn on g2 and propose the trade of the bishops, which is probably going to be in white's favor, is with the move bishop to f3. A natural move, I think, we're going to see this land on the board. Once again, I'm trying to understand how is black going to continue this game, because let's not forget, black is still a pawn down. Pawn down, no two bishops. I'm the one with the bishop pair as well as white. So if you don't do something immediate, then you're going to be in trouble. So you need to find some sort of complications in the position to ask some questions from your opponent. And we see Andrew Hong right now. I'm not 100% sure what he's looking. Maybe he's eyeing his opponent, or maybe just simply trying to remember his theory, because bishop to f3 does seem like a very natural move right now.
It certainly does. Thank you for that, Christian. And Alejandro, big developments in the Rochelle Wu game.
We were talking about Andrew Hong's excellent preparation, and I think also excellent preparation is being seen by a certain Sophie Morris-Suzuki. Yeah. She won her game yesterday, so she was one of the winners of yesterday's round.
Very nice.
And she has an absolutely crushing position with the black pieces against one of the reigning favorites, Rochelle Wu.
Wow, what happened?
Big upset.
Let's see what happened.
We
left it.
Believe it or not, we're still following a game.
No kidding.
Yeah.
When we left it, we were here, and I didn't like the fact that black had gotten in the move b5. I wanted to play a5 in a snap, in a heartbeat, and we didn't see these moves, but they were played. Bishop, knight takes b5, winning the two bishops, but on the other hand, the bishop on e2 is no great shakes. Rook takes b2. Uh-oh, I'm beginning to...
Yeah, your spidey senses start to tingle, right?
Wait a minute. Do I want to see this queen landing on a3, hitting my bishop? And then what happened?
F4 was played, and I think queen a3 just finishes the game.
Really? Well, give us the line. I have to move the bishop, right?
You have to move the bishop.
If
if I take this bishop, the game is over.
Oh, and you're taking with check as well, so
and
no
way. I was trying to make this work, and I think I did. I think I can play rook takes d2.
It looks like a fine
takes.
move.
And unfortunately, I think knight f3 doesn't work, because I take bishop somewhere, you defend mate. Okay. But if you start with the queen...
Bishop somewhere. By the way, e4 is also hanging
out.
But I'm tickling the queen.
You're tickling the queen. So bishop e3 attacks the queen. Probably still compensate. I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, but you had a different idea.
You start with the queen.
So you go queen f3, you're threatening mate.
There's only one way to defend.
I got to take it.
But then I get my material back and more.
You win and
and I get e4 on top of that.
Oh, that's pretty.
It's pretty and it's decisive, I think, right?
Visual. Queen.
Now, the weirdest thing, all of that happened in a game.
No.
Ringor, I'm looking at the database. Ringor, grandmaster from Belgium, against Cheparinov.
Got killed.
And got killed. Well, sometimes you play Chepa, and Chepa shows you who's boss. I mean, it's pretty good.
Wow. By the way, after queen a3, the only other move I could come up with was king f2. And that doesn't look any better. Again, I think you're just going to make a dazzling combination on me, right?
Probably not even that dazzling.
Right?
Probably something very basic, right? This looks completely lost.
What am I doing? I'm winning in exchange for I don't want to play white's position. No.
I think after 93, you're very close to resignation.
Yeah. Wow.
Excellent.
Sophie with the prep.
Right?
Dang.
This is not quite the game.
No.
But in the game between Rochelle Wu, it seems like Rochelle should be moments away from resigning if this move, Queen A3, lands on the board.
Followed by Queen F3. That was really, really nice. Jennifer, Jennifer and Thalia are basically vacuuming the pieces off the board. Nothing is going on between what we hoped would be a really, really important matchup.
Now, this looks pretty dead.
Yeah, a draw in the works. Alice Lee, just a second. She didn't take on E4. Ellen played Bishop B7.
Oh, immediately.
Inviting Knight G5.
G5. Looks fine, no? I can still take on E4.
With the knight, I presume?
Yeah, I think with the knight.
Okay. And no trickies here, right? No trickies.
No trickies, but if you take with
I
the
have
knight...
to take with the...
You can take with the knight, actually. Then pretend the knight takes D6 is knight takes D6 is a threat, right?
Absolutely. I apologize. It most certainly is. Even also...
Bishop G5.
Bishop G5 could also be considered. But no, knight takes D6 will hit the rook, hit the bishop.
Yeah, unfortunately, you don't have time to take on E4 with the bishop because I am actually double attacking. Losing the pair of bishops is not always that bad in this position.
Right.
Because I can take on D4, get some dark squares.
But losing the pawn.
Well, losing the pawn is just not acceptable, though.
Yeah, check. I don't care. You can go King F8, King H8. You can decide later. But as you say, you lose the pawn, and the bishop comes back, and you're pawn down. That's it. Maybe this move, knight F3 to G5 by Alice, is giving her some
chances, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there any immediate? Yeah, knight takes D6 still a threat.
Big time.
That's still the main threat, actually.
Right. Yes. Knight takes D6, uncovering a discovered attack against the bishop on B7. And we see Ellen, I think she's at the board kind of struggling there.
Struggling, yeah.
Right? You see that concentration. I always love that when my opponents go into those.
Oh, it feels like you're doing something right. You're putting that pressure.
Right.
It feels like a position that black should have some kind of solution to, but I'm having trouble coming up with it.
Right? It's not immediately obvious. If you play a move like Rook B8, say, do your worst, the problem is white might just do her worst.
Worst is pretty bad.
And you've walked into a shish kebab there with, thank you very much. I mean, Dorse is really...
big influence.
Big influence. I tell you, I think I'm still hardwired by that whole candidate's experience. I'm going to talk to my agent and see if I can't get some kind of compensation for, hazard pay. I don't know. What do we call it when we... don't you think, Christian,
you have
hazard
some chess
pay?
PTSD.
Right?
There you go, yeah. Some pieces PTSD. But guys, I've been checking out the games in the seniors section.
Yeah,
actually
baby.
Looking at this game between Kaidanov and Maxim Dlugy. And in fact, by the way, knight to d6 was played. I think this is where we left it after this enterprising move, f5, knight to d6 and knight to g5. And we, in fact, looked at the position, and I said that after h4, knight e4, and by the way, this position has been seen before. It was your student, Alejandro, Benjamin Bach from St. Louis University against Riemersma. In 2015, I hope I pronounced that correctly, he played the move g4 instead of h4. So setting up different questions for a black after the exchange. You're going to have to deal with the weakness on e6. In fact, very complex game. It was a black who sacrificed an exchange and got some initiative after that. So g4 was an alternative, but he decided, Kaidanov, there is to go with a much more natural move, and this is what we thought is a natural move as well, h4. It seems like the computer agrees with his estimation as well. Knight to e4, knight takes e4, f takes e4, and now came a very nuanced move, and that is queen to g3. We thought that f3 makes much more sense, and I said that after the exchange of these two pawns, white is simply going to get a free attack on the king side. I did not see a very speedy attack coming on the queen side for black. So I gave this the assessment for white, definitely in white's favor. He decided to go queen to g3. Interesting move. Nevertheless, after king to h8, which was played in the game, it sort of starts to feel forced that white needs to do something immediate. That something could potentially be an immediate sacrifice on h6.
Whoa.
Bishop takes h6, exactly. G takes h6, and by the way, the computer right now likes white's position, but after queen to g6, you let it think for a while, and maybe I'm missing something, but after rook takes f2, take queen to g6, king goes back to h8, and the key move in the position that after rook to f1, you need to keep this file's plot. If you open up the f-file for the white's pieces, for the white's rook to enter the fray, then you're going to be in deep danger, probably just simply lost. So the way to do that is not with e3, because this would allow me to go queen to h6 followed by queen takes e3, as well as bishop to d3. And that's a big problem, right? Because you have another checkmate to deal with. You cannot play the move e3 and defend the rook on f2 like that. So the only move in the position is bishop to c5.
Whoa.
This could be difficult to see from afar, right? You see all the way to this, you see an incredible attack coming your way, or coming your opponent's way if you are Kaidanov and you're looking at this type of situations, and maybe you could miss this move, bishop to c5. Now, the question is, does this force a perpetual for white? And it does seem, according to the engine, and we tend to trust the engines, it does seem like it forces equality, it forces a perpetual, and you can see, he's calculating bishop takes h6, because you played queen to g3. That queen, if you don't sacrifice and invade via g6, that square g3 is not the best placement for the queen, right? Much better would have been on e3 and get rid of that central pawn on e4, which is just a thorn in white's position right now.
Wow. Yeah, bishop c5, not intuitive, an easy move to miss.
It's not easy.
Yeah, easy move to miss. But bishop takes h6 followed by queen g6 is very suggestive, very human for Gregory. I think he's licking his chops. He's just checking that rook f2 variation, and I mean, he knows he's got the perpetual in the pocket. It's always a nice feeling whenever you're sacrificing a rook or a piece. You know you got to draw. You're not risking anything.
Now, bishop takes h6 is not the only move. And if we look at the position, we know that that's probably the direction this game is going to go towards.
Right.
A sacrifice on h6 and then some sort of checkmating ideas and patterns. Now, how can you improve the position to get ready for that scenario is the question. How would you guys
could go bishop h5 to g6, but
bishop h5 to g6 is definitely an option.
I liked your earlier suggestion of f3 and trying to pry open the g file after e takes f3, g takes f3. That would go nicely. I wanted to
But there's a problem with f3, guys.
Yeah. Now
this is very reminiscent of what happened yesterday in the game between Akopian and Novikov. You're forgetting about black's attack on the b file. And after f3, now taking advantage that the queen is no longer on e3, I have this extra idea. Queen to b6, followed by rook to b8, and you're starting to have difficulties defending this pawn on b2. It is black who's getting the attack right now. In fact, it seems like the best move is rook to h3, and this is the question that I was asking. How do you improve the position to get ready for that sacrifice on h6? You're getting the rook on the third rank. And then queen g6 is going to come, and then there's checkmates coming immediately, right? So rook to h3, a very intriguing move. Bishop to c5 seems to keep black in the game, but a very complicated battle. Anything can happen. You play this move queen to g3, which in my estimation is quite committal. Right. So at some point, which means probably pretty soon, you're going to have to start calculating all these sacrifices and be precise with it.
Well, one of the things I really like about that move, bishop c5, is it also introduces the idea of rook on a8 to a7, defending along the 7th rank. So it takes all of the oomph out of those sacrifices. I wanted to turn our attention to the game of David Brodsky and Carissa Yip for just a moment, because David found that really nice maneuver of queen e2. King we more or less accepted this position as human. King H1 was actually the engine's top choice for reasons facing Queen D7, you have a Knight H2. And guess what? Carissa said, okay, this is the move I really like by David Brodsky, Queen E2, saying, go ahead, take my piece, and now my extra pawn is actually doing really great things for David.
Yasser, you liked it with the king on H1.
I did.
With the king on H2. Remember,
I liked it with the king on H2 too.
No, we looked at this,
I know.
and this queen D7 actually turns the tables.
No.
Right now, yes, it does, because
I
after
have to-
knight G1, you have the move F3.
Oh, that's right. It was the queen on D1.
You had to play queen D1, exactly. Queen D1 was a plus 3.5 advantage.
So
right now, it is black who is in the lead.
What?
With F3.
F3 right now, and
So
she's
it's
gonna
a hard
play.
move
She
to
played
play,
king.
though.
She played queen to D7. She has to play F3.
Okay, after F3, I moved the queen to D1.
Queen
and,
to D1. Okay. knight
And then
D4.
the follow-up must be that you're going to get something on G2. Where's
Might
the
go
follow-
knight to D4.
Knight to David 4.
Jeez.
Okay, so you're protecting the pawn, and you're just saying to white,
Well, 92
untangle.
92
Exactly.
is a threat sometimes. Depending on if you move the knight on C3, right?
Right, and if I take the
Big moment
knight,
right now. Is
then
she
this
going to play
bishop
F3?
will be opened up.
Exactly. If you take bishop to E5 is coming and you're in deep trouble. Not only that, but I'm going to couple bishop to E5 with queen to G7.
Guys, we
Then
have
queen
an
to
engine,
G2
but
is
this is a
coming.
piece.
I know,
It is a
but
piece,
it just
but what
asks
do
the
you do?
question to white, like you're kind of frozen. Your pieces are a little frozen.
What do you play?
Just what do you play? Like, just give me a move. You mentioned that if you move the knight,
Knight E2, right?
knight E2, and by the way, it's not so easy for you to defend H3.
Oh, this is brilliant.
If you take the knight, well, thank you very much. That's a tempo, and the bishop will be introduced with check, and maybe the queen
And
will
then
come.
queen G7, yeah.
Queen to G7. So you can't move the knight on C3. You can't move the bishop. Yeah, you're welcome to move your bishop, but what does that accomplish? Nothing. That will give black Carissa time to bring her pieces into attack. It's one of the most intriguing positional piece sacrifices I've seen in a long while. I've seen
Many.
these, many long-term,
It
but
somehow reminds me of the game Giri with the white pieces against Tabatabaye from the recent Grand Prix series where the Iranian player sacrifices a knight on F4.
yeah.
And it doesn't seem obvious how to get compensation. The
Right.
engine screamed winning for black.
Right.
And it just takes a long build-up, but there was nothing white could do in the long run. It didn't seem that there was any need for anything immediate.
Yeah.
But that's a hard move, man. Playing F3 when you can just take the bishop.
Right. You think automatically to take. I remember I lost a brilliancy. It really was a wonderful game by Granda Zuniga.
Yeah.
He played knight takes E5, just sacrificing a piece for a pawn. I had a pawn on D6. I took it. He played F4. And then there was this positional attack that was slow, but somehow my pieces were awkward and I couldn't defend.
And you might be wondering why queen D1 is so much better than queen to E2, right? And let's take a look at that perhaps
Queen
on your board.
D1.
Why is queen
D7?
E1 so much better? Because this gives a completely winning advantage. What if you do the same, F3,
Yep.
and say like, we still have this bind on your
Yep.
pieces,
Makes sense.
but I have an extra tempo. And that extra tempo gives me a decisive advantage because I have the time to play knight to B1,
Yeah.
followed by knight to D2, and you don't have time to get your knight on E2 in time.
That is
That is
beautiful.
weird.
It's
bizarre.
It's a one tempo situation right now, and now you can just simply take on E2 with the queen.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's
And
wow.
your attack dies.
Knight B1 to defend the king.
Knight to B1. It's a
Knight
beautiful
B-
move, the best move, not the only move in the position, but knight to B1 I think just puts the kibosh. Actually, the other one is king to H1.
So that you can play knight. This
So
one I
after knight
understand.
D4, you take on D4, and there's no bishop to E5 coming with check. So once again, you gain another extra tempo.
Wonderful. Wow,
Insanity.
great stuff. Carissa is in the tank.
She needs to find F3 though. She needs to make the decision.
No, I mean that's an. I wanted
see
to ask
F3.
about her time,
27 minutes.
against an hour
and then
10.
I want you both to tell me. Do you think she will find the move F3? And
Well,
yes, please.
She will find it. The question is, will she play it, right?
Okay, that's
Well,
Because
that was the
F3,
question.
okay,
Thanks, Christian.
well. That clarifies that.
there you go.
Abhi! You didn't answer, Alejandro. You didn't answer. You were supposed to get it in before she played the move F3.
This is impressive.
Bad
No,
news
this is
for
awesome.
David right now.
Amazing.
This
Bad
is
news for David.
awesome. If David plays Queen D1 and she follows up with Knight D4, where's the gold coins?
I mean, okay, Queen D1 is forced, but the gold
Right.
coins are about to get their shower on this board.
Exactly.
What a beautiful sacrifice.
Sparkling stuff. Wow. Are you stunned?
I'm stunned.
I am.
I mean, it's so difficult, right? Because
Exactly.
you look
It
at
is.
the position, and after Knight D4, you have to start making weird moves such as B4 or A5 according to the engine, and just basically say that, okay, I'm waiting for you to find the checkmating pattern. In the meantime, I'm just going to push my pawns on the queen side. It doesn't make any practical sense
And
from
Dave-
White's perspective.
And David is realizing, wait a minute, you didn't take my piece. I'll play Queen D1. I don't think it's quite sunk in that
But-
after Knight D4,
So
it's
what-
weird.
That's-
It's
well,
awkward.
It's weird, but what is the follow-up, Christian? What is the engine follow-up and evaluation
Let's wait and see
exactly?
whether she plays Knight D4. She's definitely
No, there's no,
Yeah, there's
hinting.
no other move. She's doing
is
it.
clear.
F3 was the hard move.
Yeah, then the rest kind of follows automatically.
But now I'm with you 100%, Alejandro. I
Right.
like, am I playing Rook G8? Am I playing Bishop F6? Like if White plays Rook A3, an incredibly stupid move, and I don't recommend Rook A3. Just exactly how does Carissa bring her pieces to the king?
Well, you have to make the connection between the rooks and get the rook from A8 at some point into play, right?
Clear.
So the way to do that is find a better configuration for your queen and bishop. You need to keep contact with the pawn on H3. So let's start with queen to E8, followed by queen to H5.
Wow.
I mean,
This is the maneuver.
Wow.
And it makes sense because you do want to have your queen on H5. That's the most aggressive position
True.
which the queen can land on.
True. Can I bail? Can
How
I
do you
bail?
bail?
Can I
How do
bail
you
and
bail?
take this and take the
Yes.
pawn?
it might be too late though.
Yes,
I
you
mean,
can
you
do
can
that.
take the knight, and you've got your queen H5 amongst other things. You may have a.
I mean,
So-
let's assume the rook's on A1. There's rook F2, but
Correct.
But let's
Yeah.
assume the rook's on A1, right?
Yeah.
We can make a less stupid move with rook B1.
Yeah, I
than
was
rook
just
A3.
trying to, like rook C1.
Rook C1, just so that we go a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you go queen E8, and if
Takes, knight F3, and here we have something similar, but the queen is defended. So
yes,
better
thank
version,
you,
right?
thank you, absolutely.
So still queen to H5. What do you do then?
Ooh, queen. I'm inviting Bishop E5
yes.
check.
Let's keep going, yeah.
I think I'm getting killed. I'm just getting killed. The
Queen
queen's
to
just,
H4, yeah.
No, this is too much.
This is
The
terrible.
bishop on C4 is just not participating.
At
Not looking
all.
great? No, it's not looking great.
Exactly. That bishop
So,
really needs to be on G2.
What is white supposed to do if you don't have this passing move? We don't have an interesting. What is white supposed to do here, Christian?
Well, that's the thing. And actually, this is probably what he has to do. Something along the lines of rook to B1, actually. Instead of,
Get out of here.
We were joking.
don't ask
a
me
joke.
why. No,
we,
but I told you, there's no good-looking moves, right? You just
That is true.
I understand that,
Is
but
B4 a natural move? Absolutely
No.
not, right?
what is the top engine move? Don't tell me it's rook
B4.
B1.
B4.
B4, yes. B4, the second best A5, the third best rook to B1.
And
Makes
none
no
of those
sense.
moves would have been on my. Maybe rook
Exactly.
B1 would be on my radar, but A5, no. B4, no.
But then you start looking at the position and you don't have what piece to touch, right?
Exactly.
Every single move just
Has a drawback.
worsens your position.
Right.
So what about queen to D2?
Well, then why did I play queen D1?
Yeah, this doesn't make sense.
Why
right?
did you play queen D1? And actually this worsens your position
No, because I lose contact with the F3
tremendously.
pawn. I
Yeah, after
can't,
queen to
I
E8
can't
is-
move my queen off of the contact of F3.
Okay, I've got another suggestion. Rook on F1 to E1. So the idea there is if it's my turn, I want to go knight B5. If
Same
you go
thing,
knight E2,
yes, queen to E8. And this is key. This idea of queen to E8 followed by queen to H5 is key.
and if I go knight B5,
No, knight B5, queen G6. man.
Knight B5, queen G6.
G6 is just mate.
The game is over.
you're right. You're absolutely right. It sure is. Queen G6, forgot
Yeah.
about that one.
Well, and you think about queen to E8 as potentially being a difficult move to find, but then
No.
you think about how do you get to the white king?
The
G6
moment
is
you
a big
see it,
square.
The moment you see queen E8, everything falls into place.
You have to play it.
It's like a
Right,
link
yeah.
in a chain.
It's a link in a chain. That's a very important. Like you don't go into this variation if you don't see queen E8 because you don't know what your next move is and you're down a piece. The moment you see queen E8, queen G6, you think, oh my God, that's actually just mate.
Exactly.
And that's where you get the inspiration to play. This is absolutely fantastic.
Truly, it's what we would call the intuitive sacrifice. Carissa's just sensing there's some opportunity there. If she's calculated everything mazel tov. But I think she's just realizing that White's pieces are kind of contorted, misplaced, and it's not so easy. One more look. Kill me once again. Rook E1. Yeah.
Absolute
Queen with pleasure, says Alejandro. Take the knight, take, and let me follow up with, I don't know, knight D5. So
It's also just mate.
Queen
yeah.
G6, knight F3.
But I think bishop E5 is just mate.
Bishop E5 is just mate.
King H1. I can even take on H3 immediately, I think.
Take on H3. By the way, there's no palace guards.
There's
right?
nothing. There's like nothing on the king side, right?
I feel like my rook on A1, my bishop on C4 have all been closed off and lost.
That's just mate.
Ugh.
It's so easy to get mated here. It's surprisingly.
Jeez Louise.
Guys,
Yes.
This is a fantastic game. Carissa
Truly.
doing something brilliant.
Truly.
Another guy that's thinking, I want my brilliancy prize. There's no
As
brilliancy
well.
prize here. Kaidanov, bishop takes H6. Let's go.
Let's see. Let's see the senior.
The seniors, bishop takes H6 played, and they're going down this variation.
Rook
Christian,
F2.
Rook F2 on the board. Will Grisha play the move Rook F1, forcing black to find this counterintuitive bishop C5?
But he will find it.
You think so, right?
Now he's
Unfortunately,
just
there's
one
no
move
other
away from
move.
finding it, and I think he's just too forced not to find it.
Forced.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
Is there anything to be said for the rook lift, rook
Right?
H3? Rook G.
Rook G2, I can.
I will take on G2. Let's take on G2.
And that stops Queen G6.
Well, you know what the problem
Why
is?
don't I
that
start with Queen G6, King H8, then I go Rook H3.
Okay.
Okay, so
that's okay. You
takes.
can do that.
We're going to start with Queen G6. King has to go back. Rook H3.
But don't I have time to get my queen to H7 now? Queen to
And
G8.
you got Queen G8.
Nice. Nice.
You still have.
I just have a perpetual, but I don't even
Actually,
have a
do you
perpetual.
have the
never mind.
perpetual? Because I have rook coming back to F4.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Oops.
So I'm not
Oops.
sure you still have the perpetual.
So hold on. So it was, pardon me, King, Queen, Rook H3, Rook G2.
You gotta move the king.
Oh, pardon me. Rook H3, Rook G2.
And that's actually the reason why you took on F2. Not because you take a pawn, but rather that you have to defend the G file.
Also because you take a pawn.
And you take a pawn. But right,
I don't want to
defending the G
insult
file.
you, Yasser. But,
No,
you know.
no. You hear the whispering. It's think chess whisperer.
So what if you played slowly with rook F1? But you have bishop to G5. No, after rook H3, rook takes G2.
Yes.
Rook F1.
No,
Just-
you give a check.
sorry.
You give a check first.
Give a check first.
I give a check.
King G8, Rook H3. We're threatening Rook G3, so Rook takes G2. We think is forced.
And now rook F1. Just try to improve the position.
Okay, Rook F1.
How is
It
the
also
endgame?
prevents Queen F8, I think.
True.
Exactly, yes. How is the endgame after bishop to G5? And is that the
Well,
only...
Whoa.
first of all, do I have anything
you just have
really
bishop F8,
to panic?
No.
I think I can calmly.
Calmly, but it's still kind of rages on, right? Queen H5. Oh, but this Rook A7 move again.
Right? That
Rook
was the
A7
move.
is coming again.
Yeah, that was
that's
the
a nice
defense
one.
that I enjoyed from afar.
That's a potential blind spot right there.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I think it's too much, right?
Yeah.
You're
And
asking
one-
for too much.
And once again, the main move was Rook F1, Bishop C5. And the engine was recommending a perpetual?
Just a
Christian?
perpetual, yes, at that point. It does seem like, and by the way, queen takes h6, king g8 is on the board. Let's say queen g6 first, rook to f1. And yes, after bishop to c5. And by the way, the engine at the beginning is saying plus 1.5. And then only once you get to this position, you start understanding that after a bishop to c5, you don't have anything better but a perpetual.
Incredible.
What is that called, by the way, when the computer has what Christian is describing as a glitch? It's saying play good, draw.
You're referring to the horizon effect.
Okay.
Where an engine can only see so far in advance.
Yeah.
And sometimes it misses that at the end there's a perpetual or something
So
like
it
that.
gets to the position and
It
reevaluates.
It happens rarely with modern engines. It was something more common engines like
Earlier.
10, 15 years ago.
Right.
But you still see it once every blue moon, you do see it.
Okay.
And this is what Lila was doing at the beginning when it first came on the market. It was having a very narrow, let's say, horizon.
A very narrow horizon. Sometimes it was a negative horizon.
Queen g6 check. Once again, king h8 is basically
Forced,
boxed,
yeah,
right?
absolutely
Everything
forced.
else is losing.
Perhaps
King
we're
H8,
just
I'm
going
pretty
to see
sure
a
it was played.
repetition.
Yes. Yes, it was.
We got excited about this game, but
No.
that queen to g3 was too committal.
But I think you throw in rook f1, right?
Oh, for
You
sure.
can if you
I mean,
want.
if you find
Yes.
bishop c5,
Good for you, right?
right?
But
It's not
I
an
think it's not an
obvious move,
move.
right? You're expecting the guy might play queen f8 or
Something, right?
else that
Yeah.
looks reasonable, but loses. In fact, bishop c5 is boxed. Just checking in on the other games. Let me just go around the horn
Go to
very
seniors.
quickly. Larry Christiansen versus Igor.
I like black. Pair of bishops, I don't think compensates for the huge advantage of space.
Okay.
F5 coming. I can see somebody making an argument for white, and I would buy it, but instinct is I prefer black.
Yeah, it's just easier to play, it looks like to me. Quickly, as we just go around the
And
horn, we
just to
got
go back to that game,
Which
and
one?
maybe we can see it on your board, Yasser.
Yep.
There was a very nice moment earlier on. So let's go back. The knight was still on f5. There were two connected knights.
the
Yes.
superfluous knight.
Yes,
What?
right here
Oh,
at this
wow,
point.
okay.
Knight takes e7.
Okay.
It's a very easy move to make, but a very nice move, and I think a move that would have created some serious problems for black, would be g4.
Ooh.
Just simply develop like that. Get the bishop to g2 and then g5. You don't see this type of pattern very often, but it sometimes happens, and then probably you're going to castle long.
Alien
Feels like
chess.
an opportunity.
Alien chess to me. I mean,
it's an
Feels
opportunity
like an
lost.
opportunity. All right.
It wasn't giving a decisive advantage or
Yeah.
anything of that nature.
Right.
It was like 0.3, but still it feels like it creates
No,
more problems.
I like it. I like it, Christian. That feels like a good idea. Bishop coming to g2, and like you say, probably even a quick long castles. This is the game between Shabalov and Akopian. Akopian really starting with a dreadful loss.
Yeah,
after
especially
his
considering the position
preparation
that
was
he
so
got,
great.
right?
Yeah.
And he's now with the black pieces, but this looks totally lost for white, no?
Totally lost for white. Wow. How did that? How dare you say? Explain. Discuss.
I mean, the pawn
Totally
structure
lost.
that you have on the queen side
Is bad.
is
It's mangled.
very bad. And you have to have some sort of initiative to compensate for that. And usually it's the pair of bishops.
Well, I want to put the knight on d4. I
You
don't want to put the queen
knights
on d4.
Right, it just feels that compared to one of the normal versions of this structure,
Nimzo Indian kind of
Nimsu
deal.
Indian, all of white's pieces,
Little discombobulated.
they're in the wrong spots.
Right.
The bishop on f1, the bishop on g3. This knight on d2 should be on d5 or f5 or
Clear.
something
Absolutely.
active, but it's nowhere near there.
I think it's closer to slightly worse for white. Break the tie for us, Christian.
Well, that's an interesting one. So remind me the question because you guys caught me.
Between
I was looking at other games. You guys caught me. All right.
Shabalov and Akopian.
He was busy looking at the other
double, games. It's a double pawns on c4 and c3. It's like a Nimzo Indian.
The Shabalov game, just
where
pull it up.
where Shabalov his pieces are wrongly placed, and Alejandro says winning advantage black, and I think that's a little bit over the top.
We're asking
Over the
the
top
engine.
for me as well.
We're asking the engine.
What does
What's the engine say?
All right.
All right.
I'll give you the engines.
Turn it on.
I'm not relying on Christian breaking this down.
Turning it on.
Okay. -1. It's not that bad.
You win.
Minus
You win.
0.9.
I think we're in the middle.
Minus 0.9.
Between decisive and...
Definitely not decisive.
Minus
No,
0.7,
definitely not decisive.
so you got the better of me on that one.
But a slight, right? We're in the same ballpark. Between a very strong advantage for black, I don't think we are arguing that.
And I thought it was a slightly worse for you.
Something. But it's black
white.
that's in the driver's seat.
Clear.
Clear.
Guys,
Akopian, again with a great opening.
Thanks for breaking the tie, Christian.
Well-
Really, you're our deuce in the hole.
You put me on spot. You caught me off guard in that particular moment because I was watching this game. I was watching
good
the game
excuse.
between Andrew
Excellent.
Hong and Balaji because Andrew Hong is just
recovery.
on 100% accuracy at this point.
That's
He
pretty good.
played bishop to f3,
Yeah.
queen to f5, and now he's thinking, finally his first thing, nevertheless, he has a decisive advantage. 2.7 right
Wow.
now after the move, which makes a lot of sense once again. The main plan in the position is to find an avenue for the king to hide. Right? On
Clear.
d1, not perfectly placed because you have some problems on the light squares. So you have to find a way to get it to c1, where it's going to be in a much better position. The way to do that is with the move c6. And we said also at the beginning of all this melee that if your pawn gets to c7, you're going to be in deep trouble with the black pieces. So c6 makes a lot of sense. It's a very practical decision. Not only that, but you're also getting ready to play the move rook to c5. With a tempo on the queen, get ready to shift away with the king on c1. No move has been played so far. c6, big moment right now. You can start with b4 as well. It does seem like, once again, his preparation gave him a winning advantage out of the opening.
Absolutely.
Impressive.
c5, but I love the move c5.
Oh, and he played c5.
so
Yeah, yeah.
that you can play rook to c4 and getting the king to safety. King c1, I think, is absolutely vital. I like
c6
and-
is the move right now.
Yeah, pardon me, c6. I
C6,
like
yes.
that, and rook to c5. I just wanted to complete my horns
With the seniors, right?
with the seniors.
Yeah.
Nick de Firmian got bailed out. Essentially, Igor had a very nice position out of the opening. After the move bishop d2, we loved the move queen h5, and we thought clear advantage black. When Igor played the move queen to c5, he really took his foot off the gas. The problem is the king. And when the queen trade really helped white's cause, whereas queen to h5 with the idea of castles and knight d7 looks like black had a very nice advantage. After queen c5, things really tempered, especially Nick traded off the pieces and has got a position now after a4 where I think a draw is by far the most likely result.
Yeah, I don't think we're coming back to this game.
Continuing with Joel Benjamin and Dmitry. Well, Dmitry's got a little wedgie going on here. But that's all I can really say. I think black's...
Black's close to equal here, right?
Yeah.
Must be.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of these positions. Even Hikaru Nakamura, Timur Rajabov, they've been playing these variations as black and making a draw.
This seems completely fine to me. Yes.
Yeah, let's do the same thing this time for the juniors. Let's jump to the game of Carissa for just a moment. Oh, my goodness, wait a minute.
No, that's not the game.
He
yeah.
plays king
That's our
h1.
analysis.
Yeah.
And we do see
King h1 play, queen
Queen
e8,
e8 immediately
bishop
found.
takes d4.
Queen e8, she did it.
Of course.
She found it immediately.
Immediately, as in,
She spent no time on queen e8.
Yeah.
wow.
So bishop takes d4. How does this continue? Pawn takes d4 is necessary, or can I throw in just queen h5?
She's thinking about it. And I
Like,
don't
what-
blame her.
What is wrong with bishop?
Queen h5.
Queen h5 looks
Bishop
like it has
takes
a threat.
h3 and goodness. Crickets on set, but
I can help you guys.
Please
Queen
help
Queen
us.
h5 is very tempting, but not the best. Just take on
Because?
d4. Because you're surprisingly and counterintuitively, you're putting the queen on a bad square. So after queen h5, I'm going to go king h2, and now after you take on d4,
yes.
now I have knight to e2. I sacrifice my piece this way, and after you take on e2, I take back with the queen, and I create an immediate threat. So you have to lose another tempi. And this seems to be still better for black, but I'm getting close to equalizing or finding some sort of a balance.
Go back a couple moves, go back a little. Don't take the knight. What happens if bishop h3 here?
Well, I've got knight
g3
g3,
maybe?
Knight g3, bishop e5?
and I've got knight h3.
Oh, knight h3,
So
yeah,
knight
yeah.
takes h3, what's happening? Where's the mate?
No,
No. I just
We're
wonder.
crying.
Yeah.
We're crying. Oh my. So as
amazing.
tempting as queen h5 is,
Right?
But what
it's
if you
actually
just
the
take?
wrong move.
Right, so what if you just take?
Exactly, and
On
I think
d4.
that's the move that Carissa's going to do. I think we looked at this where there was like we had played rook a3 or rook b1. I
But
don't even
this
know.
is such a sad position because
Yeah.
bishop takes h3 is coming also. I mean, everything opens up.
No,
Yeah,
the
this is
floodgate.
horrible.
Two
Yeah.
bishops
The
are
floodgates.
just cutting the board
But-
in half. It's not looking great.
But Carissa is correctly taking her time here because if she thinks she sees a win with queen h5, she's going to play it.
It's tempting.
It is
very tempting.
Very tempting.
I'm actually surprised it's wrong, to be honest.
I know,
I mean, I know we
right?
have an engine and stuff, but I'm a little surprised that queen h5 doesn't win.
Well, and for that matter, could I also ask?
Yeah, I was
Bishop
also
takes
curious,
h3?
right? I guess you just take, and somehow you survive.
Well, I'm
this.
threatening mate.
You have
Excuse
no
me,
choice.
where?
Bishop takes
Bishop
h3
takes h3
right away.
immediately.
Yeah.
Not to take on d4, not to go queen h5, but I was threatening
So
mate
what if I take
Queen
on
h5.
queen h5?
but you have bishop e6 here.
Now I have bishop e6.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
that bishop
bishop
on
e6.
c4 that was
Nah,
doing
it comes
nothing.
Oh, what an annoying move,
Yeah.
this bishop e6.
Oh, bishop e6. Thank you,
Yeah,
Christian.
that clears the cobwebs.
Truly. Okay, but Carissa, if she again
All right, let's predict
continues-
it. Does she play queen h5 or she takes on d4?
I think she'll take on
I think
d4.
she take on d4.
I think she'll realize that any line that allows bishop e6 as a
Yeah.
possible defensive is a no-no. Don't even go down that road.
But at the same time, it's a bit counterintuitive that you don't want to see the king on h2, even though the bishop comes on e5 with check, right?
Right.
That's tempting
Right.
to see another check coming on the board
Yeah.
in this position, just from a psychological point of view. I think she's going to go for queen h5. I'm going to go for that one.
Yeah. Big moments
moment
here,
right now.
Right? Oh, wow.
Yes, seriously.
And she knows it.
Yeah.
And that's one of the factors whenever you're trying to assess whether a player is in shape or not. If they spot and stop at the critical moments.
Yeah.
I think that's a very good factor of analysis.
By the way, guys, it's not inspiration. I don't even know what it is. But in this position where, the queen gets induced to h5, tricked, if you will, to h5, knight on c3 to e2. How crazy would it be to play bishop e5 check and just another positional piece sacrifice,
just
right?
chill.
Like just chill, like bishop d7 and say,
Maybe even rook f4. I'm actually kind of...
well, rook f4 was the move I wanted.
Yeah, but it's not. You can't play rook f4 because knight
The
takes
queen is hanging.
h5.
Yes, exactly. But okay, this is exciting
It's
stuff.
So close to mate.
Take on d4. Come on, Carissa. I mean, we're getting the gold coins. Okay, come on, guys. Reach for the pockets. No, she did it.
She
went
played queen h5. I'm telling you,
It's
that
so-
bishop e5 is so tempting.
It's so tempting,
It's hard not to play queen h5, I gotta say.
right? I mean, you're looking at bishop h3. You're seeing double check mates.
Yeah,
Forcing the move king h2 is bad.
incredible.
Like
I mean,
that is so counterintuitive.
And
Wow.
that doesn't say that David Brodsky right now is out of the woods because,
No.
I mean, your king is still in shambles. And
Right.
Right.
I'm still getting my piece back.
Right.
In all the variations.
Yeah, you're
Exactly.
mentioning knight c2. I can't just capture and I'm not gonna be worse, I think.
Right.
Actually, why am I
Takes.
not better? Knight
Knight.
c2 takes.
No,
take
you
with
are
the queen.
better. You are
Bishop
slightly
e5
better.
check.
Yes. Bishop e5, and now I have to go f4.
Yeah, no choice because you
No
can't give up
choice.
the.
Right.
But if I take with the rook, you cannot take my queen
Correct.
because the rook f2, king h1 is a beautiful mate.
Double check.
That's made, yeah.
That's
Correct.
a double check.
Very nice.
You can't
I
take
have-
the bishop. You
So I
can't
have to
the
take
rook.
and go king h1.
which means right here, we have to take on f4, king h1. Advantage, black. But
Equal.
not the
0, 0, 0.
checkmating patterns
Zero,
that we
zero,
were
zero.
looking for.
No advantage, yes, sir. 0, 0, 0.
Get him out of here.
He's off.
Get him out of here.
He's off. He's not coming to Thanksgiving dinner. He's not coming to Christmas dinner.
Coming to anything.
No Easter. No Orthodox church. That's it.
And this is something that David Brodsky is going to be super happy to see on the board. An endgame, right?
Of
After you're
course.
viciously attacked
Seriously.
by all of your opponent's pieces, to see a simplified endgame. Thank you very much.
Right. Wow. Okay.
We have to update so many boards. This is a
Seriously.
scintillating game, but we have to move away from it. There's
Please.
so much stuff going
Where
on.
would you like us to go?
We have to update that game, Awonder Liang against Christopher Yu. We
Let's
haven't seen
do it.
in so long.
We left it in a position that we actually liked. I liked Awonder Liang's position a lot. I thought he was going to castle. He played the move Queen C2. Kind of an interesting move. Queen C2, Queen G6. Christopher was kind of happy to see this. Whoa.
This game's a-
You're giving up F2?
Why is he giving up F2?
F2 is the base.
He can even start
Hold
with the
on, there is C6 though. C6 is hanging. He's
Okay.
got this idea.
Take.
G6 is hanging.
Or what if?
There's a
is the
lot of
current position.
hacking. There's a lot of
Wait, so
hacking
rook
going
G6, bishop, I assume bishop H4.
A lot of hacking. Who has calculated best? I guess you have to go rook back to F7.
I guess
You
I
don't
have
really
to.
wanna
I don't
lose
want to
this.
lose G7.
Right.
I don't mind losing H5, but I do mind losing G7.
Yeah, and I might just end up taking it.
But-
it looks like a lot of vacuuming just go. Maybe advantage white a little bit, but a lot of vacuuming
Yeah.
taking place here, Christian.
Oh, absolutely, yes. A lot of vacuuming in that one. By the way, Andrew did find the move C6.
C6.
C6 is on the board. Rook
Nice.
Wow,
Nice.
Andrew.
We're
100%
getting some
accuracy
great-
at this
Andrew.
point. He's just playing the best moves, the best plans. He knows the positions very well after his theory ends. He's just in great shape right now. Rook to C8 was played. C7 is an option. Makes a lot of sense to do that. Bishop to B4 seems to be giving white a tremendous advantage, followed by, after rook to D8, just bishop to E7 and actually exchange the minor pieces, and that's just going to lead to a major piece endgame with a lot of extra pawns for white. You don't want to see that. So it does seem that after rook AC8, he has a lot of avenues for an advantage. Now, also, Brandon Jacobson seems to be tightening the screws in this one against Abhi Mishra, because I'm starting to get worried about young Abhimanyu's position. This knight landed on D6, very nicely placed. You're still a piece down. I know you're going to recapture probably the bishop on E3, probably immediately like this, but with the knight on D6, the bad bishop on B7, a lot of things starting to attack it, and also all of my pieces are ready to potentially transfer on the king side with devastating consequences. Imagine a rook landing on G3 followed by a knight coming back to F5. That's bad news for black. So
Absolutely.
we have this position. From a practical perspective, I'm starting to be worried about my pick to win the event, Abhimanyu, because Brandon Jacobson right now is feeling it, and he has a much better position. What do you guys think?
Looks
No,
good.
no, it looks great for white. Yeah, seriously.
I loved your explanation there of the rook transferring to G3 with knight F5. Very coordinated attack. I wanted to look quickly at the Benko Gambit.
Benko Gambit.
Thank you.
Depending on the side of the world, I've heard
Pedro.
so many people call it the Volga Gambit.
Yeah, I think in the very, very old days they used to call it. But Benko Pal revolutionized the whole line. It's a
been-
justified
It's a justified name change, but
Yeah.
I feel it's also very region dependent. When I ask,
Really?
yeah, when I ask any Russian player about the Benko Gambit, they're like, "What on earth is the Benko Gambit?"
Volga.
You know, and they're
Wow.
like, they say the Volga Gambit.
Okay.
Well, let's take a look at what
They
happened
still
in this
call
game.
it the Leningrad Dutch too, right?
Right.
Even though Leningrad doesn't exist. Like what? Queen C4, and we see our queen trade, knight B6. Pedro Espinosa, our U.S. Junior Open winner, he's coming into this tournament with a lowly experts rating and all of these top masters. He's allowed this knight B6, and you were explaining to us that it's in the end game that the Benko Gambit really excels. How's it going?
The dream.
The dream.
You got your pawn back, and you maintained all the structure still intact.
Yeah, the structural integrity
Right.
of the Benko. And this is Pedro Espinosa from New York, 18 years old. Welcome to St. Louis, Pedro. But boy, I really hope you did your homework because you're going up against the Wolves here.
A bit of an upset for him yesterday because we felt he played such a nice game.
He did. He was so deserving of a draw.
Of a draw, right?
Absolutely.
And he just wasn't able to hold on to it.
Exactly.
But in this game, I feel that he's just worse in this endgame.
Right. But one of the things that maybe he can hold out for is like some kind of business where he goes like B3,
Thing is-
9. I don't know. I mean, I'm struggling here. It's advantage black.
Black, right?
All day, every day, maybe even F7, F5 will
And that's such a typical break in this position. F5, you break open the structure, the D5 pawn becomes quite vulnerable.
Exactly.
And don't forget that you really do have to deal with a move like C4 or even Rook B7 instead of Knight B6, just winning a pawn because of the background problems.
Exactly. Advantage black move.
Advantage black for sure.
For sure. Carissa just checking in after King H2 on the
Has not made a
board.
move, don't worry about that.
That was the Pedro game, and this is
Justin, we
Rook
saw.
C8. Well, this is it. This is the moment that Andrew's been waiting for. Once he plays Rook C5, as Christian's been mentioning, then you make room for the king, and once that king exits, that is a hero.
That is a huge pawn.
right? Like it's bringing home the point, that pawn, the beauty on C6 is what it's all about. And finally, I think it's the ladies' turn. Just go around the horn briefly.
Yeah, we have a lot of new
No
moves here.
Or
We
do?
have a lot of new moves. We need to update
good.
that one.
Okay, so for sure. Where are we? Alice
Alice Lee against Ellen Wang. So Ellen didn't find any way outside of the tactical problems that we saw. So she actually came up with a pretty creative solution.
She jettisoned an exchange. Yeah.
She gave up an exchange, but for a pawn and some light squares on the king side, I think.
Okay.
I don't think it's
B4.
I don't think it's quite enough for the exchange, but it's close.
Yeah,
right?
a moment ago, just
Yeah.
before the move, if you did get in the
Knight
move Knight C5
yeah.
and you did get in A5, we could be talking advantage black. But after the move B4, we're up to date with the players. Again, you feel that it's not enough for the exchange, but it's awfully close.
It's awfully close. You do have a strong pawn on D4. You're going to have to defend it with E5, but that's okay.
No question, so let's just do it.
You just do it.
Right.
And eventually you want to get some light square play. You can think on a great day, you go Queen E6, Knight F6, Queen E6, F5. You start rolling these pawns. Of course, there's tactical problems you're going to have to watch out for while you do that.
While I'm pausing, just because I see a double, if I can get a second pass sheet?
It's a good question.
What do you think? Bishop F4? What do you do against Knight F3 check?
I don't see what Bishop F4, Knight C4 helps me with, though.
Exactly. I was just trying to get the bits out.
No, that doesn't help me much.
Okay. So Knight E5. Christian, weigh in on the Alice Lee versus Ellen Wang game. We just stopped ourselves from jumping to other games because we saw that Ellen has this opportunity for Knight E5, and we're thinking...
So what if I go Bishop F4?
Yeah, that was what we were thinking. Knight takes C4, that's pawn number 2.
I'm still in exchange up, though. Exchange for 2 pawns.
Right?
So what if I go Rook C1?
Rook C1.
Rook A C1.
Rook AC. I'm assuming we defend it.
I don't have any trickies with Rook takes C4. Well,
And
95 is
95
on
on
the
the board. I guess we get that
Ellen.
answer to us.
Remember, she won her first game,
Why not?
Right.
right? And she's up against a pre-tournament favorite. She's bringing it.
Ellen,
Look at this.
A bit on a hunt, I think, right?
Wow.
I like this move, Knight E5.
And
Alice almost feels like she's ready to make a move, which is weird.
yeah, I think she had anticipated, when she played the move B4, I think she had anticipated Knight E5, but not that quick to respond. We'll keep an eye on this one. I wanted to.
By the way, guys,
Yes.
after 95,
Yes.
It seems Alice is just completely winning.
Completely winning?
Yeah, after the simple or not so simple, rook to d1.
Rook,
Rook d1.
David won.
Stepping away from knight f3.
Makes sense.
At the same time, indirectly defending the pawn on c4, because if you do take on c4, rook takes d4, queen takes d4, your attack is over.
Correct.
Yeah,
So-
the spin on the d file is really annoying.
Rook d1 is a very strong move.
Rook d1 is huge.
And probably the only move, by the way. After knight d5, you don't find rook to d1, bishop to f4, the move that we offered. After knight takes c4, it is black who is playing for a victory.
Yeah, that's what we felt. That's what we felt.
By the way, the
That was
move
correct.
rook d1 is really hidden.
Hidden,
It's
yeah.
like nicely camouflaged.
And it's one of those that as soon as you put it on the board, you're like,
Right,
oh,
of course.
of course, yeah.
One of
It
those
solves
invisible
all the
moves.
problems.
You
Invisible
sidestep knight
moves.
f3,
Yeah.
you hit the pawn on d4, and it's advantage Alice.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
we'll see if she comes up with it.
Let's
Rook
keep
c1.
looking at-
Jennifer Yu, again, we think that the Jennifer Yu Thalia Cervantes game is really just even.
Too even.
Too even. Zoey, what's happening with Zoey?
I don't think we've looked at this game. Zoey Tang against Anne-Marie Velea, I think.
Knight c5, queen
Queen
e3.
e3.
I'm
One
eyeballing
second, as
queen
we're looking at
h4.
the playing hall.
Yeah. But it's actually the game Zoey Tang. If we can see the players, Zoey and Anna Marie,
Actually-
try to pick up on their
Yeah,
tells.
they're actually on this shot. They're at the bottom
the
of
the far?
far end.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at queen h4. Like, give me mate.
I'll give you knight f3 though.
And I was going to take a pawn.
I'm missing something.
My bishop is hanging.
Okay, I'm not missing anything. I'm like, yeah, man.
Oh, that means no. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then I may have to take the pawn directly. Bishop takes e4.
Can you?
That's my question.
Okay, I go knight b5.
Okay. Just a
You go
second.
bishop d5, I guess.
I have to block.
You have to
the
block?
d file. That was why I wanted queen h4.
H4, right, yeah,
like
yeah.
getting off the d file.
All right, this doesn't seem so clear. What if bishop takes e4, I go b4, I'm a little more direct?
Okay, that's definitely a great challenge. And now I'm really looking at queen h. Well, what else do I do? Queen h4. Gift me to checkmate. Knight f3, bishop f3. That's clear. Whew. I'm safe. Don't want to hang my pieces, man.
What do you do after g3 though?
I'm channeling my inner Carissa.
g3 here and knight f3?
So how many pieces have I hung now?
Nothing yet, but I feel that too much is in the air, no?
Again, help me out here.
You need some help, Yasser?
Am I channeling my inner Carissa
No.
badly?
No, you're over. It's over.
I'm overdoing it.
Forget about it, Yasser.
These juniors are having an impact,
Right?
right?
When we see their games and they're just throwing pieces around,
I feel I got to do the same. Help me
Guys,
out.
I don't want to alarm you, but Carissa is down to her last 9 minutes and 20 moves to go. And she
20?
hasn't played after king to h2,
okay. What
which
is she thinking about?
surprises me because do you have any other ideas except taking on d4?
You could take on h3 first, but we
That
kinda
wouldn't be
determined it
good
didn't
news for
work,
her
right?
because taking on h3 is not a great move. So-
Remind us why. Just
Take back.
let me. Sorry, I'm in the
So-
wrong.
I mean, you can take it because we're on with the other section.
Okay, so hold on. Bishop takes h3.
Let's take it
Knight
back.
takes h3. Oh, this was the bishop e6
Yeah.
business?
No, this is different.
And
Okay.
now rook to g1.
Rook to g1.
Well, you are threatening knight to bishop to e5, which is almost a
Oh, of
checkmate.
course,
Yeah.
of course. Rook to g1. Okay.
I have to cover. So the way I cover is bishop e5, rook
check.
g3.
Rook g3. Let me take one piece.
That's okay. Let's take
You
it back.
take one piece. Now, can we do anything with this, Alejandro? Rook f4?
Rook f4, maybe even like rook. The thing is, I don't even know what rook g8 does.
Rook f4, d4.
Rook F4, D4.
And that's a problem.
That's a problem.
So I think
Holy smokes.
she cannot take on H3, but she's definitely
because
looking at
whenever
it.
I do this, there's a bishop E6.
E6 is-
We've been here. We've done this. It doesn't work.
Once again, there is a psychological dilemma that she's facing right now. Simplify the position, allow the simplification, which is more or less forced after taking on D4 in knight E2, the variation that we discussed initially.
Right.
Take on E2 and then bishop to E5.
We saw this.
You see F4 and you see the ensuing endgame. And
Triple zeros.
how easy it is to do this and to go for this psychologically, that is the question.
Right.
And then you see bishop takes H3. You know that you're not losing, but it's a material imbalance that might not favor your position. So do you go for that with only 10 minutes on the clock right now? Right now, actually, down to her last 7 minutes.
I think I simplified.
Nah, I'm sorry.
but-
I pulled the parachute at a certain moment. I kind of look at
Take
my
on
clock
D4.
and I go,
It's-
ah.
Come on,
It's
Carissa.
too late.
Come on, Carissa.
It's too late. Don't go for bishop takes H3 right now. It's not the
No.
practical decision.
Truly.
There's
I-
nothing practical about having 7 minutes and 30 seconds for 20,
20
moves.
moves. But fortunately, this is not the candidates, and the players do get their 30-second bonuses. Again, just to finish off, Awonder, I think we said what?
I wonder
That
we
it was
thought was in
probably
a better,
getting-
in a
Well,
well,
it looks like a draw now.
like a
They're
dead draw
really,
now.
yeah, they've really been. Again, it's like
Chop,
the
chop, chop,
vacuum, right? Yeah.
By the
exactly.
way, guys,
Please.
it seems like Alice did not find the move rook to D1.
Oh.
She played the
Bishop
move bishop
F4.
F4,
Yeah,
which
we
we
thought it was normal.
initially recommended.
Yep.
But after knight takes E4, queen to C6, just bishop takes F4, and it is black
have
who
to
is
take
playing
with
for
the
You
victory.
gotta take the,
You got
the
to
knight
take with the knight.
You have to take the knight, but then I have bishop D2, bishop C3.
and
Advantage
the
black.
bishop.
That's advantage black.
Advantage
we know
black
that,
for sure.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 pawns, I'm going to be able to slowly push them.
Wow.
I don't have any weaknesses to
No-
worry
no
about, and you
targets.
don't have any penetration files for your
Exactly.
rooks.
Exactly.
You're in trouble.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I agree.
She did not find rook to D1. She right now is in deep trouble. But one player that is, well, just killing her opponent right now, that is Morris-Suzuki. Because, I mean, you guys mentioned this position a while ago and it was -6. It's still -6 and there's absolutely no hope for white. This is the position. Keep the queens on the board. Don't exchange them. Play the move queen to D4. C4, C3 is coming. You have to deal with that. You're tied up.
I feel physically
Completely tied
helpless, when I see this move, Queen D4.
Exactly.
What's after knight
Exactly.
D3?
Like, what do you do? Go king H1?
I
Yeah,
was
good luck.
thinking knight
C4.
B3.
You're still not. You're not stopping my C pawn.
So I
Oh,
take
and then my
on
bishop's defending B2.
Exactly.
Yes, this position
It's
is
over.
terrible.
Yeah.
But she could have finished the game, right? With rook takes D2. We didn't miss anything there?
At what point?
A few moves,
A few moves back, if we could go to Christian's board.
Yes.
and yeah, Queen H.
Ah, here.
thought rook
Yes.
to C, queen F3 was
Rook to
game
D2
over.
was great. Yes.
Okay.
Rook to D2.
Sometimes
Yeah.
we see something.
Queen F3. Rook D2, Queen F3.
Yeah, that's what we said.
That was it. That was it,
That was
Christian.
nice. That
yeah,
was
yeah,
nice.
yeah.
That was really
And
nice.
thank you to everybody who is enjoying the show. And we like to reach out to our audience as much as we possibly can. I apologize that we can't get to all your questions, but we do have some social media.
And join us on our conversation. We're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, and the one everybody wants to
Cocker.
know, why is Yasser not playing instead of commentating?
Well, and the correct answer is you guys would miss my commentary. No, in truth, really, I feel like I kind of hung up my spurs. I so much enjoy watching my colleagues in the seniors play. I really enjoy watching the juniors. Coming and playing a competition is a completely different mindset. And you've got to come well prepared, do your homework, and you've got to make a lot of life choice sacrifices, really, to be a player. Even at this level, I mean, these guys are not going to give you anything, and in fact, they're going to try to kill you. So if I'm not willing to do a minimum of my openings and stuff like that, I think.
Have you ever heard of the Chicken Chess Club?
Yeah, I'm a member.
Founding member, right?
I wouldn't go so far as founding. I think there were others before me, but yeah, I definitely joined the Chicken Club. There you go.
I have an easier explanation.
Thank you, Cochran, for the very salient.
Very
question.
salient
But
question.
Yasser, I
It
think,
gets more salient if you offer $200,000.
I think you're not playing because you weren't brief on the increase in the prize fund, Yasser, before. But right now, $75,000.
The
that's not
truth shall shine. I just wanted to say, Brandon, by the way, knight takes b7. Why did he voluntarily trade all of the pieces? I think he just kind of gave up on. I thought he was doing some attacking business.
Yeah, he's still better, but this is not as...
Knight takes. We were looking at rook g3.
Yeah, rook g3 was very compelling and knight f5, right?
Wow, yeah, but he played, and he just quickly traded everything and just continues. Okay, maybe he has an edge.
He definitely has an edge, but
how
salvageable type of edge.
serious is it? Like, okay, I take, you take, I move my rook, I get it. I mean, I'm worse, but give me a chance to get my piece back into play, and maybe I'll salvage something. Okay.
You might not, though.
Sorry, more social media.
Yeah, we have more social media questions here for us. Let's take a look at what our producers have selected.
Yes,
as the commentators, as the best line against the Benko. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's busted.
Ooh.
Well, I'll take this one.
Lakeem, I mean, not even making a donation to the panel, but he's
incredible.
asking,
Yeah, straight up.
what up? What up about the Benko?
Well, the Benko Gambit, I think the
And
word...
let me put it on the board.
Yeah, we can use Yasser's board for this one.
Okay, d4, knight f6, c4. Okay, c5. I'll get there the conventional way, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Takes, ace.
You think this is the best way?
I think that if you want to refute the actual gambit, you have to accept it. And
Wilhelm Steinitz.
I think b takes a6 is okay, but I actually do believe e3 is more dangerous than
Okay.
b takes a6.
So he's looking for the bust.
There's a lot of lines here. I mean, black obviously has tried g6 a lot of the times. The main lines nowadays run a takes b5.
Okay.
Bishop takes b5.
Okay.
Queen a5 check. Knight c3.
Yep.
Bishop b7.
Yep.
And here, the old line was to play bishop d2, and people figured out this is actually not very dangerous.
Okay.
And people started to realize that both the move e4 and the move knight e2 were actually very dangerous moves.
Wow,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, you take
Because-
on e4 and you go knight g2.
And it's a development thing.
It's a development thing, right? The knight can retreat to d6, but it's on d6 it's kind of in the way of. And this setup in particular, even though it's not busted, it's not refuted, you can play this as black, it's pretty unpleasant. I actually lost to Wang Yue with the black pieces on this variation. And ever since I felt it was unpleasant.
Okay. And by the way, where did you play Wang Yue?
We actually played a university match, University of Texas at Dallas against Ningbo University. We played over in Beijing, China, back in 2008.
International competitions. Good
Guys.
for the yes.
Not to burst your bubble, but
please,
Carissa right now is down to her last 1 minute and 45 seconds. So
Say what?
let's take a look at her clock right now.
Can somebody wake her up?
So she did take on d4. That was the right decision.
Very good.
But now after knight e2, take on e2, queen to e2, still she has to go and accept that endgame. Will she do that?
Bishop e5 check.
Bishop
By
to
the
e5
way,
followed by
I mean,
f4.
I mean, we've been lauding Carissa for good reasons.
But
David is finding only moves.
all the good moves. He's finding all the moves. He's finding them quickly,
Right.
putting the pressure on his
A
opponent.
lot of pressure right
Exactly.
I like it.
So, I mean, shout
now.
out.
19 moves to go for Carissa with
Carissa,
only 1
you
minute
got a
on the clock.
minute.
Yeah, she's feeling
She looked at the
the-
clock like, maybe I should make a move.
But why is
What-
Queen H4? I mean, I could easily convince myself that Bishop E5 check, F4 would get me into triple zeros. I therefore
Precisely. Why
want
not,
to go
right?
Queen H4.
But Queen
Oh.
H4 was the wrong decision and actually would have given White quite a significant advantage.
Because?
After F4. I'm just
Inviting
going
rook takes
to
f4.
force the trade of the rooks. Rook takes f4.
You got the other rook in.
And then king to h1. And your light square bishop doesn't
Amazing,
actually
right?
have great squares.
And this bishop on c4 finally relevant.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So bishop
she
b5,
has played
great
the right
move by
move.
Carissa.
She's played bishop b5. We also expect this to be played quickly. I think king h1 is just a bad move, and king g2 straight up loses to bishop takes h3. So
Oops.
you have to play f4.
Exactly.
Yes.
For David, not much choice. We talked about Carissa's time, 1 minute, but it must mean that David has all the time in the world.
54 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot of time.
That is a lot of time.
But he's playing fast. f4. There we go.
And look at him go. It's just, but that checkmate that you pointed out, Alejandro, from before, that's such a beauty. We got to show it to everyone again. We're expecting rook takes f4 right now, right here.
It's also
by
the only
Carissa.
move, actually.
And it's the only
It's
move
the only
as
move,
well.
yeah.
And then we're offering the queen, and that would be the worst thing you've ever done, as it's checkmate in two. Double check by the bishop and the rook. There's nowhere else to go. You got to go back, and rook h2 is a beautiful smothered mate. So we are expecting rook takes f4, and that.
And after bishop takes f4, king to h1.
And
No,
bishop
no.
takes.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
What? Isn't she just down a piece now?
What?
Oh, she
okay,
wants to
she
play
has
queen
queen
e5.
e5.
Rook take. Oh, look at her go. What a tricky move.
Tricky girl.
Okay, sorry. So let's go back. So she has played bishop takes, something that we stopped ourselves from doing because we were fearful that rook takes f4 would just cost Carissa a piece.
Perhaps the best move in the position.
But rook takes f4, queen e5.
It keeps it spicy, but Brodsky up to task. Just
Instantly.
plays instantly. King h1, and this. I don't like the fact that Carissa is taking so long to make her moves. They
Taking
might
long
be
is
good
okay,
moves.
but all of her time? No. And she's just played queen h4. By the way, she did it. Who did we see? It was Jeffrey Zhang.
Jeffrey.
in the
Jeffrey
America's
Zhang against
Cup.
America Cup against Fabiana Caruana.
Fabi, bang, 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 and Jeffrey leisurely presses the clock, loses on time.
So this is a different approach by Carissa, keeping the queens on the board, which is totally double-edged. It's not completely clear that this favors black because the black king also has some issues.
Yeah, it might be a question about the traffic
Right?
on the G file. We could play conventionally with queen f2.
Queen f2
and
actually
just say,
looks, but it actually looks dangerous. If I play queen f2, I can't
Yes.
trade, right? I don't have enough time to trade.
you'll end up losing something
On the f file.
So queen f2 probably is going to force queen backwards.
Queen, what, g5?
I don't know, backwards. We're back. Help us
I
out,
guess,
Christian.
yeah.
We're getting.
You guys are on the right track. Yeah, queen to
Okay.
f2, you cannot exchange.
No.
You have to go
No.
queen g5,
Queen g5.
which is in
backwards.
fact probably the only move in the position to maintain the balance. And now I'm going to continue hunting your queen with queen g2.
Queen g2.
Queen g2. But now I can trade the queens if I felt like it.
You
Well,
can if you want to.
Isn't
yes.
this like finally you can develop too? Like bishop d7, there was this
Yeah,
d7
I think
probably the best
candidate's
move.
game.
Right.
There was his candidate's game where the bishop stayed on c8.
The thing game, Richard Rapport against Dingler.
I mean, what? The guy never developed.
And this one has finished. We kind of left
Probably
it
with the
around.
perpet,
It was
right?
that perpetual. They did play the move rook f1. Dlugy
And
did find the move bishop c5. And a draw. A draw was agreed. A little bit of a sizzle in what started out blazing hot.
Yeah, queen g3 was wrong. I love that move, f2, f3. I think Max dodged the bullet.
Kudos
I really
to the
do.
defense, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really do. I think he dodged the bullet. By the way, I think that's the first result of this round two of all
is.
15 games.
It's kind of amazing when you think
I
about
mean,
it.
no, I mean, people came here to play,
Yeah.
man. They got their knives, their swords, their battle axes. Like, no friendlies around here, right?
Yeah, it's already like 2.5 hours into the round. We have 0 results.
I know.
The candidates, we had 3 results at one game late.
1 in 7
remaining.
minutes.
Yeah, 1 in 7 minutes. I remember that.
Nepo versus Naka, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, we're going to keep our eye on the Carissa
Guys,
game.
check the Andrew Hong game.
Please.
Check the Andrew Hong game.
Take it away.
He's just playing every single best move in the position.
Wow.
absolutely scintillating performance right now by Andrew Hong. Bishop to b4, you remember I was saying was the best move in the position. Rook to e8, trade, and now rook to e5.
Wow.
Absolutely no more problems. Extra pawn.
Yeah.
No more compensation. I have all the right pieces on the right squares right now. This is over. This is close to being over.
Put the pawn on c7, and if we can slap the bishop, I don't know, on d6.
Yeah, no, I mean c7, best move, bishop d6,
Bishop to
very
d6,
close,
right?
behind, I mean.
Bishop d6, knight e3, is that clear?
I didn't think you were doing anything. What were you? It's one tickle, it's one check,
And that's it,
and that's it. You
It
get
looks
Take on
prettier than
g2,
it
I have
is.
rook g1. No,
Yeah.
this is over.
Yeah, maybe actually.
wow. I thought it was one check.
No,
I
Andrew
wasn't-
showing the business here. 2 whites, 2 excellent preparations.
No, superb.
Superb
Yeah,
play.
I mean,
different level, right?
I was watching well, obviously I was calling the candidates, but one result so far, this one between Gregory and Maxim, as both players have drawn their first 2 rounds. But I wanted to say that one of the things about the candidates I was really looking forward to was some great novelties. We saw some good stuff. Knight h4 by Fabi really was maybe one of the very, very highlights of the prep. But Andrew is stealing everybody's thunder.
Forget
What
about
a-
Firouzja,
wow,
forget
yeah.
about Fabi. Look at Andrew Hong and his prep.
Let's keep an eye on Carissa right now,
there.
because queen to f2 was played, and
She
queen to
did not play the move
h5
G5 should
was
queen
the
H5.
answer. So
Came quickly too.
queen to h5. Now, this might not be the most precise way for Carissa.
Well, you can't talk precision when you only have 1 minute on your clock.
And
Queen
queen
to
f3
f3,
played
still
very
hunting
quickly.
that queen.
You got, I mean, it's the same issue, right? You don't have another move.
Queen h4.
You have to go queen h4 now, and she
Maybe
does
we
it.
might
see
be
a
seeing
repetition?
a draw. We were just talking about results, and suddenly it could open up. By the way,
mean-
if I was in David's shoes, I'd be playing Queen f2 and saying, "Let's get out of here."
Yeah,
you know?
it's funny. The only reason you don't play queen f2 and get out of here is because of the time situation.
Right.
Like, Carissa's put herself in such a bad spot
True.
that you start thinking, man, how do I take advantage of that? But on
Can
the
I?
other hand,
Yeah.
I've been under pressure the entire game. It almost feels like a relief that I'm escaping with half a point.
Truly. It really does. David is actually.
But guys,
Yeah.
why don't you just stop and think and maybe try to find something better?
Well, that's what we're saying.
And-
Should he play Rook f2?
Maybe not here, but after queen to f2, that queen to h5 was not the right move.
Right.
Okay.
By Carissa, we
By Carissa.
expected Queen
Carissa,
g5.
and he had a golden opportunity to take the advantage with the move queen to g2 at that point.
Queen g... What? After queen h5, queen g2?
My plan is very straightforward.
Queen-
I want to go rook to f3, rook the other one from a to f1. And you don't have a very clear way to defend against it.
I'm not so clear what you're saying, Christian.
Queen to f2, queen to h5. Let's get back to that position.
Okay.
Now, queen to g2 instead of queen to f3.
Queen to g2 instead
to
of
g2.
instead
Yes.
of Queen f3.
Okay, you're threatening rook takes f4. That's
And
clear.
I don't think you're
Sorry.
in time. So bishop d7 has to be played.
There's a mate.
On
There's
G8,
a
right?
mate on g8 thanks to the bishop. I'm threatening rook takes. So I'm not in time after bishop d7.
Bishop d7, now I go rook to f3.
Rook to f3. Okay, I see that you.
I'm the one setting up the tempo right now.
It's
You're the one that has to find the precise
And I
defensive
can't
moves.
defend twice because of the same problem.
Exactly.
Like
If you go rook f6, rook f1, rook f8,
rook takes f4.
F4.
that's kind of hilarious.
That's a big problem.
that I can't maintain the bishop on f4 because there is that same checkmate on g8 that we mentioned earlier. Interesting.
And especially with such a low time situation for Carissa,
Wow.
that's a big practical question that David could pose at this particular moment.
Exactly. Queen g2, queen f2, queen h5, queen g2.
And the point being that queen to h5 is not the most precise move because you're not keeping contact with the bishop on f4.
Or the position on g2.
Yeah, and the other thing that I liked is that when we retreated the queen to g5, and if you did play the move queen g2, any queen trades allowed me to anchor the bishop
bishop,
with
right.
h take. So I liked queen
Very good
g5 a
point.
lot better
Yes.
as well. Alejandro, other games, what has caught your eye? I saw you had the Awonder Liang. I see you have Shabalov.
The Awonder Liang game is just a draw. I'm just going through 15 games is a lot of games.
Let's take a look at one of our marquee games between Jennifer Yu and Thalia. Jennifer she got a rook to c5. She got an isolated queen pawn as well.
This is not what is concerning me. My concern is, how did this bishop get to a4?
Well, now that it's on a4, bothering no one, that's outside of civilization. What is bishop
why
a4?
Why is the bishop on a4?
I'm thinking, if I'm white and I can go king c3
or c8. Yeah.
Ooh.
This looks good for white.
The advantage is definitely on the white side here. I think Thalia did something completely wrong. Right back here, she's okay. Bishop b3. Bishop b3 was okay, but then trade rooks.
Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about this.
Yeah, trade rooks, bring the other rook to d8, and then bring your bishop back to d5 when it's necessary.
But never on a4.
But what did she do? Rook to d3, bishop a4, and Jennifer.
I think she just assessed the position
opportunity.
Better.
Yeah, I do as well. I like. By the way, let me go back to the game of Alice Lee for just a second to see. Look what Ellen did. She parks her bishop on c3, and it's advantage black all day.
All the way, and it's just an unpleasant position to play with white because you have no plan, ever.
And not only that, this rook on b3 is not on an open file where it can infiltrate. In fact, it's kind of offsides as well.
And she played rook b3 voluntarily, just played rook b3, which, in my opinion, she's going to do it.
She's going to sacrifice the exchange, but she maybe should have done it in a nicer
different way.
Yeah,
no, I agree with that.
A nicer way. Rook to b3. Okay, sorry, stole your thunder there, Alejandro.
I think if you play rook
ready.
b3, you got to take on.
Yeah, and go into a queen ending, a pawn down, and just suffer your way through the horrors of a torture.
Yeah, the thing about this kind of endgames is that it's difficult to determine which one you want to suffer in, right?
I'll go with the queen endgame.
You'll go with the queen endgame?
Yeah, I really would. What's the alternative?
Just stay put, right? I know it's
not much of an alternative.
It's kind of horrible, but
sit at the board, twiddling your thumbs, waiting for your opponent to go e5, e4, e3, and somehow, smash you. I don't know. Alice, I think, is an active player. She's not going to want to sit back and. She probably feels that she could hold this queen ending, and maybe she will. Challenge. And Christian, what's caught your eye?
Well, I'm wondering whether Rochelle is getting any chances in this game against Sophie Morris-Suzuki. Because Sophie Morris decided to exchange the queens. We were saying, don't exchange the queens. Just keep the queens on the board, set up the pin, c4, c3, resignation.
Right.
Nothing to do against that. She decided to take, but now at least white is getting something, some chances. I understand bishop to d4 was a big threat.
Right.
You have to defend against that, but there's only one way to defend against that, and you have to see it, you have to calculate it, and that is e5. Take on e5, and I'm not going to take back. I understand you're going to take back on e5, then still bishop d4 is coming, nothing changes in the position, but what I'm doing is trying to create my own counterplay, and she does that.
Right.
Rochelle does that. She plays the move d6. Now I'm only 2 squares away from promotion, so you have to start paying attention.
Exactly.
e4 seems to be the best move in the position.
And
by the way, that was
played. It's been
good
played.
move. Good move by Sophie. And after d7, you have to give this check. Force the king to h1, because if you go to f1, knight takes h2, and unfortunately, there's another check.
Right.
And that's not possible. Force the king to h1 and then just simply go back. Still winning, but she's making her life a bit more difficult than it should have been.
Okay.
This is what I'm seeing in this game. And still Carissa, playing this position. They haven't repeated yet. David is trying to find something.
Right.
Maybe sensing opportunities. And as we get ready for our last break, just before the time control, by the way, I once again want to thank the audience for their social media questions. Sorry we can't take all your questions, but indeed, how would they contact us, Alejandro?
We are monitoring YouTube, we're monitoring Twitch, and you can send us questions as well to our Twitter. I think we're going to have that up kind of soon. And remember and we have our journalist, Sabina Fleischer, Women Grandmaster of 2017 U.S. Women's Champion.
Absolutely.
Ooh, great performance she had there.
Right.
You can send us tweets at St. Louis Chess Club, STL Chess Club, you have it on your screen, or hashtag US Chess Champs. Sabina will be browsing through them. She'll be answering some herself. She's a strong, very, very, very strong player, plus score against me. And the ones that she thinks are most interesting, we'll share them in a group.
Wonderful. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
How does it feel to once again be back in St. Louis playing in this prestigious event?
I mean, it's pretty exciting. Like I've played a few of these people before, but playing it in like such a well-known like venue and like with all these amazing players is definitely exciting and should be a great experience.
I mean, it's really exciting because I grew up watching this event over and over through the years, and I was always really impressed by the players and how wonderfully smooth the tournament was ran. So I'm really glad I get to play this year as well.
It feels great. I mean, like I haven't been in St. Louis in a year, I think, and it's always like really nice to come here because it's just like such a welcoming place.
It's always nice to participate in the juniors. I'm really looking forward to it this year because it's my last year actually. So hopefully I can go out with a bang and, you know, get like one really nice good memory out of the event.
It's been a while since I played like US Juniors or US Championship here. I believe last time was probably 2019. US Junior is just one of the worst tournaments of my life. So I'm hoping to make it better. I don't think I've ever played a good US Juniors, and it's kind of funny that like I've won a US Champs without winning a US Juniors. So I'm just trying to like enjoy my last year here.
It feels amazing, especially since it's my last time and I'm just trying to have as much fun as I can. I've been telling myself, you know, I'm gonna do something enjoyable every day, even if I lose, or even if it's a bad day. I'm gonna try to do something enjoyable and just make the most I can out of this trip and this tournament and my experience here.
It feels good. I've been here for a few times, so it's always a pleasure coming back.
It's really exciting for me because I grew up watching this event as well, and so many of my role models have either won this event or played in it numerous times. So yeah, it's really exciting for me to be able to follow in their footsteps and even compete and meet with them.
Oh, it's a great honor to be back here, of course, playing in the Junior Girls Championship. I was here last May, and St. Louis is just one of my favorite places to be to play chess.
I'm very excited. I'm excited to play some good games. I've really been looking forward to this event.
Welcome back, everybody, to the championships in St. Louis. We have the U.S. Junior Girls, the U.S. Junior, and the U.S. Seniors here being played for. And we have some important results.
Yes, we do.
As some of the leaders have finished their game in the seniors. Gregory Kaidanov drew his game against Maxim Dlugy in a fascinating Richter Rouser attack in which Grisha went for the throat. Didn't quite get there.
Exactly. It seemed like he had more than the draw, and, well, the sacrifice didn't pan out. But other nice results, too.
Yeah, more importantly, in the legend section as well, Igor Novikov with the black pieces drew against Nick de Firmian. We had expected that for some time as nothing much happened.
But a totally poorly played opening by Nick de Firmian. He was white, and he got the worst of it as Igor Novikov, winner of the first round, continues to lead at this moment in the seniors. Any victory by the remaining players could catch him, but Nick is going to have to work on his openings, modern chess openings.
Needs a little revamp there.
Bring it.
But the biggest result so far, I believe, is in the juniors. Andrew Hong has been playing perfect chess. Excellent preparation yesterday, excellent preparation today, showing good stuff. This is what we want to see from the juniors. This is what we expect from somebody that's going to win this tournament. Andrew Hong, just excellent chess today. Got his prep in, played very well after that, and Balaji just didn't have a chance.
Not only that, but the speed of his moves was just incredible. I mean, he just played all of his prep, got it in, but then followed it up by continuing to put the pressure on his opponent. And he finished in style just at the very end. Rook e5, queen g6, bishop back to d2, knight d5, f5. What a blow that was. Queen, rook takes, knight, bishop takes, rook takes, pawn takes, and it's all over. But the shouting, you're a piece up and the pawn's on c7, and finally black had to give it a rest. But for Andrew, 2-0 start, Awonder Liang is wondering, wait a minute, I'm supposed to be in the U.S. Championship. I'm here to win this tournament. This guy's got a 2-0 lead. I believe he's making a draw today.
That's a super dead draw.
Yeah. Just wanted to double check, right? We had just seen the game from the first round.
Guys, Carissa under 1 minute. Let's jump to that one. And it's her move.
Take it away, Christian.
Well, let's look at the bird's eye view because
Knight
she
E2
is
played.
dropping under
On the
1
board.
minute.
All right.
Big decision right now.
What's wrong with Rook G6?
Rook G6 is a move.
Okay.
Rook G6
Thank you for that analysis, Christian.
and she played it.
And guess what? She played Rook G6.
It's a move.
The problem is, guys. I know. They pay me the big bucks, supposedly.
The big bucks.
But the problem is, this is a very committal move.
Okay, you
Because
got to
I have
play
knight
Queen
takes
F2.
F4. Knight takes F4.
Yeah, because Queen F2, Bishop G3 actually runs into trouble, no?
What do you do
What?
after knight takes F4?
Knight takes F4.
Yes.
Okay, so
What do you mean?
pause.
I take the queen.
I take with the knight. I have Rook F7 at the end.
What rook has?
Okay, so
wait,
I
no,
take,
you don't. Okay, I take on F3. I take on
F3.
F3. Queen H5.
Queen H5, Rook F7
Hold on,
check.
so that our audience can
F7
follow
check.
us, we can
Oh,
put that.
I apologize. I didn't see that the analysis board wasn't up.
This
So
is the
we're
variation
looking
we're
at this
looking at.
position. We've
Yeah.
just seen the move Rook
Rook
G6,
G6.
and our main line is Knight takes F4.
Yes, this is our main line so
And we're
far.
taking the Queen,
You take with the knight. That
which is a tempo against
the
the Queen. But it's also a tempo on the Rook, and that requires you to play Rook takes F3. And now I am required to recapture, because if I capture the Queen, then the Rook is hanging with check.
Check, yeah.
So we take.
Now
And now
Queen
what
H5.
Christian was saying, like, hey guys, don't forget, there's a Rook on F7.
So let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah, you can go up because knight F4 is not mate, but it wins enough.
It's embarrassing. It's a royal fork. So we got to go to H8. We got to go to H8. And now, a pause here, because knight F4, that's almost mate.
But it's not much of a winning attempt, is it? Because Queen F3 at the very least.
That's right. I can't. I was going to crawl around the first rank, but that's all wrong. You can check me all kinds of ways. Okay, and of course I can't take the bishop, as desirable as that would be. Queen takes H3 is a oopsie daisy. Do I have a pipette?
You do? I don't see anything against it, right? If you go king h8, I just go rook f8 as a draw.
Right?
Is it just a draw?
Or can you?
No, but rook f7.
You cannot. You cannot.
No.
Rook
You
f7,
You can sack the queen back, but.
But
Actually, no, wait, you sack, yeah, wait a second. You sack the queen back, the pawns are attacked.
Okay, but let's go back a couple of moves.
Nice.
Let's go back a couple of moves, guys. You're
Okay.
getting ahead of yourselves.
All right.
Rook f7,
all right.
king h8.
Sorry. So
No. Keep going, all the way up.
Okay.
All the way to the end.
Okay.
King h8. Now I go knight f4.
We
Okay.
thought per pet.
Per pet, yes. Okay.
Okay,
that's-
then. All right, that's it.
I don't have to worry about you sacrificing the queen back and having a better endgame.
Right.
You think it will be a draw with proper play?
What is the purpose, actually, out of curiosity? I go king h2,
We go queen f2 check.
but queen f2, knight g2, actually, surprisingly, I think wins for white.
Yes.
Oh,
It probably does. But let's go queen d1. I don't know about this queen f3. It's limiting your options.
So you have to be precise as black.
Queen d1. I don't think I'm taking that pawn, actually. I'm going queen d2, right?
Okay.
So that I have queen e1 whenever you go to g3.
I see.
Yeah. No, this.
I
this must be
absolutely have to respect the threat of knight
Yeah.
f4 to g6.
Exactly.
So I can't afford to indulge my queen takes c2. But let's pause ourselves for this Carissa game because, Christian, you have a special guest in studio.
Absolutely. Yasser, we are indeed with Nick the Firmian. Nick, first of all, welcome to the club. You are coming here in St. Louis for the first time as a player. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How
yeah.
does that feel to be playing at the St. Louis Chess Club?
It's just the most fantastic place. The mecca of chess. Everything's done so professionally, so nicely. People are so friendly, and all the chess organization, and I'm very happy to be here.
Well, you almost started with a blast yesterday with the black pieces. It definitely felt like you have an edge at some point. How did you assess that game yesterday?
Yes, that London system's a bit solid, but I managed to get something, and at one point I had to make a quick breakthrough. But I'm a little bit rusty. It's been a few years since I played tournament games, and just getting back into the swing of it now.
And let's speak also about today's game. You started off with this very committal idea, allowing bishop takes f3, g takes f3, the doubling of the pawns, and then h4. Did you come up over the board with that idea, or did you have some ideas before?
The pawn to d4, that was Stockfish's suggestion. And,
Stockfish, okay.
But it's, when a human looks at it, you say, you really have to get something pretty good for those doubled pawns. And how would you progress? And in the game, I was trying to see some way to get an interesting play. But Igor, he's really good with the black pieces.
He is.
In the World Team Championship, he was great. And so he was very solid. And
you guys became world champions together. Is that correct?
I wasn't there.
You weren't there.
No,
Got it.
But yes, he's good with the black pieces, and when we got to the end game, it's not.
Were you at all worried during this game that you might be worse if the queen trade wasn't going to happen?
Oh, I wanted to keep the queens on.
So you would have welcomed that?
Yes, I wanted a more lively game, but the way played, I lose my c-pawn if I don't trade queens.
So any other critical moments after you guys traded the queens off?
It's an endgame, and there's play. Even in those simple positions, as you know, you get the wrong strategy, and you end up with a weak pawn.
Exactly.
And they play like Magnus, and they end up taking it 40 moves later. So, yeah, both sides had to be a little careful. And here, I was in the end of the endgame. I thought, can I just get in pawn to a5?
And maybe get some chances.
Then yes, but no, Igor he's very solid. So shut me down there, and nobody can do anything at the end.
Nick, a solid start for you. What are your ambitions coming into this event?
Well, actually, I just wanted to play. I was without ambitions, but my thought was, get started, get rolling, and especially in the later tournament, I hope to play some more active chess. So.
Definitely cleaning that dust off your shoulders.
Yes.
Feeling good right now, feeling in shape. We'll let you rest, get ready for tomorrow's game, and we'll see you in the next few games.
Okay, thank you.
A quick question for Nick. Nick, first of all, great to see you. Love seeing you play. But watching the juniors, do you get inspired?
They play without fear. Yes, you're looking at Carissa's game, sacrifice everything. But then again, okay, Igor he's really good defensively. It's not as easy to sacrifice all your pieces against Igor.
Fair. Good luck in the rest of the tournament, Nick.
Thanks, Yaz.
Cheers. All right, and where would you like to take us, Alejandro?
That is a great question. There's so much that has happened recently.
2 draws in the seniors games again.
2 draws. We don't have anything finishing up that I can see in the girls. Actually, we are being told that Sophie did finally finish her game off.
Exactly.
Against Rochelle Wu. That's a huge result for Sophie because it puts her at 2 out of 2 to begin the tournament.
Whoa.
Yeah, early.
There we go.
And playing against one of the rating favorites, Rochelle is up there in terms of rating in this event.
Exactly. We see that score now officially on our board. I just want to catch up with the finals moments there because we thought there was a number of ways of winning the game. And I thought that maybe E5 had made Black's task a little bit tricky. But let's see how she finished. E4, D7, Bishop D4 check. Oh, no, we didn't like the move Bishop. We thought King H1 was the move.
I think everything was losing anyway, though.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. And after Bishop F2, Bishop F6, did she lose on time or she just, no, this is just lost.
Just lost, busted.
The problem is knight takes E4. Oops, don't forget about the back rank mate.
Yeah, it's actually 2 pieces. Incredible.
It's bad. So a very nice win for Sophie as she gets.
No, that's huge for her.
Wow.
Wins round 1, wins round 2 with excellent prep, just beating her opponent out with the book. And we have this huge game actually between Jennifer Yu and Thalia Cervantes on the screen.
Again, we hate this bishop on A4. Just like, what did you do, Thalia?
Yeah, this bishop on C4, the position was just equal. But
exactly.
With the bishop on A4.
Right, that's the sore thumb. And the question is, can Jennifer make the most of it? You know, one of the things that I would be afraid very much if I was in Thalia's shoes is that I might get myself into a bishop of the same color ending. Like after a move like rook C6, rook to D6, D5, and after takes, the one thing I would absolutely want to avoid is this ending because all my pawns are on light squares and therefore a target for the bishop.
Look at that king.
Yeah, the king on G8 is just
running to
miserable,
B6 right now.
Exactly. So I think Jennifer is, with good technique, should be winning the game. Alice Lee forced her opponent, or I should say, Ellen found a way of sacrificing an exchange for very, very good compensation. And we like Ellen's position against, I'll say it, a pre-tournament favorite.
Yeah, but how much do we like Black's position?
After A4?
I think close to
much. Guys,
close to winning.
22 seconds for Carissa.
Close to winning, sorry.
I think we should move to Carissa.
All right.
Just because she has 20 seconds on the clock. So
20 seconds.
Well, now 50 because she moved.
And they're going straight into this variation, right?
Yes.
Exactly what we analyzed. Knight takes F4, rook takes G2, knight takes G2, queen H5.
Wow.
And we expect rook F7 with a draw.
And
rook F7 seems to be the only move right now.
But
that's not
actually, Carissa has to find queen D1 check and not queen F3 check.
Was that the only draw at that point, Christian?
Let's take a look. Queen to D1. No, there was also the move queen to G5, which is very counterintuitive.
Check, king.
So knight F4 and now queen to G5.
Now you keep pressure
Contact
on the
with the knight. Yes.
And keep the G6 square protected.
Oh, man. And H4?
But I think the easiest is to just go Queen D1,
That's
Queen
a check.
D2.
Queen takes
Queen D1,
H4
Queen
check.
D2.
Okay.
But that's the type of thing when you go H4 and your opponent plays Queen takes H4 and you reach for your knight to go, you go touch move.
Right?
Gotcha there. Oh boy, oh boy. Have you ever had one of those touch move moments in your career?
No,
Christian?
I don't think I did. One of the worst things I did in my career is I played the second move of the variation I was
I
calculating.
hate doing that.
That's
That happens.
a common.
That's the worst. And it was losing in one move. I was just
Right.
resigning next move. So
Right.
I calculated this variation for like 30, 40 minutes, and then I played the second move of the variation, and
First.
then bye-bye, game over.
Oh, ooh.
And here is a result. Rochelle Wu with the white pieces, losing to Sophie Morris-Suzuki. Congratulations to her as she moves to 2 out of 2.
Wow. Nice. And again, what's the clock times I wanted to ask of the Carissa game?
The Carissa
50
game.
seconds
David?
versus 23 minutes.
Yeah,
all.
no, David Brodsky had tons of time.
23 minutes is a lot of time. The problem is that this particular move has to be forced. There cannot. Nobody will convince me there's another move that's on Rook F7.
Exactly.
Then you make King H8 instantly because
Everything else loses.
And then we think, but
But after the move Knight F4, what I have on my analysis board, so we're expecting Rook F7 check. Carissa's got to drop back with her king. Knight to F4. Queen G5 is much more sensible
it's more
than
aggressive,
Queen
right?
D1 check.
Yeah, this one actually looks to win the game instead of just making a perpetual.
Right. And
You're up a queen against 2 pieces.
It's telling.
But I have the perpetual.
It's
right?
telling
Rook
White,
F8.
make the
done.
perpetual
Make the perpetual now, right, yeah.
Or I'm not going to let you,
Yeah.
I may end up playing moves like bishop or, I don't know, bishop takes, and the perpetual could be
Gone. Yeah.
gone. But we do have a guest in studio, so we're going to turn it right back to Christian.
Thank you, Yasser. We are indeed with a very happy victor of today's round, Sophie Morris-Suzuki. Sophie, welcome back to the studio. We've seen you last year as well here. How are you feeling right now after 2 victories?
I feel great. I feel, like and this is the best I could hope for, I guess, for now. We'll see what
Blazing hard
happens.
start for you. How did you prepare for this tournament?
I didn't have much time during the school year, but within like the past few months that I've been on break, I have been able to play in a few tournaments to get back into the swing of things, and yeah, so far it's paying off.
Definitely playing off. Yesterday with the white pieces, a convincing victory. Today, you decided to play aggressively from the get-go. How did you come up with that strategy?
I just thought I would play whatever is like the most fun. That's how.
The most
that's
fun, I
how
like
I
that.
decided on it.
And you came up with this very interesting Benoni line of the Benoni, B5. Tell us, where did your preparation end?
It ended after Rook B8.
Rook to B8, all the way. Oh my
Here.
gosh.
Wow.
Impressive.
And she had 47 minutes at this point. What were your notes saying
At this
after
point,
Rook to B8?
At this point, I just kind of stopped the preparation, stopped like my line, and concluded that this was, almost winning for Black.
Absolutely, and it was indeed. And we have a result in the Liang versus Christopher Yu game, a very important game of the round, and that was a draw, as we expected. Let's keep going with the analysis. And what else? What other critical moments did you feel like you had to overcome in this game?
Yeah, the whole calculation process after Queen A3 was not easy.
By the way, there was a funny line. Rook to D2 at this point. Did you see this move?
Yeah, but I didn't know if I had no idea if it was
Queen
winning.
to F3.
Queen. Oh. I just only saw Knight F3 and Knight takes E4.
Yeah, Queen to F3 is a very
This is
very sweet find.
Yeah.
Just wins on the spot.
I had a feeling during the game that I didn't play the most accurately.
So let's keep going. Still, you did not release any of your advantage. Queen takes f3. Were you getting worried at this point at all? When you saw this pawn on d6, close to promotion, maybe giving your opponent some chances, were you worried?
Yeah, I really thought I thought I still had good winning chances, but I really wasn't sure if it was winning anymore.
But it was after bishop to f2, because now knight e4, rook to b1 is coming. Very nice victory for you. 2 out of 2. What are your ambitions right now?
Just don't mess up too much.
Excellent. Great games so far. Sophie, we're looking forward to seeing you in the next few games.
Thank you.
Our congratulations from Alejandro as well. Alejandro and myself as well. Good
Absolutely.
start.
Great start.
Love
and
that.
Excellent prep. I love seeing these deep preparations.
Rook b8, I stopped.
Rook
that
b8
was
is
good.
winning. Good enough.
Good enough. And she was right.
She was right. Cruiser to victory.
Exactly. And again, we have a very important result. We mentioned it during the interview, but Christopher Yu saved a very difficult position against Awonder Liang. And by virtue of that save, Awonder Liang, our pre-tournament favorite, has only scored one draw out of 2 games. And I tell you start to question yourself, Alejandro, even though it's very, very early. Getting off to a good start is so vital to your confidence.
Yeah, I mean, we have had U.S. juniors in which people lose the first 2 and come back, but they're the exception. You really want to start well in these tournaments.
Exactly. I do have the game of Dmitry Gurevich as white against Joel Benjamin. I'm looking at this game, and I think Joel is busted out. In a sense, if we go back to this moment right here, I'm thinking, okay, black is solid, black is good, but the bishop on b5, not a lot of black's pieces are working. In other words, I like the bishop, I like the rook. But these guys over on the king side, rather sleeping, and then just look over the next few moves as to how Joel's pieces suddenly emerge. Now, suddenly, whoa, wait a minute. The knight can come to b5, harass this bishop. Should you take like this knight could also come alive on the e5 square. Things are going black's way at this moment. And what are the clock times?
The clock times are not so much time for either player. 4 minutes for Joel, 4 minutes 45, sorry. Yeah. And Dmitry, 8 minutes 30, down now to 6 minutes 30, sorry. But still, 12 moves to make for both players.
Bishop f6. Again, I just feel like Joel's pieces are
breathing,
coming alive, coming alive. You can imagine d4 and e5 to follow. Again, this knight might end up on with the pawn on d4, pardon me. d4, knight b5, knight c3. I can really, enjoy the progress that black's pieces has made. White's pieces, knight on d2, knight on e1, bishop on g2, bishop on a3. Nothing
stuck.
Making a good impression.
Oh, very stuck, right?
I feel like Joel's got a big advantage. We'll keep an eye on this one. What have you been looking at, Alejandro?
Well, there's a lot of moves in the Carissa game, I'm being
let's
told,
catch up.
and since we've been focusing on that game so much,
for good reason,
we don't want to miss the end.
We felt that Carissa was playing a brilliancy. She sacrificed a piece for what we want to call intuitive play. She just had a good feel, and then a couple of slips, and used all of her clock.
But it takes 2 to tango, and kudos to David Brodsky, who's found excellent defenses all the way up here, including a sacrifice of a queen.
Yep.
And it seems that the players might be shaking on a draw pretty soon.
Carissa, that has found the right move, queen d2, not queen takes c2.
Because of king g3.
Yeah. Because of king g3. You got to respect the threat of mate. Check, followed by mate. And we are expecting Carissa to force a draw.
to force a draw. She still has 2 minutes left, which is pretty good considering the previous time situation. She only has 4 moves to make.
Right.
So no real issues in that regard anymore.
And for Carissa, again, she comes into this tournament one of the lower seeds, I want to say. I mean, she's taken the challenge. She could have played in the girls where she would have been the prohibitive favorite. No, she wanted to play in the open section. And she started with 2 blacks, one of the worst numbers you can choose.
The worst number.
But she's acquitted herself. Imagine she makes a draw here.
Yeah, she started with 2 draws against Abhi Mishra and against Brodsky. I think she'll be pretty happy.
Exactly. And that's what we think. And suddenly, an extra white
for the remaining games,
the remaining
right?
7 games.
And it doesn't seem like white has a clear way of doing anything or trying anything at this point. Knight to g2 doesn't make a lot of sense. You might even lose that.
Exactly.
So you don't want to go that route. King g1 just allows a perpetual. King g3 just allows simple perpetual. That is the problem, because I have queen to e1 and there's no way to go a different direction.
And what is happening in Brandon's game?
I don't think we've looked at this for a while.
Actually, all of the junior games have been simplifying in the last few months. Yes.
So after the explosive first round of 4 decisive games, sudden fall back to earth, right?
But there's a clear person that benefits from that, and that is Andrew Hong, the only person that is so far 2 out of 2.
Exactly. Draw all the games you guys can.
I'm going to bring my prep. I'm going to win every white.
Exactly, and I'm going to run to the finish line.
But not any 2 out of 2, right? Because you started with 2 out of 2, but maybe some shaky games. He started blazing hot. Perfect preparation and perfect execution after the preparation.
True.
Which just goes to show how in shape he is. And this is going to play out in his favor moving forward.
Great. Right. We don't expect much from this Brandon Jacobson Abhi Mishra game.
Not
It looked
much.
pretty equal.
Not much.
I was, Pedro, I have a sympathy for Pedro being the lowest rated player in the field. How will he do? How will he perform? Somehow he's kind of in there. He's, okay, structurally he's worse, but
how much worse, right?
Exactly. I mean, it's 4 versus 4. This pawn on, I mean, if the king was on e5, we'd probably be
calling it a game, right?
Playing taps, but with the king
still cut, right?
Still cut, and chances for to get in the move f4. The king, we're going to try to keep the king out, is what it's all about, right? Like, even if I have to play h4 and f4 ugly moves. What? I didn't see that move coming. You kind of went a little bit,
But
I'm not sure I like this move at all. Christian, was that
computer approved?
Computer approved?
It looks dangerous to allow FG h4.
Let me check.
Among
G4,
others.
Yeah, not a great move.
Not a great move.
No,
not computer approved.
It doesn't look right.
Yeah, it felt.
H4 felt much safer.
H4, you keep out the king. We were talking about that, and on king f6, you go f4 to keep the king out.
Maybe you're not happy about the g3 pawn, but you keep the king at bay. You should be able to draw it. G4 feels like Pedro wants to force a drawn position, but I don't know.
But perhaps too much, right?
Yes.
Yeah, perhaps a little hasty the way yesterday, right? He was on the cusp of getting that draw, made one move, rook e8, that just collapsed his position.
Very similar.
We're going to keep an eye on this one, Alejandro.
We have a lot of updates in the Alice Lee Ellen Wang game. Of course, a huge one for the standings, because right now, I think Ellen is the only one that can realistically catch Sophie at the top, because Thalia is not beating Jennifer from that position.
No. And check this out, though. Ellen has actually won a third pawn.
She's won a third pawn for the exchange.
That's a lot of pawns.
That's a lot of pawns.
That's a lot of
So Ellen should just be able to nurse this to victory, right?
Cruise control by now.
Rook to d6 to stop rook takes like queen b7 too.
You got your choices here.
Exactly.
Every move is very similar.
But 3 pawns for the exchange. That's
great.
That's a lot of compensation. So Ellen,
actually just not rook d6, right? Because rook takes d4.
Still works? Oh. I was trying to stop rook
No,
d4.
it doesn't
That
stop
was the whole
anything.
point. Maybe I should play e5 in that case to try to just stop rook d4. I mean, I've got everything protected, right? Which is what I want.
You feel like it's one of those positions you can secure everything.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
And the Carissa game is over. They did
Perpetual
draw
check.
their game. Beautiful game.
Applause to both players.
This was a
very,
great,
very deserving
great game. Yeah.
I think when they go back to their rooms and they look with their chess engines, they're going to reflect on the fact that both of them had some really, really good creative moves, and
No, this was awesome.
that kept us on our seats.
This was awesome.
Very good.
Good stuff.
What else? What did you say about the Jennifer game?
Jennifer is putting pressure on Thalia, which we never expect Thalia to win this. Now, does she lose it? I'm not so sure.
Well,
somehow Black got in this move a5, which makes this bishop look less ridiculous, at least.
Before we go to that one,
Right.
I think we should check this game out, which we haven't looked at very much, and that is the game between Khmelnitsky and Larry Christiansen, because Larry Christiansen right now is setting up some tremendous pressure on the light squares. We see the presence of the opposite color bishops, but the huge difference in the position, despite the fact that Black is a pawn down, I'm getting this bishop on e4. And once I get that bishop on e4, setting up this tremendously unpleasant pressure on the g file, potentially cementing it if I have time with the move f5, then I'm just simply going to be able to reshuffle my pieces, get the rook back into play via the d file, and I have a feeling you're just stuck as white, because if you lose this pawn on g to open up the long diagonal, you're going to get checkmated. So the way I'm seeing the position right now develop, it seems like Larry Christiansen is nursing what could be an objectively decisive advantage.
And we have a couple of moves played. Bishop g3, I think that takes on
Just
b3
to
takes on
stop,
b3.
rook takes g2.
And you just take the pawn.
Pick up the pawn, why not?
Yeah,
That's
the
another
difference-
passed pawn.
The difference in strength of these bishops is just so obvious.
Exactly.
It's just so obvious. A big pawn against a beautiful bishop. This is winning advantage.
This is
Yeah,
over.
I feel very, very strongly as well. And here are our results at this moment in time.
Yeah, David Brodsky gets his first half point. He lost yesterday to Andrew Hong. He rectifies the ship a little bit there with a draw. And Carissa, 2 blacks in a row, 2 draws for her. Good start to the tournament.
Exactly. Being one of the lower rated players in the field, she really accepted the challenge. She's going to be in India on our Olympic team, right?
That's right.
And this is what she wanted. She wanted to really test herself going into India. She's feeling good about it.
She'll be facing grandmasters there for sure. So
Right.
it's important that she gets that experience in before she goes to Chennai.
Exactly. Okay. And I was just going to say, we've seen the Joel Benjamin game. We've also seen the Larry Christensen game. There is one other game that we haven't seen in a little while. That's the Shabalov game. The players are playing checkers.
Right?
On one side, you've got all the dark squares. And white has a lot of white squares. I like black.
This looks
I like
very
the dark
bad.
squares.
This looks very bad for white. It's
Right.
just the only question is, where do I break through as black? It's the only
Right.
real question here.
Exactly. It's going to be a long, slow. At some moment, I don't know. Can I ever? Should I play like Rook H7?
And we
King
do
F6?
have a result in the game between Dmitry Gurevich and Joel Benjamin. They agreed to a
Joel
draw.
offered a draw. He chickened out.
And guys, I have to tell you that I saw Yasser write a speech about how black was better in this position.
Right.
And he just had to scrap it and throw it in the garbage.
Oh my gosh, it was a good speech too. Hold on, by the way, he took that was interesting. I got the wrong relay. I think I had a relay where we were taking with the C5 pawn.
With the D pawn, you mean?
Yes, pardon me, with the D pawn on C5. He actually took with the B pawn, bishop
Actually
E5.
makes a lot more sense.
Yes. And knight C2, draw, offer, draw, agreed.
Okay, with the B pawn taking, it's
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like that's actually much fairer. Otherwise, I would be like, oh, Joel, I mean, I'd chase him down the street. What do you what do you think you're doing? You're not getting away. All right. So
there's a game that
Please.
I think we haven't looked at it at all.
Please.
And perhaps we should look at it at some point. Gracy Prasanna is playing Ruiyang Yan.
All right, let's go to Gracie.
Because
Ooh,
it feels-
this also looks a little like checkers, and it
Right.
also feels, but in this case, Gracie's in trouble.
Gracie's in huge trouble.
Look at that black rook already penetrated into White's camp. Rook F3 going after the base pawn, followed by bishop C5, and it's black all day. Sorry, but this is a really bad position for White.
That's pretty terrible.
Yeah, I feel like rook F3 might just, in fact, claim the game.
Yeah, very difficult to stop, right? I guess you have to go bishop F2 or something.
Ruiyang lost yesterday, did she? Sorry, I
want to say yes, but I forgot who she lost to. And I'm going to just check, because I can.
You can do that.
I have the technology, Yasser.
We
have it.
can make
Ruiyang
you
Yan
better.
actually drew yesterday
Pardon me.
against Rochelle.
And we do have a guest with Christian in studio.
Indeed, Yasser, we are with David Brodsky after a great game against Carissa Yip. David, first of all, let's start with yesterday's game. I hate to bring back bad news and bad memories, but what happened? How did you feel when you fell under the sword of that preparation?
It was torture. I mean, I knew that this is probably equal, but I couldn't find where. Like, I saw this queen sack, but I didn't see rook h5, rook f5. That's so hard to find. Like, it just felt, yeah. It was really hard.
As a theoretically inclined player yourself, it must feel quite unpleasant to lose like that. How do you deal psychologically with that, and what do you do to recover?
Yeah, I like yesterday. Okay, I didn't look at that much chess after the game. You know, I just looked at the opening, saw that okay, this queen sack is somehow playable, and then okay, I had dinner, went for a long walk, and prepared a little for today.
Well, today you definitely came very well prepared because it seemed like you were building a nice time advantage out of the opening. You came up with this idea of G4. It felt like you surprised her. Were you shocked when she played F5?
Oh yeah, actually G4 was kind of prep. I was just looking at some games this morning, and I saw that someone played knight h5 in this game, and White played G4, and it was a little better for White. So I'm like, okay, might as well play it. But then F5 came, and I was like, oh.
And what were your feelings after F5?
I thought
you stopped, you thought about it, you took the piece.
Yeah.
Were you concerned at all that her attack might be successful? How did you assess the position?
No, I thought this is good for me, but I messed up later on. Like, okay.
And
H2,
King H2, King H7.
I think, yeah, Queen E2 is.
You had the right idea.
Uh-huh.
To try to get the bishop out, right? But you could force this taking on E3 with Queen D1.
Queen D1 is a little.
Because F3 doesn't come with tempo.
Oh wow, Queen D1 is smarter. Oh wow. But some other moves are probably fine too, right? Like,
there should be other moves. Queen D1 is just the best move in the position by far.
Oh yeah, and Queen D1, and okay, I don't really care about the tempo as long as I neutralize everything. Yeah, I somehow missed Knight D4, and then I realized that it's not so clear.
Right, because if it's White's move after Queen to D1, you go Knight to B1.
Or King H1.
Or King H1, yes.
Yeah.
And that just wins the game.
Which I tried later. Okay, here I was King H1 is best. Okay, Queen E8, Bishop D4. Yeah, no, Queen H5 is a mistake. Wow. Okay, Knight E2. Yeah, and here it's probably just nothing special for White. But she spent all her time, which I didn't understand.
Yes.
So I thought I might be able to generate something.
Were you surprised by this move, Queen to H5? Were you worried about taking on D4 first? What lines were you calculating?
Queen H5. Yeah, I was expecting that.
You were expecting that. Okay.
Yeah. Taking on, yeah, what's the deal? Taking on
D4 seems to be much better, at least from an objective point.
Okay, so yeah, I'll probably go Knight E2.
Knight E2 and probably take.
Queen takes.
And
something.
Perhaps Bishop to E5.
Or Rook
to F4 maybe.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, this is bad.
Just to set up the bind like that.
Yeah.
And she played the Queen to H5. She was getting super long time down to the last minute.
I thought I could generate something. Maybe I don't know.
You had this opportunity, and you understood that you have to put the queen on G2.
But I should do it with the queen on H5.
With the queen on H5, yes.
okay, now I have something, right? Because she doesn't have what she had in the game.
She's not in time to double up on the F-file.
Yeah. But okay, it probably still has some resources, right?
It's still close to equal,
but
you have some chances.
yeah, just didn't realize that this is folding. Yeah, 92 bishop e. Oh, rook g6. Yeah, rook g6, and I sacked the queen, and there's actually nothing.
Everything is just forced.
Yeah, like queen h5 is nice. Oh, it's only move. No, okay. I can't really. I mean, I could play knight g2, but that's too risky. I mean, she takes a4. I'll never get the knight out anyway because I'm gonna get hit with checks everywhere. Oh.
David, a difficult start yesterday specifically, and today, unfortunately, a missed opportunity. But also, it was quite difficult to get your pieces out after you missed them. This is from yesterday. Our producers likes to show our players suffering, unfortunately.
Yeah. Oh, that was me yesterday. Yeah.
Yesterday was tough.
Yeah.
How would you assess your preparation going into this event? Are you happy?
Well, after my game with Andrew, I'm not happy, but okay, it's really tough to find. Like, yeah, today's game was pretty good prep, I think, and yeah, I guess we'll have to see more games.
And what did you do before the event? How did you approach this tournament overall? Did you do any special preparation? Train with any of the players in the field?
I didn't train with anyone in the field, but yeah, I worked in some openings quite a bit. So yeah, we'll see. I might have some surprises. We'll see.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear. Who do you have tomorrow, David?
Balaji.
Balaji. Big game. We'll let you rest. We'll let you recover.
Thank you.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
David, we just want to get in a quick shout from our side over here, as we thought that you and Carissa played a great game, in fact, and it was very, very entertaining. So really a big hat tip to you and Carissa both.
Absolutely.
We enjoyed. We appreciate.
We're happy. We have their gold coins. We're throwing them on the board.
Yeah. You know, I played an entertaining game and I didn't get mated today, so that's an improvement.
Wonderful. That's what we all aspire to as chess players.
Not to get mated.
Not to get mated.
Good luck, David.
Good luck, David. And we have to update, especially in the U.S. Junior girls, a lot has changed.
Okay.
As we have this result, Dmitry Gurevich did draw against Joel Benjamin, as we saw. But we have to update the junior girls. In Alice Lee against Ellen Wang,
okay.
I think this game is moments from resignation.
Wow.
Because you can see the body posture of both players. Alice Lee
says everything, right?
It just says everything.
Ellen's looking down like a hawk.
Like her body completely over the queen side, right? Like, which pawn am I queening?
Exactly.
Look, you can see her looking at that pawn on a4 like it's a new queen.
Like, all we got to do is play a3, and what are you going to do?
And she has one move until the 40th.
Yeah, a3 is actually the only move that she has to avoid, but I think
she could chill with queen b4, queen b3.
I think queen b3 is just lights out.
Exactly. Queen b3.
I mean, a3, a2 is such a devastating threat. Don't blunder rook takes d4, rook d8, checkmate.
Exactly.
But as long as you're not blundering that.
Like a3, rook takes d4. I was actually going to take this until I realized I'm blundering something. a2.
Almost
and
there.
wins.
Brilliantly.
Not
so much.
Not so much. Queen a8, check. And you actually end up even taking my bishop. Gosh. That hurts. You don't even take on a2.
I'm pre-moving queen a2.
Nice.
And
queen
meanwhile, in the game...
She's done queen b4.
Looks fine.
That looks fine as well.
And importantly, that makes move 40 for both players.
Okay, as they reach their time control.
They do reach their time control. In the game of Jennifer Yu and Thalia Cervantes, which is our key matchup for the girls section today, it feels that Jennifer is no longer better.
4 versus 4, double rook ending with the bishops traded. That's a big deal for Thalia.
Yeah, especially considering the bishop that's on a4.
A4.
But this looks dead drawn, right? Rook b7. If I just go rook d2, looks like an obvious move.
Rook d2?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was actually feeling like Thalia's got no worries.
No
here.
worries. Right? You start thinking, maybe I'm better.
Yeah.
Maybe we win this sometimes,
Just because, you know, like these pawns could, expecting a draw. So fighting back, Thalia there is. Gracie, we thought Gracie was in trouble, frankly, and she
still in trouble.
Enough.
She has kept her pawn alive, but her position
not good.
No, it's too passive.
Zoey.
This looks dead drawn.
4 versus 4.
4 versus 4, and
nothing to say. Setting up a potential cheapo with bishop takes. And don't you dare touch the pawn on h5. Alejandro, don't be grabbing pawns. That's what I keep telling you. Don't.
Every day. Every single day. We learned that lesson, Yasser.
Okay, rook A.
Okay, but there's nothing to see in this game. This game
exactly.
is dead drawn.
What have you got for us, Christian?
Well, actually, guys, you went through the analysis too fast in this one because Queen B4 is throwing a large part of her advantage away.
No.
Queen to B3 was dominating.
Yes, that's clear.
Queen to B4 allows Rook to C1. And I'm starting to get something.
I'll play
something there, right? You can go F5 or G6.
Okay.
Rook to C8, King to H7. And now I can go Queen to F1 or Queen to D3. Queen to D3 makes a lot of sense.
No. Queen
if I manage to...
Queen D3, I trade queens.
How do you... With Queen to E1, Queen to E4. Yes. That's probably good. Rook to C1, by the way, is on the board.
Her only chance. You've played it.
What about Queen to F1, though? Because if you allow me to get to A6, now I'm starting to tackle your pawn on E6, as well as ideas of Queen to A8. I'm creating something.
Oh, wow.
I'm not saying very dismissive. I'm shocked because I thought that the pawns were just march,
and done.
Yes. But this is how you spoil this type of advantage with small mistakes like this one. You go from -7 to -2.8.
7.
Then next move -2.1. Then next move 1.5, and that's how you lose the advantage slowly.
I think she just missed Rook C1.
She did miss Rook C1. It's a powerful move because it creates something in the position. Otherwise, White wouldn't have any chances. Queen to B3 is just the position, and all of your pieces are dominated.
Does it make a difference whether you play F5 or G6 after Rook C1?
Let's take a look. G6 is already 0.4.
Boy, we talk about slipping.
So you're close to giving me everything I need.
H5 is just enough, right?
Yes.
You can see that.
You see H5, you see that it breaks your structure. You don't want to see this on the board.
Oh, this move Queen B4 was a big howler.
Big howler, yes. I'm not saying she's still winning.
Yeah.
Let's get that straight. She's still winning. But it's not as easy.
Right.
Queen to B7 is an easy move to make.
Rook
to C4.
Rook C4.
Now you're sort of in trouble.
Exactly.
Right? You're losing one of the pawns.
Right.
A3, Rook takes D4, and we're taking advantage of the pin. Not that easy. This is all I'm saying. Not that easy. Still winning, but not that easy.
But also, by the way, Queen B3, I know that's dominating, but I'm sitting here thinking Queen F3 also was a nice way of posting up because it's all about keeping the rook on D1.
Yes, Queen to F3 is a great move.
Right?
It's a great move.
Queen to F3 is just
also
the easiest.
Yeah,
Queen F3 must be the easiest, You have no moves.
Yeah, just freezing the play.
Yeah.
Wow, Alice Lee fighting her way back.
Some chance, right? I mean, this is what you want to give your fans.
Exactly.
Something to hold on to. And let's
go back
to the game of Larry C. Big Larry C. Attacking genius from so long
You could
ago.
call him the finalist from last year's event.
Exactly.
It was a very well disputed tiebreaks against Kaidanov.
But look what he's doing. He's just played the move Rook D2, and that's huge.
You just can't defend from that, can you?
Oh boy, this looks ugly because if you play Queen
E1, Bishop H3 is game, right?
That's a problem. Well, do you have Queen E4 first?
No, Queen E4 F5. And I defend on G7 at the end. Actually, I don't need to defend anything. Rook takes F5, Bishop takes G2.
Sweet.
This is over.
Don't take rooks, take pawns. I keep telling you. Oh boy. Larry, by the way, writer of 2 just wonderful books, Storming the Barricades and Rocking the Ramparts.
Right.
Yeah, I love those books. He talks about his career and, these games that he played. And one game that he played, it was during Lone Pine, they had a daily brilliancy. So he's looking at the board and he sees that, one move, just crushes, but the other move sacrifices a rook, and yeah, you're winning at the end. So for business reasons.
For transactional reasons.
He sacrifices the rook, and business is business. Business was good.
The man in the mid, 65 years of age, from Massachusetts, three-time U.S. champion.
Oh, yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but he's one of the few players, I believe, that did not get his international master title, right?
That's right. He skipped IM. He went from master to GM. And in a day and age when it was really, really hard to get the GM, so just skipping the IM title altogether, I mean, that's like accelerated graduation, Instead of going to an 8-year college, it was like a 4-year college.
But you can feel the class whenever he plays these attacking games, right? It's just everything flows perfectly.
Yes. And we do have a move on the board. It was Queen E3?
Queen E3 is on the board.
Queen E3 on the board, which
nice
somehow
bird's
I
eye
missed.
view.
Somehow I missed this move.
Okay. So
Okay, and if I play Rook D3.
Rook D3 is very, very good move.
Thank you.
I'm thinking about
Appreciate it.
business reasons. Business reasons. Check.
All right.
Bishop
King
E1.
H2. I know.
And now you want to play Bishop H3, and you want to make
Correct.
sure it works.
Correct. You got it.
I've been sitting on this seat for a while, Yasser.
But
it's not my first rodeo.
It should be good, right?
I don't see it, man. I mean, you gotta show me.
Okay.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced.
I'm not convinced. G6, F5. Come on.
It's gotta be winning, right?
This king is.
It's too vulnerable.
I mean, again, if there was a brilliancy
Still not
prize and it was
Still not convinced.
worthwhile.
Maybe F5 here.
Which? F5?
F5, yeah.
I think the game's not over.
Dang.
5.
Hiding to F4 on F4. I don't
Well, I
know.
do got checks. Okay, but you wanted to play much more prosaic after Queen. Oops, sorry.
Well,
Queen
I don't think
E3
that's
rook?
necessarily the problem. Queen to E3, Queen C1. I think Bishop E1 might be a problem.
Also, I think Alejandro just suggested dare I
boring.
say it, obviously good. After Rook D3, any issues for Larry here? I guess we go back. Sorry, your bishop is hanging, dude.
Okay.
You win my bishop, I win yours.
Yeah, but I'll take on H3. Don't take the piece, take the pawn.
Oh boy, where did I have heard that before? Okay, so it does feel like Larry's in the driver's seat on this
But guys,
one,
why
Christian.
are we getting tricked
Right?
by semantics right now? Because the whole point of his attack was to target G2.
Correct.
So why don't we just simply go Queen C2? Continue the attack on G2.
Man has a point. You defend the bishop, firstly. You can't take the bishop. I've got an intermezzo. And as he said, I mean, the light squares, you've got a light
That's the
square
big
bishop,
problem, right?
right?
In the position. So let's just focus on the light squares.
But wait, did Larry actually swindle a pawn on the queen side as well?
Yeah.
Yes,
You sent
he
the pawn
did.
a while ago.
Excellent. Very good stuff. Very nice.
A man of taste.
A man of good taste. Take
Rook D3 was played.
Rook D3.
Guys, we might have a heartbreaker in our hands.
No.
Ellen Wang
Queen B8?
played
Don't-
Queen B8.
No.
Allowing Rook C4?
Allowing Rook C4.
She's
I'm
making
telling you,
life
man, once you miss
difficult.
Rook C1, things are not easy anymore.
Oh my God, what a turn of events.
Can I see that? Let me just go back to that game because, wow, Rook. Okay, so let's set the stage. Ellen was completely winning. She has 3 pawns and a bishop for an exchange. She just played the move Queen B4 when she could have played the move Queen B3, which would have answered all of the issues. Defending her pawn, getting ready for A3, A2. She erred with the move Queen B4. Rook C1 was a nice hidden resource that introduces some counterplay. That could be answered by F5 and G6 to cover the back door checkmates. Instead, Queen B8, we rejected this because of Rook C4. Now, is that really the case? So we go A3, I want to anchor the bishop. Right? Rook takes. Can I play?
Yeah, but rook takes, you have a2.
Rook takes, I have a2. Better yet.
Right?
So what's the
a2.
problem?
I think you go queen c2 instead of rook takes d4.
Ah. a3. I'm
getting
getting a little scared.
I'm a little stuck, right? Because you have to play bishop c3. And then I think I go rook a4.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, you still don't have queen b2. It's still mate.
You have to lose another tempi. I'm picking up the pawn, and
Wait,
I don't think I'm losing that anymore.
What?
Rook c4 is on the board,
Yeah, but queen
guys.
b3 here, yeah?
And,
No, not queen b3, queen e4.
I think you might be in trouble. Don't get in trouble, Yasser.
Well, wait a minute. I got these pawns are good.
Okay.
Not that good.
Good for you.
Maybe not that good, huh?
Not that good.
Ooh, I mean,
This doesn't feel...
jeez.
A3 is on the board, and if she finds queen c2 right now, not rook takes d4.
No,
we know
rook
that
takes
that's
is on the
losing.
board.
Yeah. Queen c2 we feel is necessary.
And queen
Right.
c2 just forces matters.
Yeah, because once again, a cheapo that I fell for is after rook takes d4. Obviously, I'm in a pin, but the move a2 turns the tables instantly. That's it, game over. So you can't take the pawn, but this move queen c2, menacing rook c8.
Well,
And
let's get the bird's eye view, see if she makes it.
Ellen, has she spoiled it?
I think she did. If she finds queen c2, this is it.
What's the aval?
Zeros.
Look, she's reaching
that
for
is
her queen.
crazy. Zeros.
Zeros.
I see her hand is just so close to the queen on b1. She's got to be worried that she's going to make a touch
And
move.
she made it.
Wow.
This is the cold shower
Right?
Wow.
that came pouring on poor Ellen. My goodness.
And Alice
Alice
gets
got
up. She
usually a
knows.
sign that
Yeah, you
things
got
have
trouble.
turned.
Deal with it.
Yeah, things have turned.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
my goodness. Look at her.
Queen b4.
Now she starts understanding what went wrong.
Queen b. That's why chess is such a cruel game. Hours of play by Ellen Wang, brilliant play.
All
She was
destroyed.
3 pawns, nursing this winning advantage. One move.
Move 40.
b4.
Move 40.
Was it queen
Move
b4
40.
was move 40?
Queen before move 40.
That's even
Yes.
worse. Oh God.
What a feeling.
Oh,
We've
terrible.
all been there.
Truly.
We have all been there. We have another result, by the way, the game between Zoey Tang and Anne-Marie Velea. Did finish in a draw, so we expected that was the game with like 4 versus 4, rook, bishop and bishop.
Oh.
Nothing happened.
And let's
Yeah,
see
nothing happened.
the equalizing move.
The equalizing move, queen c2 by Alice. The brilliance of television, instant replay. How about that?
My favorite part of television.
Exactly. Ooh.
Well, there's one thing Alice is not missing, and that is confidence. She's definitely very confident. For
And this
only,
is
how
a
old is she? Is she
result.
like 13 years of age right now?
Yes,
Yeah.
13.
Wow.
That's crazy. 13 years of age.
And a game that we unfortunately didn't have too much time to talk about. We just had so many games. We have 15 games in chess, guys, and we have games like Carissa Yip's against Brodsky.
That dominated our attention.
Unfortunately,
for good reason.
For good reason. Unfortunately, because of that, some did fall through the cracks.
Yep.
This was one of them. It was a good. I went through it. It was a well-played game from beginning to end. Not a very exciting one.
Right. Exactly. And again, we're just looking at this game of Alice Lee for a second. I need to refresh my board because yes, she did. She played queen c2, bishop c3, rook a4, and the very desirable queen b2 is going to be met by a back rank checkmate. So can't do it. I tried queen f8, but is this where you popped out with queen e4 on me?
Yeah, queen e4.
With the deadly threat of rook a4, and I can't push any of my pawns to deal with that.
No, not on time.
Not on time.
And she is
look
deep
at
in thought,
Ellen.
yeah.
She's sitting there going,
Man,
oh man, what have I done?
what an opportunity missed.
Truly. So, and now
With that
she's-
being said, it's still not over, right?
No,
I mean, there's
no.
still some play left. in the
Yeah,
Sure.
but
I mean, in this position, she might just dig down and go, something like G6 and give up the pawn. And
It feels so bad to give up A3
I
for
know,
free, right?
I know, exactly. And say, okay, I got 2 pawns against your rook, let's go. But yeah, sometimes you just have to reset your mind and say, that was in the past, I've spoiled my winning advantage.
Easier said than done.
Truly.
So we have this game going. We have one in the juniors.
Okay, guys, wait just 1 second. I have a funny idea in that game. Can we look at
let me go back.
All right.
So
Rook
what if I try
A4
to
on the
defend after rook to a4, bishop to b2?
The bishop just came from b2.
Yeah, and then you can just simply go rook c4. I was calculating queen to e4. I'll show you my funny idea.
Please.
Okay.
Queen to e4, d3.
D3.
And I was trying to assess this position. After a rook to a8, take, but you just have king f1. You catch the d pawn with your king. You don't need to use your queen.
As we are being told that Jacobson and Mishra did draw their game.
Yeah.
We left out Ruiyang game some time ago. Nothing much happened.
Okay.
It felt like a game in which both sides had their chances. I think Brandon got outplayed after he got a good position.
Right.
Yeah.
We did think that Brandon actually had an edge in that game. Oops, that's the wrong section. By the way, only one decisive game
in the juniors so far, yeah.
I mean, we got...
As we said, Andrew's happy.
Yes.
Andrew is the happy man seeing everybody draw their game while he keeps winning with his prep.
Let me just see this final game. We just zip. Yeah. This is the ending. A couple of 4 rook endings today.
Yeah, okay, this is just a draw.
Nice. All right. And Christian, once again, what do you have for us?
Well, one thing that has clarified is the game between Khmelnitsky and Larry Christiansen, because Larry did pick up another pawn, but in return allowed the exchange of the queens.
Ooh.
So how do we assess this new imbalance in the position?
Everything I know about chess tells me that white is completely busted.
Has to be, right? Has to be.
Right.
But how easy it is?
Pretty easy.
Okay.
Do you think?
Should we do a man versus machine, guys? I mean, I don't know if we still have it.
I can't lose my advantage.
I think we can do that. I think we why do you think it's awkward? First of all, if the pawn was on
F3, I'm seeing the blockade against
the pawn was on F3,
right?
maybe.
Yeah, but now with the pawn still vulnerable, like I could go bishop to e4 and rook to e2. It shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be that difficult.
No,
I agree with you guys.
You either get mated on the light squares, or you put a passive rook to defend the g2.
And then you enter with the king.
We enter with the king,
yes,
right? No, this should be very easy.
Yeah, perhaps you guys are right. Yeah, I think it's quite easy.
When we're right, we have all this like man versus machine segment, and of course it's out the window the moment the humans are right. The humans are right, and they throw the segment out.
Guys, keep going.
No, I'm not done. I made my speech. I'm retired.
By the way, how did
Forget
Larry,
about your speech.
How did Larry force the win of the pawn, and how did Igor manage to trade queens?
So after rook d3, queen c5 was played.
Rook d3.
Take, and now bishop takes h3.
I see.
Bishop f2, bishop d7, and now we have this. Okay, guys, but rook to c7, what do you play? How do you do it?
Rook to c7. How do we play?
How do you do it?
Okay, I kind of like the pawn on h5. You got any objections about advancing a little bit?
No.
H5 or do you want to put the rook elsewhere? Bishop b5, bishop f5?
I want to get the bishop to b4 and then to f8.
You're a very ambitious young man.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see you do it.
So let's go bishop b4.
H4. Can I go H4?
Let's encourage him to.
Oh yeah, let's encourage him to do exactly what he wants, right?
Exactly. So then we get our pawn to A5.
Okay, keep going.
Keep going with what?
I mean, just make some normal moves. I don't have. Can I go F5?
Can you go F5?
It's legal.
But then you just go king H6. Yeah. You don't even have to take that, I think.
Yeah, but even if I do, I'll be very happy to take it. Don't you worry. No, I don't believe in this. I don't believe in this at all.
Shaky.
But I
It
think
was tough. It was a challenge.
The competition's just not there.
Not what it used to be.
Not what it used to be.
Christian with a special guest.
Indeed, Yasser, we are here with Anne-Marie Velea. Anne-Marie, first of all, welcome to the show. Welcome to St. Louis. This is your first time in St. Louis?
Yes, this is my well, not St. Louis, but first time in this tournament. Yeah.
First time playing in the junior girls.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
Very exciting. I'm happy to be here.
How did you prepare for this tournament?
Just making sure that I analyze all my games from before and learn from any mistakes to try to not repeat them here, and playing and making sure I have all my openings, everything down.
And how do you feel so far after 2 rounds of play?
So far, I'm feeling pretty fine. I think it's not that I lost my first game and now I just drew the game, but I have good hopes for the next rounds. So.
Perfect. Actually, let's talk about today's game. Take us through the critical moments of it. From the opening preparation, did you feel like you're winning the opening battle?
The opening was honestly, I feel like, a bit of a surprise. I wasn't really sure, like, exactly what she was gonna go for in the opening, but I was a bit surprised. The opening felt fine for me. I didn't really feel like I was worse, really.
Did you feel under pressure at any point? She did have the 2 bishops, but it felt like you have enough compensation for that.
Yeah. I think a key moment was around here. I decided to sacrifice a pawn. So
with c4.
Yeah, I saw all of this. I knew that she was like gonna go queen c3 and try to capture that pawn on c5, and I wanted to play c4.
And tell us, why didn't you take on e4? Was that an opportunity at that point?
Taking on e4 right now?
No. If we go back a few moves, instead of c4, you also have the opportunity of taking a pawn with bishop takes c4, right?
Yes.
What were you concerned about in this endgame?
I was concerned, so after bishop takes e4, rook takes e4, queen takes c5, queen takes c5, rook takes c5, and I was concerned about rook a5. And then she has the 2 outside pass pawns, and I didn't want to play against those.
Absolutely. You also have to defend against checkmate first.
Yeah.
So that's a problem.
So I didn't think that was a good position for me, but instead, sacrificing the pawn gives a very big compensation, and she's also under time pressure, so it's harder for her to play when she has a position where she has to defend.
Absolutely, and she kept her pawn, but you were picking at her pawns as well.
Yeah.
Slowly but surely, and after that, it simplified into this endgame. A very decent game, absolutely a good start for you. What are your ambitions coming into this event?
So this is my first time playing, but I want to do my best, get some good experiences, good games, and try to finish with the best end result that I possibly can.
Anne-Marie, go back, get some rest, get some preparation going. Who are you playing tomorrow?
I believe I'm playing Rochelle Wu.
Oh, that's a difficult game.
Yeah.
Well, perfect. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
And we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes.
A quick question from our side, and Anna, who do you consider the favorites in the field? Who for you are the favorites to win the girls' championship?
Who are the favorites, in your opinion, to win the championship?
I'm not sure who the highest rated is, but I'm not sure if there's really a clear favorite. I think it's more, every game actually that I've seen so far is a battle. So it's going down to the last seconds, the end game, everything. So it's very, I can't really tell who is gonna be.
You should say yourself. Good. And one last question, is Velea a Romanian name?
Yes.
Romanian, there we go, my compatriot.
All right, well, thank you, and good luck in the rest of the tournament. I hope to see you again in the guest seat.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
As we have more results, we saw this one. Brandon Jacobson drew against Abhi Mishra.
Right.
1 point for Abhi. Brandon, of course, lost yesterday, so he's stuck with half.
Right.
And how many games do we have remaining, Yasser?
We have 3 games remaining in the ladies section again.
2 in the seniors and 1 in the junior.
Exactly. Jennifer and Thalia. You know, this is really a weird game. I'm not sure that Thalia is not better. It's weird.
It almost feels like black is the one playing for an advantage, right?
Exactly. You get in the pawn to h4, your rook could slide over. By the time you start pushing this pawn, you realize it goes nowhere because
your rook's in front of them.
Black ends up behind the pawn. So this is actually a really very important game because once again, Thalia did start with a win.
And
in round
it's
1.
seed number 1 against seed number 2.
Exactly. So again, that's the biggie. In the seniors, oops, sorry, that's not the seniors.
That is
Yes, that is the seniors.
Yeah, this is, that was our analysis against a computer wiki. We thought that the checkers game that was going on between Shabalov and Vladimir was advantage black.
Black, yes.
But we just weren't sure how you were ever going to make the breakthroughs that you need. I mean, if you get to play bishop f1, it's going to be very hard. There's no weaknesses.
Yeah, it's an ugly bishop, but the bishop actually holds on to the entirety of the position.
Michael Schuba. Bad bishops
defend good pawns.
That's a great line. Gosh, I wish I had come up with that. Damn it. Hate it. So maybe a draw is the favorite in this one. We do expect Larry to win.
Yes.
And Christian, do you have a favorite?
I was trying to assess this endgame, how easy it is for Espinosa to make a draw in this one against Justin Wang, because...
What are we looking at here?
So this is where we left it.
That was that G4 move.
This G4
Remember? You didn't
move
like
that
the move G4?
we didn't like.
Right.
No,
Giving
we didn't
away
like.
too
We
many
thought
chances.
H4, right?
Yeah.
H4 is much easier. H4 followed
Safe.
up with G4 later on. King F1, you can sit like this, no problems.
Yeah.
G4 was his decision, but right now, okay, we got to this one. And I understand, objectively, it seems like after rook to F7, it's close to equality. But
Sorry, what?
is it?
King takes?
King takes d5?
Yes, king and
I
then
would
rook
be
H7.
I would be afraid that I would lose it with the passive king.
Yes, it's a
Well,
race,
how
right?
does this go? E5? Just go down the line.
E5 take,
King E4, whatever.
king E4, probably G5, only move apparently, and then get the rook to G.
Get the rook behind
If
the
you go king
pawn.
F3, I have rook G4. If you go here, I
G5
think-
is a huge move.
It's so difficult,
It's a
right?
huge move.
Right.
It's so difficult.
Wow.
He, by the way, played the move rook to a D2.
Allowing
And now
rook
rook to F7 is easier to make because there's
I
no more king
I
to
will
F5.
Yeah, the
really
snap, right?
I'd be so happy
But
to
still,
get
the
it.
king gets to F3.
Okay, can I check you from A3? Can I check you from the side
Yes.
and get you out of my
yes,
grill?
Yes. That's probably the best way. And I'll get you here, and I don't
Yeah, you don't
have
that
a way
many ways to
forward,
make progress
right?
anymore.
So if I go here, you just give me a check,
Check.
throw me back,
King F1.
and king F1. By
I'd
the way,
scamper
not the
to-
only move, but it seems like by far the best move.
I'd want to corral the D pawn.
Yeah,
right.
it's pretty clean, man.
Yeah. Wow.
This is the position right now. Espinosa with 16 minutes to go against 22 minutes for Wang. Still shaky. Not as easy as I would like it to be for Espinosa.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
By the way, Thalia did play the move H4.
Hinting.
That maybe I'm ready to play.
As we see, Pedro right on cue. Play the move rook F7, and we think, especially
takes
after rook
D5.
takes D5.
Well, that's the king F3
No, yeah,
variation,
he has to play
isn't
king F3, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you have to take. This
Right.
is pretty clear.
it? Exactly.
We can wait for him to do that. No reason not to.
And again, I wanted to say that Jennifer Yu,
Jennifer just pushing.
you could get yourself into a little
little
trouble.
trouble,
You could overpress these endings. And hard for me to tell. Do you see in Thalia's body posture that she's happy camper?
Oh yeah. She's thinking beyond inequality at the moment.
Yeah.
I think she's realized that she's out of danger
especially because she can see rook c7,
Rook
rook
C7,
f5.
right? So I think she knows she's out of danger.
So
The
how do you
question
put the
is-
brakes right now?
How does
With
white put on the brakes?
Exactly.
Yeah, how do you
pull the brakes?
rein this into a draw, right?
So rook c7, right?
Just say rook f5 is a bit.
And then
under.
rook c5. Try to hunt the rook. Yeah.
Makes sense.
If I manage to exchange
To trade
one pair of
pair of
rooks,
rooks,
Yeah, that's easy.
I don't think I'm even worried if I lose the b pawn, right?
Fair,
Fair.
fair, yeah.
Although
That 4 versus 3,
yeah,
the
4
structure
versus
is a
3,
bit suspicious.
You'll draw it, but it'll take a while. Not very
right,
clean.
Right. The structure is not great.
I think as we get ready for the eventual time, I'm not going to say time trouble because we do get those 30 seconds. We're just going to take a short break and we're going to see you on the other side of this break. Tough games.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope. And health. And strength. It's the sound of compassion. Of open doors. Where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen. Listening to you, caring for you. We are Ascension.
back, everybody. We are in our trio of championships, and in the seniors, also known as the legends. Larry Christiansen, well, a legendary player himself, has won with the black pieces against Igor Khmelnitsky and is now with 1.5 points.
Tied with Igor Novikov.
Tied with Igor Novikov for the lead.
Absolutely. We've got one game remaining in the seniors. Yes. Alexander Shabalov, I want to say, is nursing a disadvantage.
Seizing the defensive.
Seizing the defensive against Vladimir Akopian. That's been the case for quite some time, and basically Shaba has been shuffling his bishop back and forth between f1 and e2 and saying to his opponent, how are you going to make progress? Anytime you focus and play knight takes c4, I'll take once, and then I'll take on d6, and I'll be a happy camper with my counterplay. And I'm expecting a draw.
It kind of feels like it, right?
Yeah.
The black has already
moved everything.
Moved everything around, right?
Yeah, the knight was on f4.
The king was somewhere else.
Yeah.
The rooks were different. I mean, he's gone around and around, which is what you're supposed to be doing in this kind of position. So take the position where you're better forever.
Right.
And then you try to improve it to the maximum before you make a break or a threat, but...
And then you offer a draw.
And then you offer a draw because
you can't break through.
You can't make any breakthroughs, right?
Exactly. And then in the junior section, we have one game going on. That's between Pedro and Justin Wang. And let me see. Check. I'm a little surprised by the move. King
By the way, we
E4.
do have an important result in the girls, as Jennifer Yu, as we look at it right now, has drawn her game against Thalia Cervantes. Not a very happy Jennifer. You see it on her face. I'm sure she felt that she was much, much better at some point in this game.
Definitely, and especially from her first game yesterday, where we think she should have won the game against Alice Lee. She's looking at 2 draws from favorable positions. She's not going to be happy, but one lady who is going to be happy, Thalia. She started with a win.
Yeah, she's not quite leading because the half point means that she can't catch Sophie.
Right,
who's
got
2 points.
Right.
Clearly in the lead.
All right, and let's see. There was actually 3... Alice is still going, of course. And we have a guest with Christian.
Larry, you picked it up where you left it off last year with a game against Kaidanov. How did you strategize that battle?
Well, yesterday, I thought I had an edge yesterday, looking for revenge, and then I sort of faded near the end. I think I was +2 or something, and let him off the hook. Today was a better
Let's take a look at today's game. You played with the black pieces. Was the strategy to try to complicate matters as fast as possible?
Looked like a lame opening, but that second thought it looked pretty dangerous after knight e3. It wasn't. I was planning queen e4. I think that would have gotten me into bigger trouble. I may have been in trouble here.
Actually, I think queen e4 was the best move by
Really?
the engine. Yes.
I thought f3 and. Or something like that, queen g6. I was afraid of something like knight c4 trash. Is that working?
Oh my goodness. And if you take and then king d7?
Some sort of knight b6.
Knight b6.
No,
Knight b6, yeah.
Knight b. Who knows? Then probably black and castle.
Castle and rook e8.
Like a maniac. Yeah, it's probably good for black. But, I wasn't quite sure of my calculating ability. Looked a little dangerous, but...
You decided against queen e4 and chose the more tame queen d8. Were you surprised by this exchange on e7? We were actually looking at this move g4.
Yeah, g4. I was a little nervous about g4. Not that I'm not sure I'm quite dead, but
no. By
rook
any
e8.
means.
I think I go rook e8. He has some, some g5 maybe. Bishop g2, just some solid development. Then knight c6, I guess, and. Bishop f8, perhaps.
And then knight d4, maybe at some point.
Maybe, yeah. I think I may have even had that in the game. Thought that was a little too simple.
But you were a bit worried about this.
I was a little nervous. I would have played that myself.
Yes, that's what we thought as well.
Yeah. Okay, so here he's got a little problem with this. Okay, so here's a tough call. I was thinking about things like e3. Didn't quite work. The sack. I think he plays knight e3, and wasn't quite working for me. The queen c4, none of that stuff. So this looked like the logical.
How
move.
does he
Keep the
defend
bishop
after
active.
e3, knight takes e3? We exchange that, and then
Something
bishop
like-
d5.
Yeah, there was a knight e3, knight takes, bishop, bishop f5, I
Or
guess.
bishop f5, yes.
But then he plays.
Now he has queen g5, right?
Yeah, he has exactly queen g5 or queen out. Yeah, that's right. Forget it. It's not working.
And what if you go bishop d5 to have that bishop protected?
Yeah, then I think bishop d5. He's got bishop h6 that keeps save his.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That keeps I'm up the wazoo here, up the creek.
Keeps him alive for sure.
Yeah.
All right, so you decided against e3.
Yeah.
Bishop here.
So I like rook lifts. I've been talking about it for years. So now classic. I have some nebulous pressure. A lot of cheapos. I look, looking for those cheapos on h3 and so forth.
So you were feeling comfortable at this point.
I knew I was. It was complicated. I think I played queen e8, didn't I?
No.
I played queen c8.
Well, you played queen
I
e8
did
at the
play queen-
beginning.
Yeah.
Yes.
I played queen e8 later.
Yes.
And now it clarifies a bit. I thought I had pressure. Well, I do have pressure, I think.
Did you feel like he misassessed this position because
Yeah,
he was
it's because of that.
momentarily a
I
pawn
think
up?
I'm going to lose it. He's going to lose a pawn, and plus perpetual pressure on g2. The poor guy. I mean, he's got a passive bishop. Hard to make Luft without something bad happening.
And you assessed it perfectly because actually the computer says you're completely winning at this point.
Oh, really? Okay.
Completely winning, yes.
Yeah, I looked like it was good chances. So at this point, I thought it was comfortable win.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean,
Maybe
2 pawns up. I have to be careful.
he actually had this move after rook to d3.
Yeah.
He had this save to save one more pawn. That is bishop to e1.
Bishop e1 here.
Yes.
Oh,
Did
really?
you spot this?
Well, then I think I would.
Resource?
I would keep the queen. I would keep queen c2.
Queen to c2. Yes.
Keep the pressure going, and then looks. He's got to be careful about
queen e2 maybe. It's
Oh,
right
queen
here.
e8 plays queen e2. Okay. Yeah, and he's hanging in there.
Try to get the same endgame, but with a pawn on h3
That's
still
a big
alive.
difference. Yeah.
But he did not spot that, and after that you just
Yeah. After rook d3, I think it was all over.
We were a little surprised, Larry, by rook to d3. We thought queen c2 made a lot more sense. Just, pounding the pawn on g2.
Yeah. I was. I saw queen c2 look promising. I didn't. Rook d3 looked like 2 pawns up.
Okay.
So, I mean,
I think it's only because of bishop to e1 that he gets to stay in the game. If he doesn't see that, then he's out.
Yeah, I mean, this is just pure torture.
Yeah.
I think I could trade rooks. It must be winning too.
Right.
Yasser, what's the diagnosis? If I trade rooks?
It's probably winning the 2 pawns, but I like your decision.
Yeah, why bother with that?
Yeah, I mean, your rook is actually really strong.
Put the rook on a2 and escort service and g2 pressure. Yeah.
What kind of service?
Escort service. It's a family show.
Nice. Feeling good, Larry. You got 1.5 points out of 2. Nice start. What did you think about Igor Novikov's victory coming in round 1?
That was
when he came from a bad position.
Yeah, quite a comeback, counterattack.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's a tough customer with the black pieces. He's real tough.
Coming into the tournament, Larry, who did you think were the favorites?
Well, the young guys, Akopian, Joel.
The young guys.
The young guns.
Dmitry. He's 2 months younger, I think.
The young guys. How did you rate your own chances? Seriously, be honest.
I have modest goals here.
You have a lot
I'm actually more concerned about, breaking 3,650,000 steps for the year of 2022.
Oh, wow.
Say what?
Yeah. Become a nut on this whole thing.
So what do you use for that? Do you use your phone?
I use this phone that they, of course.
This application?
The application, so I have to pad my numbers walking around the tournament hall. It's one of the, another GM quirk.
Excellent. Well,
Give me the number again, first of all.
That's 10,000 steps per day. On average.
3,650,000.
That's a lot of steps. It's like
10,000
going across
steps
the
a day.
country twice or something. So
Respect.
anyway, it's a lot. Something to look forward to.
Very nice.
And St. Louis is a great walking town, actually, around here. Great park, all that.
Right, the Forest Park right next to us.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Larry, congratulations. We'll see you in the next few games.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
For joining us.
3,650,000 steps. I was like, what?
I thought he was going to say dollars. I was like, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah. And once again, Jennifer, you drawing Thalia.
This is a huge result. We can't underestimate the fact that Jennifer has already played seeds 2 and 3.
Right.
And that Thalia survives playing the top seed of the tournament with the black pieces.
Exactly. Big success early days.
And in this game, Gracy Prasanna did end up drawing, holding a difficult position against Ruiyang Yan.
In fact, I thought that Gracie was toast, but the fact that she hung in there, I mean, really speaks to her tenacity.
Absolutely.
Nobody's giving away any points in this tournament.
Are you kidding me? It's so hard to win a point nowadays.
Wow.
I mean, you see the Carissa game. I mean,
that was crazy.
That's just crazy. And there's so many positions in which one side gets an advantage, but the opponents don't collapse.
No.
They still fight and they hold on and they try and they try and they try.
Exactly. One guy who's holding on is Alex Shabadabadoo. He's covered everything. He's covered all of his bases. Like we say, bad bishops can protect weak pawns, and Vladimir's, testing him. Let's put it that way.
It's kind of one of those positions that makes chess feel unfair.
Right.
Because White's position is such trash.
Right. He's just going back and forth and saying...
defending. All he does is defend weaknesses.
There's no breaks.
There's no breaks.
And when you try to pick up this, you rediscover that your knight can go to e5 and you put your rook on. Anytime you try to win that pawn, b6 goes.
Yeah.
Draw.
So where's the break, guys?
No, I feel this is just a draw.
I feel it's a draw, too. I mean, I'd spin my heels as well, but no, I just don't see how Vladimir is going to break through. Turning to the game of Pedro for a moment, I was surprised by the King E4.
Yeah, King E4 is such an unusual move in this position.
I mean, if you're not trying to play King G3 and win a pawn and get a passer and the other passer as well, King E4, doesn't that just invite Rook H6? And now this king will happily march towards this pawn, and at a certain moment, you start to think, gosh, if I could get in G5, if things could really...
So let's take it one move at a time.
Please.
Let's go D4.
Let's do it. D4.
It feels to be the
G5.
most threatening solution.
Let's start with G5.
Okay, fair. I mean,
That's okay. Let's continue.
Okay.
D3, is that a good move?
All right. At a certain moment, don't I take this pawn?
I think you take this pawn, right?
I don't want to get myself in trouble. All right, King E3.
And I suppose I should, I don't know, get behind the thing or check?
You have time though, Rook F2, King
G1.
G1.
There's nothing here. Yeah. There's
no, this is winning, right?
Even the Queen and Rook, Queen versus Rook can't be winning.
So this is actually
How do you make a draw though? D2?
Yeah,
Check.
D2 and Rook F4 maybe.
Check.
Checking F3, whatever.
Okay.
I think this is winning. I don't think you can avoid me from going Rook E2.
Rook E2 is a problem.
Whoa, what? Okay, just a second. Hold on. So, not check.
Well, I'm going to do the same thing. Rook E2.
Yeah, you just can't prevent Rook E2, right?
G6.
You're not on time. Check.
Oh, sorry. The rook doesn't end up on E1, it ends up on D1.
On D1, right.
Apologies.
D1,
Apologies. You're right. Okay. So I cannot. Well, we're going to see it because he has played D4.
He's played D4. He's played Rook takes H4.
Not the G5 move.
Not G5.
Okay.
So we expect D3. Maybe we're being too hasty with check.
Maybe we should go Rook down.
Rook down.
Immediately.
Yeah, so that the Rook. Yeah, okay. This makes a lot more sense, right?
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah, G5 is kind of silly.
Yes.
Yeah.
and that way we can just check the king and tuck our king,
right in front. You want to be in front of the
Exactly.
pawn. You don't want to be away from the pawn.
Exactly.
Rook h2, king e1. Yeah.
Yeah, king e1, and I think the moment you play king e1, it's a draw even without
the two pawns on the side.
This should be easy.
Okay, very good. We'll keep our eye on that one. And again, let's just go to
We have one game in every section, Yasser. That's it. Alice Lee and against Ellen Wang. They're still playing.
Okay, we left it. Ellen had really slipped up badly. Alice had found a wonderful way of activating her rook that won her the a3 pawn. And this is what we were saying, that, okay, reset, recharge. We're going to try to win 2 pawns and a bishop versus a rook, and we're hoping for the best. That's a funny look. Man, those are...
It's a funny pawns, right?
I know, right? You're going to get a pawn on d3, but it's like Space Invaders. You want to get the pawn to f4. Okay, if we're in Ellen's shoes, what is she trying to do? She's trying to get the pawn to f4, so that she could artificially isolate this pawn, right?
And with one good day, take it.
Right.
It's a very good day.
Maneuver the bishop back to f6 and the pawn to f5.
All right. Now, if I'm white,
yes,
and I decide I don't want to see any of that,
yes,
and I play the move f4, you do get 2 connected passed pawns.
Are you sure you want to allow me to do that?
I'm
Christian,
not sure.
coach, do you like the move f4? Would you jump out of your seat if one of your students paid up?
I wouldn't jump out of my seat, but it doesn't look pretty.
It's not pretty, but is it good?
Is it good?
So let's go bishop f8.
What? Let's go.
What else?
Bishop f8, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Bishop f8 or bishop. I'm just trying to transfer my bishop somewhere else.
No, I'll give it check.
Check. I've got to play f6. I understand.
Okay.
Otherwise, there would just be a back and forth.
Yeah.
And I'll play rook. I don't know, b5, I guess.
Rook b5.
Let's see if there's an actual way to win this.
Where does my bishop belong? On the a7 diagonal?
That's the thing.
So I could play check.
That's the thing. How do you get there? Why don't I go king d2?
I was actually thinking it's going to take me a long while.
Exactly, yes.
And once you get to g1, I go king f1.
Rook to e5.
She's played rook e5 in.
Also kind of freezing a little bit the structure?
A little bit.
But no, yeah, of course, because that
Yeah.
your f4 move was designed to stop.
Stop, yeah.
f5, rook e5 kind of does the same thing. Rook, king g6, not f4, pardon me, rook e5. So...
Black looks a bit stuck.
My goodness, how do I get the bishop to the a7 diagonal?
So I need to get you into some sort of a Zugzwang, right? So let's get...
Tom, our producer, loves Zugzwang. You tell us how we do it, and Tom is
D3.
in 7th heaven.
D3.
Which?
D3.
David 3. Check.
David 3.
Okay, king.
Okay,
you tricked us.
Show
now
me
king
the money.
g7.
Bishop g7, he said?
King g7.
King g7.
What?
Whoa,
What?
What?
Oh, sorry, you take on f5. Never mind. Forget about it. No Zugzwang.
My spidey sense was tingling, and now, they take it away from you. The moment it was a touch
Okay, but
move.
let's at least get to that point that I want to make. So king g7, forget about it. Don't take my pawn. Go rook e8.
Okay.
Cruel man.
Let me have some fun, okay?
Correct.
King f6.
Okay. And
Did I achieve anything? That is the question. Now at least I have bishop c1, so I get my bishop out, right?
True.
I just don't know what this accomplishes.
That's the question. Does it accomplish anything or not?
Because I can even attack h5.
Bishop c5.
Now,
But I'm not really going anywhere. That's the
Now it's time, right?
I think at some point we need to stop making good moves for white.
Yeah.
Make bad moves and figure out if white has any danger.
Yeah.
Like what is black's
I might
plan?
Yeah, no. It's just a draw.
Getting ambitious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook e5 by Alice. This would be a huge save, by the way. I think Alice really would have dodged
and I think
a
it is
huge
a
bullet.
save.
I think she's saving it. Yeah.
By the way, you channeled Ellen because she played d3. She could have played it at any moment. But
she
you
played it
called
right there.
Yeah. Good job. Good job, Christian.
That's why he calls the games.
That's right. That's right. We need him on set.
Pedro's game is
nothing?
winding down. because that king has made it to in front.
Exactly what we thought is going to
Yeah,
happen.
rook
to h8, very precise.
In the Pedro Espinosa game versus
just
Justin
finish it.
Wang.
Okay.
And we're expecting...
It's still the Akopian one. That
Unfortunately, I mean, they've come to a standstill in the Akopian game.
I mean, it's been a while, right, since they've been... Actually, when is the last pawn move? The last pawn move or capture was king takes c6, move 42.
So we got 92 using the 50 move rule.
it's
No,
just
because
move
we've got
61.
c4. We've got c4 on the board here, so it's actually
Move 43.
Yes,
move
that's
43
like
was c4.
So we're 18 moves into the 50 move rule.
Okay.
that's not that many moves.
No, but I mean, the point is that black's not doing anything. The black hasn't done anything for 18 whole moves.
Right. Exactly.
Well, I only need to get Shabalov down to his last minute, and then manage to find the break.
Christian, I
Sounds
hear you, but
easy.
you gotta tell me what this magical break is.
I don't see the break either. It's got to be...
I put my knight on f4, rook on h8, and go h3.
He had all that.
He had it.
He had it in the bag.
I'm not saying it's a good break. I'm just saying it's a break.
This is how we lose.
It's a break.
It's a break.
By the way, one of my absolutely favorite stories about the 50 move rule was Larry Christiansen. He's playing Dražan Shahovich. And Larry's been slightly worse for the whole 50 moves, right? Whole 50 moves. And it's a dead draw now. It's a dead draw. And Larry finds a way. He contorts himself to allow Shahovich to come up the board and deliver a mate. But I'm sorry, that mate's on 51, not on move 50.
Ouch.
Yeah.
That's how the rules work.
Larry wrote a double move. So the guy mates him on move 50. It's not move 51.
Oh, no.
Dražan Shahovich was so happy. You never saw a guy storm out of the playing hall with more brute force than Larry did. It was great. Like,
you know
what
the bar.
happened, Larry?
You know the hotel bar had a good night in terms of business.
Oh boy. Yeah. It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. Shocking. Well, again, the spinning of the knight by Vladimir, he's just, I mean, you may have channeled him there, Christian, by the knight could come to f4, the rook would go to h8, you'll play h3. I'll take it. And you might be worse because I don't know if you can recapture on h3. I mean, it's bad luck, man.
All right. I have another idea, though.
Excellent. I'm
all right.
all for
Let's go knight f4. What do you do?
I'll move my rook.
No.
No.
Move your
What do you
rook.
want me to do? Tell me what you want me to do.
Just keep the rook on c3. Play
Okay.
c3. d5.
Ooh.
We got him.
Ooh, finally.
Is this even that clear?
Maybe.
It's at least a try, right?
It's a try.
He's going for it. The knight is on f4.
I mean, rook c3 is
Right.
such a silly move, though.
Okay.
And now we start calculating, right?
I mean,
It's something.
I'm not going to calculate something that will never happen.
Never happened. Never happened.
Rook c3, though.
I think we were a bit too cooperative with rook c3. We can't help you that much.
Okay, what do
King
you
f2
do?
played
What do you
already.
do? King f2, okay. So now basically d5 is going to be met with
Pawn takes.
what?
d5 pawn takes.
I take back.
I don't think the bishop is unhappy about this. It's
Okay,
changed, right?
we've got
Throw
a
in
check.
a check. I go to f7.
Rook
Let's see.
c2.
You're trying to win this.
Yeah, baby.
Don't.
You won't get there.
No, I won't get there.
I don't know,
But you'll be seizing the defensive before too long. Like, can you imagine?
97, rook d7. I have to go rook e5.
No, here it comes.
See, masterful.
Yeah, that's not looking good.
Starting to look like you're on the back foot there, Christian.
Yeah,
Oh well.
I don't see it.
No.
What can I say? I don't see it.
That's why we think it's a draw.
Yeah.
We just don't see any breaks every break that we find is helpful for white.
Exactly.
So I guess let's try to improve the position even more. Let's get the king off the e-file.
Do you want the king? That's the whole question. Vladimir's been asking himself for some time.
So why
would
doesn't
you
he
like
go
your
there?
king on c7?
Just go to c. Was he there?
I think he was actually on c7 earlier.
He was on c7. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, he was.
So, but it was also the king was on g7 or g6 earlier too. So he's trying.
Every square.
He's trying to find the proper home, and unsuccessfully, Alejandro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good defense by Shaba, I have to say. He was on the
excellent.
back foot for the whole game.
Yep.
Since the opening, he had this bad structure with double c-pawns, and he defended valiantly up to this point.
So we have 3 games remaining, and it does seem that all 3 are heavily favored to go into a draw, right? Pedro is holding against Justin Wang. We see this endgame. We analyzed it already. Rook on d8 is a good move.
Exactly.
Still looks like a draw here.
Right. Wait. Is this as easy as we thought it is?
Rook d8 has to be a draw, yes. I mean, if you compare and contrast this to the other endgames.
I mean, I know it's a draw because the table base is saying
That's
the table base. Not because I've memorized my...
the grandmaster knowledge, the table base.
The Romanian school of chess.
The table base is important, guys.
Known for its endgames.
Skill.
What is it called? Finaluri? Finaluri.
What?
In the Romanian endgame.
What?
This looks like a draw, guys. Can we move to the...
Yes, we can. We're moving to the Alice Lee
game.
D3.
This is also not
let me
anywhere.
refresh.
Oh, she looks dejected.
She got the bishop all the way to c3. Didn't allow the rook to h8, and we still think she's stuck, right?
Right.
Nothing to do.
That's
no breaks.
the problem for
breaks,
Ellen. As long as the rook stays on the e8 square, keeping an eye on the e4 pawn, the move, you could never get in the move f5, f4.
And I hate to say it, but even if you get f4.
I know.
We
then I
don't
wanted
really
the other
know.
pawn to get to f5, and then
and
I get to go bishop f6. And
we hope.
We hope,
right?
Take the
we hope we
H pawn.
actually take that pawn, and there's no f3 and stuff, right?
I getcha. I may be spinning in circles on this one.
Well, and that's it. That's all we have.
That's all we have.
63rd move in the Akopian versus Shabalov game. Still nothing has changed. Rook to c6 on the board.
You guys were laughing, but I think this is move 25. I mean,
got 25 more
we're
moves
like halfway
to go,
there,
right?
guys.
Move 20. Move 20.
Is it only 20?
Move 20, yes. They only played 2 moves.
Dang.
Oh, wow. Jeez.
Dang.
They were
By
at
the way,
61, now 63.
If there's
20
ever a
moves,
moment to encourage social media and any questions, now is the time, because we do have the time as we wait for these players. And we do, in fact, have a lot of questions that we kind of keep, and Sabina doesn't like to share. From Patrick. A big shout out to Patrick. He enjoys tossing his stuff.
Is playing spicy chess good for your tournament winning chances?
Yes.
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 It kind of averages out,
Yes.
I would say. Playing very gambler's chess, playing this gambits, playing this very sharp positions, what tends to happen, I've noticed, is that at tournaments, you either bomb completely,
right,
or you win the event. And in chess, it's actually kind of a funny sport, because you'd rather bomb a bunch of tournaments and win a bunch of tournaments than
score fourth,
then score fourth and fifth in every
third,
event.
never win an event.
Right. Like, for example, a player like Shabalov, he's a player.
How many tournaments
has he won?
Right?
But at the
Wow.
same time, I've seen him in like Continental Chess Association tournaments where like he's
Crying.
on board 100.
Yeah.
But that also takes a very special type of personality, right?
That's true.
Because you cannot deal with those bombing tournaments as easily as you make it sound, you know? But if you are one Shabalov and like, oh, okay, I messed this tournament up, on to the next one. Or you're a guy like Richie Rapport, okay, I messed these candidates up, on to the next one, hopefully.
Right.
It takes that type of personality that is more inclined to be gambling. If you're more of a conservative player, then try to play more conservative chess. That's the beauty of chess. You can adapt it based on your personality and the way you view life, as well as the way you view art, and all of those notions.
Well, this was the thing that, again, Ben Larson, I come back to him so very often because he was very inspiring. He said, Yasser, give up your fears about becoming a grandmaster. That's over. What you should be focusing on is winning tournaments. That's what it's all about, Yasser, is winning tournaments. And boy, that made a very, very powerful impact. And Bent Larson, yeah, he had his bombs. He sure did. But boy, he sure won a lot of tournaments as well. Look at his record in the late 60s. All the top Soviets would play in the tournaments with Bent. And he won, I believe, 4 major tournaments in a row, so that when 1970, the match of the century, well, no, it wasn't called the match of the century. It was USSR versus the rest of the world.
Right.
Bobby Fischer, not Yasser, not Alejandro, Bobby Fischer said Bent Larson plays board 1 for the rest of the world.
Wow.
And when Bobby says, I'm putting you on board 1, he earned that.
That's respect.
That's respect. So, yeah, winning tournaments. I've got that. And we have another
guys,
social media.
before we go into another question, it does seem like Pedro is down to his last minute, so maybe we can look at that. And it's not that easy. I don't think it's that easy. Rook to G2 is coming, and at some point you might have to give up the G pawn. And then it turns into like a theoretical draw, maybe, if you know it.
Right.
So let's wait a second. Let's not give it to Pedro.
You're not giving it as a draw just yet, huh?
No, not yet.
I think you check from the long side, right? I think King C1.
Down to his last 30 seconds.
Is Pedro Espinosa.
King to E1.
That's not the long side, it's the
That's
short side.
The short side.
And what we mean with this is that you want your rook to be harassing your opponent's king via either H8, H2 or A8, A2, and you'd rather do it on the longer side for the rook, the further away from the pawn. So you'd actually rather hide the king somewhere else.
Now, perhaps what he's also trying to do, if you go rook to G2, which was not played, rook to E2. Okay, I like this move.
So Justin is trying to wrong foot white. If you go king D1, then he wants to go rook G2, and with the double threat of...
Which is probably still a draw.
Which is still a draw,
Yes,
of course.
Yeah,
of course.
actually, you pluck the pawn off. It's still a draw.
Right. So what Alejandro was talking about there is when you think about the board for just a moment, if the white king were on the B2 square, the long side of the pawn would be a rook check on H3. And when he went from D1 to the E1 square, he went to the... It's now the short side.
It's now the short side for the rook, because the rook goes the opposite direction.
Exactly. Yeah. But, by the way, king F1, hey, let's go.
Yeah, that's the beauty of white's position, is you still have a pawn, so...
Let's go.
You can actually use this as counterplay.
Exactly. The idea is, for example, it's not the only move, but let me just put a move on the board for just a moment. Rook E5, and I'm going to put my pawn on G7. Yes, you're going to get your rook behind the pawn. There's no question about that. But then it's going to be very hard for your king, your black king, to hide as well. So I think that that would be the easiest way
Well, let's keep going, actually.
Okay.
So, king D2.
King D2?
Yes.
Give me the...
D3.
Oh,
yes,
not...
I'll give you a check. Yeah. That's a good move. Yes.
Okay. I was thinking that you could
D3.
win a tempo, right?
No, I don't want to go rook G5.
Okay. D3.
I want to attack that pawn from the side, so D3.
Okay.
G7, rook F7.
Ah, rook F7.
And I want to put the rook on C7 and then get the king to C2.
Yeah, that's winning.
Whoa. So is it... Am I too slow?
No, rook C7.
No, rook C7, rook C7.
Oh, rook C7 immediately,
yes,
of
rook
course.
C7 immediately.
Yeah, you don't want to allow these checks.
Well, never mind that. I was trying to get my king to protect the pawn.
Slow, right?
And I think you're just one tempo short.
One tempo short, yeah.
Absolutely.
If you have the king on G6, you go rook D8, draw.
Yes. Good point. I didn't see that you could attack the pawn from the side. I thought you were going to bring the rook behind. Nice. So king F1 on the board. Still some tricks that Pedro has to not fall
might
into.
be the only trick in the position.
That might be the only trick in the position.
So what if you
can I
just
do it in
go
a different
G6?
way?
No, but what if you just go G6?
Exactly. Against rook e5, can I just go G6?
I think this must be the easier way.
Kind of well, no. I mean, I
King
tricked
E1?
myself.
King E1? That's okay, rook D6.
And now rook to G.
Or rook G8. Yeah, rook G8.
I agree. I think it's a draw. Time for Pedro again. Is he playing on his
59 seconds for Pedro.
Yeah, he's pretty much playing on increment at this point.
And
But
going?
Justin only has 3 minutes. It's not like Black has all the time in the world to put pressure.
No.
And he made a move, but
And it was rook e5.
Rook e5, yes.
So we're expecting G6. G6 is the simplest. I'm looking at Alice Lee's game for just a moment.
Yeah.
She put her king on F1.
Guys.
What?
Oh my goodness, Ellen
missed F4, right?
had a win
What? Crazy.
on the board. If
No.
she would have found, instead of bishop to D4, F4. F4
Four.
followed by king to F5, and that was
March.
game over.
Is it?
What?
It
Rook
was.
takes-
Really?
Tell me.
Well, not
Oh,
right now, obviously.
It would be F3 maybe. No.
So what do you do, first of all?
What, no. Well,
You take on E4, not on F4. Got it,
Correct.
got it. Yes, after rook takes E4, I just simply have F3.
Yeah, F3, you just shut the king out. D2 is too strong.
You still have rook
how
to
do you win
E3,
it?
but then I just go D2,
You just
and then I
don't
bring
make
the
a
king.
move,
Your
right?
king is completely shut off.
Okay, so how do you? Oh, you go.
Yeah, bishop D4 at some point, right? King F5, King E4 threatens
Well,
bishop
first
D4.
let's play F5 because I
Correct.
don't want to allow you any G4 ideas.
No. What,
Yeah,
doesn't
no.
matter.
You're convinced me.
King F5 is winning, yeah.
We're thinking the king will come to E4, the bishop will come to D4, and that will be all she wrote.
She missed it.
She missed
She
it.
did. Yeah, she missed it.
She played bishop D4, but look, I mean, Ellen is still thinking about her win with F4. Now, how is Alice going to stop her? She played rook E7.
Well, you can't play F4.
Well, after bishop C3, you can just continue attacking the bishop, right? Like
You
rook
just can't
C,
play F4 is the
rook
issue.
C7.
Right. So will she see it maybe second time around? Bishop C3, rook E8, F4? And what did she do?
Well, the problem is
D6
I don't
play.
think Ellen is saying it.
Yeah, I don't
No.
think so either.
I don't think she's even
I don't think she's
looking at
looking
that.
for it, yeah. It's kind of a weird timing, right? Because it's the one moment you take the E4 pawn for free.
Right.
Right. This is like the one
But
time
then-
you don't want to do it.
But then when you see
F3,
F3,
very visual, yeah.
then you realize the king is cut. That would have been very, very nice.
And it does seem like Pedro found the correct way.
Okay.
All right.
He did not play the move rook to G8. He played the move G6 first, and forcing the rook to go behind the pawn, and now rook to G8.
Exactly. Now rook G8.
Very
is
well
what-
played by young Pedro, and right now this just seems to be easy.
Yeah, and he's done
At
it.
this
Rook
point.
G8.
And rook G8, I think, is on the board.
Exactly.
Yeah, rook G8 is on the board, yeah.
Do you have any Move 50 stories? Because we do have a pawn break in the Shabalov's game.
Yeah, we won't need them because we have a huge move actually, changing the character of the position. The move
Completely.
B5.
B5.
Finally timed something, did Akopian. I'm not sure it's actually improving his position very much, though.
But you have to do something.
Yeah.
Well,
At
if
some
you're
point you
trying
have
to
do
win.
something.
You're trying to win, but, you know, you can end up losing.
Something could go wrong, right?
You could also lose this one. Easily,
Yes,
yeah.
easily.
Now that you
Because his
activate
bishop becomes a little active.
Okay, so let's just see.
the action of my
I
bishop.
don't actually know what I'm taking with.
I don't know. Take.
He took with the A pawn.
Okay. Let's say I go B6 check.
He's taken with the A pawn as well, yeah.
Yeah.
So you go B6, I take that.
And I take
I
some
go rook
pawn.
C6.
Good morning, St. Louis. I mean, seriously, I honestly thought
that
I
was
was
a
going to
free
go be grabbing this pawn.
But
I
we
didn't
are
see
going
it.
down this variation, and if we are going down this line, why did we take with the A pawn? Why not take with the C pawn?
By the way, how did
we get here?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
What happened?
Shabalov could have easily just moved his rooks off the C file so that there would be no B file B or D file.
Or you keep both on the C file. If you keep both on the C file, you never have this trick.
Okay, I was going to say you don't have the trick if I keep everything on the B file either. How are you going to play rook?
But he found the one way where you do have the trick.
Okay,
where you have only one rook on the C file.
Maybe he was tricking his opponent into playing for, and here we have it. What will Shaba do now?
But this is what I said is his only chance. Get Shabalov down to his last couple of minutes. Right now he only has 2 minutes left on the clock.
And we do
and
have
try
a
to
tap.
find the break. That's your only chance.
So he found the break.
He did.
That's good for Vladimir.
Very good for Vladimir.
And now?
And now.
B6. I don't like B6 though.
Why not?
Because of what we just saw. What Christian showed us was pretty compelling. I don't like giving up the B pawn for the D pawn as a concept.
I'll tell you a funny story.
Please.
King B7 is even better.
Yeah, nobody's watching.
King B7 was winning.
Which board? What?
King
King
B7.
B7. Not take the pawn on B6.
Come on, get out of here.
Boss chair. Boss chair. King takes.
And this one is starting to become difficult after rook to C6.
Exactly. Because you've got
you got a fast pawn now.
Not easy. Not
the
easy
game
anymore.
flares completely on you guys.
It certainly does. Hello, hello.
This would be a huge bounce back victory for Akopian if he manages to convert this.
Yeah, I was actually thinking, what a shock this could be for Shabalov, because he kind of like put this game to rest mentally for quite some time ago. Rook to D2. He's playing as if he's got it all under control. Shabalov.
Are we overestimating Black's position?
No,
I don't think so, right?
I don't think so either. I think it's definitely a two-result game.
It's pretty dangerous, actually. It's knight on F4.
Definitely a two. Well, how does the engine feel? Like, we feel that Black is definitely for choice. I would maybe give it a 1.5 for Black. What does the engine feel?
Not as much. No. 0.6, 0.7, 0.8.
I got that wrong completely. I thought that this was.
never guessed that
King
little.
to B7 was in fact,
moment ago.
-3.
King B7 instead of B6.
Yeah. Instead of King takes B6.
Not after you maneuver for the last 25
to get the pawn going.
I guess you just simply don't have time to take on D6 because A4 just rolls
exactly.
the pawn down the board.
The pawn is really streaking.
Yeah. And then I get it all the way to the 3rd rank at least, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Now on the 2nd rank because I give you a check and then A2.
Yeah, this must be lost.
Wow.
So this doesn't look good.
And it's not like the B6 pawn is running away either.
No, it's just I can pick it up whenever I want, which is what the main point of this is, I think.
And then once you lose the G2 pawn, the H pawn is running down the board as well.
Agreed. A missed opportunity there for sure.
But still,
for Vladimir, but still
lots to play right now. How do you make progress as Black though? This is the question because if you do go A4, I give you a check.
On B2, right?
And that forces your king to go backwards.
Because
I don't think you want that.
King C5? You go check and the rook B4, I guess.
Exactly.
Or rook A5.
Yeah, exactly. You just you tickle the pawn.
So A4 might be premature. Now,
exactly.
Let's lead with a king. Let's go King C5. No.
Well, I don't want to see the king.
He says, I don't want to lead with a king. He went on C7.
King to C7.
Well, yes. Fascinating move, King C7.
Not the first
not the
move.
Not the first, not the second, not the third.
Right, okay.
Strange, but okay.
It's not like you're doing...
He's not really in a hurry, right? I mean, rook to C5 is coming next.
If I play rook A2, you'll play rook C5?
Rook C5, yeah.
And then I'll come with the king. I mean, I don't think hiding on F2. But
so let's keep going.
My
king
king on
B6.
F2 does protect the bishop.
King B6.
Okay, king where, sorry?
B6.
Boy
6.
Gotcha.
Yes.
King David 4.
That's
ideas of bishop C4. I don't know if they're good ideas, but...
So now I have to find a better square for my knight, it feels.
Yep.
But where can I go? Knight E6, I give you a check, you go back.
Not easy, but okay.
Not easy, right?
Right.
So Let's say I go rook c1 now.
Rook c1.
Let me get in.
Feels like, yeah, slowly you're getting some progress. I'll give you that. Definitely, Christian. I definitely will feel like you're doing...
Bishop to b5. Skiddishly played.
Oh, encourages rook c5. I thought I wanted to play that anyway.
Yeah, somehow, well, maybe I'll put my bishop here and I'll just keep my king
on f2.
Close. This is what he wants, but then the g2 pawn doesn't have a defender anymore.
Well, it's got one.
It's got one.
Maybe
if I need it.
Maybe two.
Is that
Shabalov's
enough?
got a point there. I kind of like this because rook d7 check. No, I don't think I can ever make the trade of the f6 pawn for the g2 pawn.
So perhaps rook c5 helps you.
Not for white.
Let's go rook c3.
Rook c3.
And this one has finally been drawn. They went around forever, but Alice Lee saves a huge half point.
She sure does.
She really does. Ellen Wang had this game, and this one is also going to be a draw as we expect to move. Either rook takes d2 or king takes g7, doesn't really matter.
Exactly.
Okay.
And Pedro was like, should I offer a draw or should I take your rook? Take the rook.
Always take the rook.
Not sure what that was.
Take the queen.
Yes. And that's
a draw.
A draw between Pedro Espinosa and Justin Wang. A long fight there for Pedro, 2 days in a row. No easy games for him.
Seriously, I mean, again, he's coming in as the lowest rated seed. And so these players are saying, okay, I'm going to play till the last drop. And talking about that, we do have one game remaining.
Now the seniors, bring it on. Bring the fight.
The fire.
The fire.
The spirit. It flares.
Never extinguished.
Never dies. Yeah.
Bishop to e8.
And
now
that's what he's done. Yeah, he put the bishop on e8.
Let's attack that bishop. Rook d8.
Rook d8, I assume you go bishop. I don't know.
Hold on, let me refresh my board for just a second. So king b6, bishop e8. Rook David 8?
Why not?
Why
Let's
not?
go rook d8.
Rook to d8 makes sense. I probably want to maintain it on the diagonal, bishop a4.
Rook d4.
And now you get to play a4 after bishop.
Maybe, if you allow me to. If I get the king to a5, I have a feeling you're in deep trouble.
Good point. a4, right?
So let's go a4, yeah. Not at this particular moment. The position we see on the board, rook to d8, we think, might be the most testing moment.
Which suggests to me that after rook d8, I should know if I play rook b2 check, I've got to be careful about knight d3.
Later on, exactly.
Later on,
yeah.
king a7.
You might lose immediately, yeah.
Correct. Exactly.
King a7 or king c5. Both of them could
Right.
work.
Look,
I'm just saying that if I was thinking I was going to secure the bishop on a, whoops.
And bishop b5 loses to rook b8, so actually you're just busted on the spot.
And as you say, walking into this pin, very nasty, losing on the spot. So there are problems after rook d8. And
Big problems, I think.
Vladimir enjoying the moment.
Absolutely. What's the time situation? 2 minutes 24
Both.
for Akopian. So they both have about 2 minutes 30, 2 minutes 50.
2 minutes 50 for Shabalov, 2 minutes and 15 seconds for Akopian.
I must say,
rook d8 on the board.
I am really a big fan of Shabalov when I see him attacking. I think he's really one of the great attacking geniuses from the Latvian school of chess.
Yes.
But when he's on the defense...
Yeah, that's not his strong suit.
It is not his strong suit. And the way he defended this by leaving the rooks and allowing the b5 break...
It's like he cracked under pressure, something that we see even grandmasters, it happens very often when the other grandmaster puts an immense amount of pressure, and at some point your resistance, what we call cracks. You make an inaccurate move, and suddenly the floodgates spill in. And this is exactly what happened in this game, where
I think
no. Wait, you touched the rook. You
yeah.
gotta make the rook move, and rook c6 loses a piece, so you're definitely playing
Oh
rook
my
b2.
goodness, this is
But
it.
that's
He's
just
done
yeah.
it. He's done.
It's over, right?
This might be over right now.
Now he realizes
Oh,
the
he
same thing
sees
that
it.
I did.
Oh no.
That the knight comes to d3 with a check.
He just realized that rook to b2 is busto time.
Right, that slight
Is there a way
shake
to
of the
say
head.
that? Okay, rook to b2, king to a7. Bishop to b5 only move.
After king a7, yeah?
Yeah, but we thought after rook b8 or like
rook to b8 and now rook to b3.
knight e6. You're still surviving.
Somehow. But I don't know for how long.
Rook b8, rook b3. This is definitely not the piece configuration you had in mind when you went into this. How about rook b6 in that case?
Just to lose the tempo, yeah, I like it. Yeah.
Just to ask you exactly what you might be doing.
I cannot go rook b1 because you have a4. So
Correct.
that's a problem.
That is what it's all about, right?
This looks busted. Huh?
Looks busted. Wow.
I guess I have to go king g1, but... No, that actually allows knight e2. No, this is over, guys.
Yeah.
King a7 played. Bishop
I
b5
think king
was
a7 just
absolutely
finishes the game.
forced, right?
Yep.
Otherwise, he loses a piece.
And he's done
Oh
king
my
a7
goodness.
King
as
a7 on the board.
Right.
I mean, okay, bishop b5 or resign. Otherwise, you're just down too much material.
Did you like Shaba? We just saw him play the move rook b2. Ooh, row. Uh-oh. Did you have a kind of a touch move error in your career? I mean, we saw it like Hikaru Nakamura had that famous moment against
Aronian?
Levon, yes, where he touched.
For me, it was like an almost. I played the move rook hb8, and on the last
Rook
moment, I saw I lost a piece. But luckily, rook hc8 was a very good move.
Okay, and you, Christian, did you have one of those touch move moments where it's like...
Plenty of them.
Plenty of them. What? Do you hear that?
Plenty of
my
them. And then you
gosh.
realize that you're lost, and sometimes you get lucky and you're not actually lost because you have some sort of resource later on. But there's still that moment of cold shower, right? When you're like, oh my goodness, what have I done?
Here,
That's part of chess.
Shabalov has offered knight takes g2 check.
It is so
And I
tempting.
have to say,
It is
that's
so
one of the most
tempting.
tempting pawns
Jesus.
because you get a protected pass
pawn
pawn.
h4.
That's a nice pawn to take.
After knight, I mean, that is a
Scrumptious.
really nice.
I understand there might be a better move.
He took it.
Yeah, but I don't think I can resist. I
no.
cannot resist that temptation of knight takes g2.
Exactly. That is scrumptious.
Yeah, but this looks like game over. No?
Exactly.
You have to take this. There's no way that you can keep the pin.
No. Is time an issue? Because I just saw also
Two minutes for both. They're playing on increment.
No.
Well,
Not really, but it's just a lost position.
It's just a loss for a game, yeah.
And what a resilient defense up to that point. And after that, he just collapsed. Now, you were saying that he cracked. He did crack psychologically because the position was still fine, but he was playing so fast, like he just knew how to make a draw. Not that easy.
No.
Stop and think. Don't play b6 because up to that point, if you don't play b6, you're still within margins of equality. After b6, it's all over.
What should he have played instead of b6? I've got the moment. I think it was move 70, in fact, after rook takes c1.
Not easy. Not an easy move. At that point, rook to a2 was the only move to maintain the balance.
King b6, rook d2.
Exactly.
Yes, and you're going to go back and forth.
Actually,
I'm just going to attack the pawn.
It's actually not hard.
The a pawn, then I'm going to attack the d pawn, and I'm going to switch back and forth.
Easy.
Yeah, rook a2. Yeah, I think he got seduced by this move b6. And now
he knows
the
it.
unfortunate realization is settling in.
Yeah.
That
he's
there's
not a
just
happy
no dealing with these two connected pass pawn, the two pass pawns,
so
the h pawn and the a5 pawn.
It goes f4. It's really the only way, but it's another pawn, right?
Right. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, check king
somewhere.
d4.
And I
because
take.
you can't go king back. I trade rook.
Trade rooks. Trade rooks is instant.
Oh, wait a minute.
You have to try something, though.
I'm not worried about a pawn breakthrough.
No, I should be faster, right?
Well, there's
you know what I mean?
You know what? It's hour 6. I've been doing commentary for like 3
Exactly.
weeks. I do not want to calculate the pawn race.
Exactly.
Christian, take it away.
there's always the dilemma in this type of rook end games, especially in this one because you know you're lost. What type of defense are you going to employ? Passive or not passive or active?
You always go active.
You have to go active at this point, right? Because you know you're busted.
Right.
When you're on the edge, you don't know exactly how to assess the position. Maybe you have that chance of taking the passive route, but this time you have to go for it. I like f4. I think it's his only chance.
Rook g3? No, he did not play rook g3. I was angling for rook g3 there a moment ago.
That's not a bad move at all.
But taking's not bad. I mean, h3, f3.
Creating another pass pawn can be bad.
Exactly.
e5. So this is the point of Shaba. He's going to try to create a pass pawn, but unless my counting is off, rook g3 actually picks up g4, right?
That will be
no.
third. So you take on e5.
No. Rook g3 spoils it.
Why?
Rook a2.
I did not see that move.
Rook g3 spoils it. Actually, there's only one move in this.
That's why we have Christian. Exactly. That is why we have Christian Chirila. So what
There's only one move.
There's only one move that wins here?
Only one move.
Take the pawn on e5.
No.
That's not it?
That spoils it. It's a draw after taking on e5.
Rook b4 check.
Rook b4
Get out of
nice.
here.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
But what is the point? King d5?
Rook
Rook
b5.
b5 check.
No, but king e6.
I take with the pawn.
g5?
f3. I think I'm too fast.
f3, and I'm so fast.
f3, e4, I'm too fast. And then my rook is ready to go to g5.
That's not trivial.
Not trivial at all, but he has 2 minutes left to find it.
Yep.
You can give me 30 minutes and I still won't tell you it's trivial.
Nice.
f3 probably wins as well, but is not as clear after rook to a2.
Probably wins. Gotta get this guy a better engine. What do you mean it probably wins? It wins or it doesn't, right? It's such a simplified endgame. Rook b4.
Wow,
the technique
Vladimir.
is there.
He found it.
In the 5th and 6th hour, he's not going to...
He's just too good.
Old school Armenian chess.
I'm telling you, these guys
They know their
study
endgames.
They do know their endgames.
Right.
Yeah, beautiful move. Secures the victory. Easy now. This is easy. King to d5.
You keep saying that. But
Every time he says easy.
Every time he says easy, I'm looking at this position like, what?
Like,
what?
Now, this
I'm
is
looking
easy,
at
guys.
you like, really?
Like,
It's
really?
easy?
Okay.
Why is it not easy?
Okay, f3 is easy.
f3 is very
f3,
easy
rook
as
f2,
well.
f takes e5. Please tell me that's winning.
Because the
Please.
g-pawn is hanging.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, of course.
Of course.
I mean, f takes e5 is winning, followed by f3.
F takes e5, g5 is scary.
Really?
No, I think that
I mean, you still have
f3 would
f3.
still bring home.
That g pawn is not very advanced.
Exactly.
I have too many pawns of my own.
Okay.
Agreed. Too many pawns.
That is a lot of possibilities.
It's true.
It's
It's
4
true.
against 1.
It's true.
But f3 looks very tempting.
f3 looks like.
Play me, play me. No.
Nope, rook b5.
Commentator's curse.
Exactly.
King e6 on the board. Only a
Here
move that
we
makes any
go.
sense.
Takes on e5, g5, f3. Rook moves e4, g6. Rook g5. Let's just do some of the. Let me make some moves here. So we're going takes on e5,
Done.
Right, still
g5.
some work to be done if he finds
Then
king
we're
f5.
going to go f3.
No.
Okay.
G5 is not good enough.
What's the best square for the rook? You can't go up
Yeah, that's
because
all
that's
bad.
f2.
Yeah, but it's all bad.
So if you go here,
What about e4?
e4, g6, rook behind.
And then you can
rook
even
G2.
throw in rook g2.
Rook g2, yeah.
Nice.
And then h3, h2.
And we do have g5 on the
Yeah, your
board.
pawn's actually not that fast on g5.
No.
F3
And
play?
f3 on the board.
Yeah, no, this is easy now.
Oh, this looks over.
There's nothing to do. He might resign, actually.
Always. I hear that always. You know, they bring the great grandmaster out. How was it? I wanted to resign. They never resigned. And he saves the game miraculously, brilliantly. If my opponent had played F3, I wanted to resign.
It's like you feel that you want to resign until your opponent makes a move.
And then you back in.
And then you're like, nah,
come on.
I'm not resigning against that move. Come on.
Come on. I'm back in it. F3, rook F2.
G6 already played.
E4 on the board, G6. We're expecting the rook to come behind the
on
board.
G5, yeah.
All right, so rook G5, king, let's say king F6 or king F7.
Yeah, but I thought rook
G7,
G2 we're on time.
G7, that's my only last chance.
Last chance.
I forgot that move existed.
Me too.
So now I have to take on G7. Well, probably I don't have to, but I think I'm in time.
Yeah,
H3 was.
Yeah, H3 is just winning because you play H2 and E3. It's just known position.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's even easier.
You saved me from playing queen versus rook because I've got an extra pawn on A5, which is a good thing, by the way.
We had a queen versus rook endgame today, actually, in the Bundesliga. Hans Niemann with the white pieces lost to Fabiano Caruana. Great game, by the way.
Wow.
Really, really exciting stuff.
You were mentioning at the top of the show how great the Bundesliga was because it was like Fabi and Richie were on opposing
Fabi
teams.
And Richie. No, they're actually the same team.
Oh, they're on the same team.
They're the same team, which makes the team pretty
strong. We got 2 candidates and 3 world champions. What do you got?
That's the beauty of Baden-Baden, right?
Right. Oh, by the way, he didn't play rook G2.
No, you can play H2.
He went H3.
Right?
Yeah, nice.
Nice. Style points.
Style points.
Too many pawns next to promotion.
2 pawns.
Once you have 2 pawns on the 3rd rank against the rook, you always win.
Yeah,
you always
promote automatically.
Actually, that was something that I had learned as a starting player, beginning player. So my teacher, Jeffrey Parsons, who literally helped me learn the rules because I struggled with en passant. I really did. Oh, my God. Struggled with castle. I struggled everywhere. And he said, 2 pawns on the 6th rank are worth a rook. I went, no way. Showing no understanding whatsoever.
Worth a little bit more than a rook here.
But it's true.
It is true.
H2, rook takes H2, and one of these pawns is going to queen. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You can't stop it.
Oh, you put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Yep.
That's how it goes.
There's probably a lot of choices on how to fleece this one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just have to wait for his because I see already like 5 different moves that win.
Right. If he plays king A6, by the way, we're going to go bring out the sticks.
But king A6 is just winning, right?
Right, of course it is.
Completely winning. Yes.
I mean, and he brings his king, king D6 closer to the rook or something. Like, what are you
doing?
Get out of here, dude. My goodness.
Okay, what is he worried about?
I think he's just
trying to understand.
He's just dotting his I's, crossing his T's, making sure everything is in perfect order. You don't want to spoil this 6-hour game.
True.
So, after H2, rook H2, E3, you still have rook H5.
I mean, I'm not even looking in that direction. I actually found E3, rook F3, E2 just promotes a pawn, and then I stopped.
It does promote a pawn.
E3.
E3, rook F3, E2 just promotes a pawn.
E2.
You can only...
He's done it?
Yeah, you can only stop one of these pawns.
Rook to E3 and then H2.
And that's it, right?
Very important not to go H2 because then I go rook F1. And it's still losing after rook G1, but that's not the point.
Yeah, he wants to go E2.
He wants to go E2.
And he's done it. Nice finishing touch, by the way, Vladimir.
Yeah.
Like you say, closing the game with style.
All right. Well,
what a grudge match this was.
Wow. This was a huge fight. This was a huge
really
battle,
was.
man.
My goodness.
Yeah.
These
Vladimir
seniors,
coming back from a loss.
Right.
Right.
And a brutal one at that because he had such a good opening position in the game against Novikov, the game he lost. But bouncing back with the black pieces, too.
Yeah, with the black pieces, I mean, it's huge. It's a huge confidence boost.
Absolutely.
And Shaba resigns. What a game, marathon game. We've had amazing 2 days of chess. We've had openings, we've had endgames, we've had sacrifices, we had blunders, we've had comebacks. We've had everything.
Some of the greatest preparation I've seen in a long while. I mean,
and that includes the candidates that we just finished.
Exactly. Andrew, wow.
There's that guy. Who's that guy in the playing hall? Kick him out.
Exactly. Why did they like Rex Singfield into this tournament hall? I mean, come on. All the riffraff. You know?
What's going on? It's hard to promote a night.
Okay, Christian, close it up for us as we got some results.
I think we should look at the results first.
We got the standings and the results and all that kind of stuff.
I like, me like.
All right, in the girls, Sophie Morris-Suzuki is the early leader, the only player to achieve 2 points out of 2, a perfect score. After destroying Rochelle Wu in the second position, we have Thalia Cervantes and as Ellen Wang, who really let go of a golden opportunity today.
Against Alice Lee. And Jennifer Yu and Alice Lee with 2 draws with 50%. And in the juniors?
In the juniors, we also have 1 player only with 2 points, and that is Andrew Hong.
What impressive victories. Wow.
Absolutely incredible. Christopher Yu and Justin Wang are the only players trailing him by half a point, and we have 3 on 50%. Awonder there, half a point only.
Awonder Liang, our 2,700, languishing in a tie for 7th through 10th. And in the seniors.
In the seniors, we have a closer group as nobody's achieved 2 points perfect start. Instead, only Larry Christiansen and Igor Novikov have 1.5 points. As remember that even though Vladimir Akopian did win his game today, he had lost yesterday, so he's still only on 50%.
Absolutely. And now, Christian, your final thoughts of these 2 days of the national championships.
Well, I have to say, 2 incredible days of chess and so many stories developing. We see Sophie Morris-Suzuki just surging through the rankings. 2 big victories in the first 2 games and dominant victories. Those were just like Andrew Hong, very, very dominant. And I have to say, I'm liking what I'm seeing from Akopian. He did not give up after that big loss in the first round with the white pieces, came back, bounced back with the black pieces against Shabalov. And my pick right now, he's back in the game. So I'm definitely looking forward to see what's going to happen in the next few rounds. And let's take a look at the picks, actually.
I had, in the ladies, I had Jennifer. I'm kind of feeling okay, but boy, Jennifer had 2 winning positions.
And Alice survived today, that -7 game.
Look at you and Dennis.
Solid, very solid.
Very nice.
I like it.
Yeah,
juniors, I'm doing all right. Second place behind Andrew Hong.
Slow start for me, but I'll take it.
Very slow start. Ooh, a wonder, come on. Thrill us with wonderment. And in the seniors?
Good day for me. Good finish for me, I have to say.
Dennis is the one.
How did we let this guy sneak in the door? I mean, what is going on here?
Well, guys, thank you everybody for joining us for these 2 days of chess. We'll be back tomorrow with round 3 of all of these championships, so don't miss a beat. We'll be here back at 1 p.m. Central. Actually, the show starts at 12:50.
Exactly.
See you then.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.